This guy enters an S-rank dungeon that's currently on lockdown, yet he effortlessly wipes out every single monster inside. After stepping out, he's blocked by the top-tier hunter inspectors, but none of them can last more than a few seconds, because in his previous life, his world was annihilated by monsters flooding out of hell, and he was humanity's last warrior. After facing the final boss of hell, he failed, but because he kept liking videos, he was reincarnated as a young man in another world. And that's enough talk, no more beating around the bush. Let's get started. The world I used to live in was destroyed. Everyone had to fight monsters to survive. I spent my whole life doing just that, fighting day in and day out to stay alive. And then days passed, months passed, year after year. Even 10 years flew by in the blink of an eye. With just a single sword, I could cut down any monster. I felt no fear. The monster, looking down at the legendary sword, its eyes flashing with dangerous red light, spoke. "Give it up. The world you lived in is already gone." The mastermind behind it all, watching him struggle at death's door, offered an invitation. What a waste of talent. Become my sword. Sword God, hearing that, just felt his blood boil and gritted his teeth, saying, "Don't make me laugh." In a fit of rage, he bravely charged forward. Sword God launched himself into the air and drew his blade. The monster swiped its arm, but it missed him. Instead, Sword God left a long, deep cut on the back of its hand. The monster didn't expect that. Its face twisted in a hideous grimace. Sword God was about to turn back to assess the situation, but before he could, it swung its hand again. A single punch sent him flying in a beautiful arc. Not enough? The monster sneered while delivering a beating and hurling insults. No matter how desperately you struggle, in my eyes, you're just a bug. Sword God took the hit head on, coughing up blood right there, but with extraordinary willpower, he managed to roll and land safely. Regaining his balance, he lunged back toward the monster, one man, one sword, determined to go down fighting. The monster, in Super Saiyan mode, looked at him like he was a gnat, raising its hand and swatting him away in a flash, like swatting a fly. Sword God, with intense vitality, resiliently stood up. The monster didn't finish him off but coldly watched him struggle. Suddenly, Sword God noticed the pendant on the monster's chest. His deep blue eyes, like a sea of clouds, suddenly lit up. The monster saw him raise his weapon, and Sword God, waiting for exactly that moment, acted. He suddenly launched his sword like an arrow. The blade struck the center of its chest and soared off toward the starry sky. The monster's weapon stopped exactly 1 millimeter from him. Half of the pendant shattered, and a glaring crack appeared on its chest. The monster's eyes popped out in hatred, its voice screeching, "You bastard." That last throw had drained every ounce of Sword God's strength. The remaining pieces of the pendant shattered into fine dust. Facing the moment of death, the monster screamed in terror. Stop. Even though it wasn't willing, the monster had to crumble into sand. As it completely faded away, he could finally let his guard down. Sword God fell backward, exhausted in the middle of the battlefield, his cold, jade-blue eyes slowly losing focus. He lay amidst the endless smoke and fire, gazing at the sky. What a spectacular view. A young man walked under the warm sunlight. Under his messy, tangled hair were brown eyes that looked indifferent and bored. He didn't know where he'd gone wrong, but the alarm system was blaring loudly. On the fence hung a sign that read, "Namsan Gate, C rank. Minimum 3-person party required. Civilians restricted." An urgent broadcast blared, "Please scan your hero registration and personal ID. Non-heroes, please do not enter." Kim Do-jun walked to the gate, ignoring the broadcast. He lowered his center of gravity, took a ready stance, and with a boom, his figure disappeared, leaving only a cloud of dust. The alarm bells rang frantically along with the urgent broadcast. Warning, an unregistered hero has forcibly entered the gate. Do-jun didn't care and kept moving. He didn't stop until he was surrounded by trees and vegetation. As he took a step to go deeper, he heard a voice. "Hey, young man." Do-jun reflexively looked over to see a group of people in uniforms approaching. A black-haired man asked, "Are you lost? I don't know what happened, but we're leaving soon, so you should just follow us." Do-jun stared at them without saying a word. A girl muttered quietly, "Appa, look at his clothes." The guy with the buzz cut whispered, "Is that for real? He doesn't look like a hero at all." They scanned Do-jun from head to toe and let out a long sigh. "I know logistics staff wear all sorts of things these days, but that outfit and that backpack? Is he some clueless logistics rookie who got dumped by his party?" But that didn't make sense either. Do-jun didn't want to hear them gossiping, so he spoke up to explain, "I understand what you're saying, but I just got here." The carefree young man blurted out, "See, I told you. He got dumped, right? The black-haired man looked sympathetic and gently advised, "I've seen plenty of people like you. I know what you're thinking when you enter a gate. Don't look at me like that, but thinking you can go hunting in a gate just by watching videos or browsing the web is basically suicide. First, get your official hero license and pass the training and assessment. Besides, this Namsan gate is C rank. If you want to start, try an F rank gate first." Dujun, with a calm and indifferent expression, replied, "I know you mean well, but I don't need the advice." The group was stunned by this reaction. They were completely speechless. The two young men couldn't help but curse loudly. "Who is this crazy guy? Do you know who he is? Don't stop me this time." The older man held them back. "Calm down." He watched the guy's back as he walked away and said, "Forget it. If he ignores such sincere advice, let him experience it for himself. He'll learn that this gate isn't like what he sees on the web. It's a cruel world." No sooner had those words been spoken than Dojun encountered a monkey-faced, horned monster smirking at him. Standing in the beast's shadow, he calmly took off his gear and closed his eyes. The monkey monster swung its arm to attack. Dujun tilted his body to dodge. His eyes flashed, his pupils shifting from brown to gold. 10 years. His weapon crashed into the ground, and dust billowed up like fog. As the dust settled, the monster was absolutely shocked. Dujun charged with his thin arms and threw a punch, instantly creating a huge hole. The monster's head seemed to evaporate from existence. The monkey-faced, horned monster just lay there. Dujun looked up and couldn't help but remark, "Nothing has changed." Dujun stared at the scorched monster in front of him. A moment later, he reached out to pick up the beast's blade and gazed vacantly at his own reflection. The blade still felt heavy, like a dream he hadn't fully woken from. Dujun then pointed his sword at the headless carcass. Thump! Blood splattered everywhere. Dujun focused on digging deep into the body to search it. A few minutes later, he pulled out a shimmering, blood-stained stone, a low-grade mana crystal. He couldn't help but sigh. Back in the day, he wouldn't have even bothered glancing at something so trivial. Dujun unzipped his backpack, reorganized the contents, and shoved the loot inside. In the middle of his busy work, a low rumble echoed in his ears, the sound of footsteps from some of the unlucky beast's brethren. 3 of them showed up at once, one winding up to swing its axe. The monster swung down with force, but he ducked just in time. He channeled his strength into the hand holding the mana crystal and suddenly flicked it, to the shock of the monsters. The crystal blasted the first one's head apart, and the poor beast was out of the show. The remaining 2 charged in unison. Dujun tossed his bag aside. It was obvious he was about to put on a one-hit kill show. That human team was still wandering through the forest nearby. The girl in the group said, with some hesitation and worry, "What about that rude guy from earlier? What if he actually dies?" The guy next to her snapped, "Are you seriously worried about him?" The veteran uncle spoke up to calm them down. If he were an intruder, the control center agents would be on their way by now. This is a C-grade Namsan gate, so they'd send elite B-grade agents or higher. As long as he doesn't lose his mind and charge into a whole swarm, he won't die. So, don't worry. The bald guy agreed. "You're right. That arrogant brat is probably shaking in his boots, waiting for the agents to come and save him." As he spoke, the scarred monster, who was indeed shaking, took a punch that caved in half its face. The one with the bun seized the opportunity to ambush from behind. It was far too slow for Dojun. Its blade only sliced through thin air. Seeing its prey disappear from sight, it couldn't help but feel terrified. Dujun flashed behind it, raised his leg, and kicked so hard he caved its skull in. It spat out blood like a downpour. And just like that, the one-sided fight ended with both of them hitting the dirt. Dujun grabbed his rough stone sword, swung it powerfully, and with a cold gaze, counted 3 more mana crystals. Once finished there, he continued his hunt. Who knows how much time passed? His backpack was looking a bit plumper now. Dujun wandered around looking for targets. Though his mood was sour, the harvest hadn't been that great. So far, he had 12 low-grade and 16 mid-low-grade crystals. An agent from the center spotted him and reported to his team. "Over here." Dujun heard the human voice and looked over curiously. In an instant, 3 other agents appeared on the scene. The brown-haired agent said sternly, "We're from the Gate Control Center. Please present your hero registration. If you haven't registered, please follow us back to the control center." Dujun raised an eyebrow, slightly confused, and muttered, "Gate Control Center?" The agent lowered his voice, emphasizing every word. "Please follow our instructions." In his heart, he groaned. "What now? This is such a hassle." Dujun looked at him, a flicker of light in his eyes as if he were about to strike, but in the end, he dismissed them with a careless expression. "Get lost. Seriously." The brown-haired agent immediately gave an order. The blonde agent reached for his gear. "Hey, please cooperate. If you resist, we may be forced to use force. As he spoke, his other hand swiftly grabbed Dojun's wrist. The blonde agent pulled out handcuffs and warned, "You will be held fully responsible for any injuries caused by resistance. It's best if we settle this peacefully at the control center." Before he could slap any jewelry on his wrists, Dojun grabbed his hand back. Feeling the crushing force on his wrist, the blonde agent's eyes went wide with shock. Dojun looked at him seriously and said, "Stop bothering me. Beat it." Seeing this, the agents raised their guard and drew their weapons. In a flash, the gear revealed its true form. Dojun glanced at the tools, feeling indifferent. Level 4 mana sealing equipment? Does that even work on people like me? Dojun applied more pressure, cracking the blonde agent's knuckle, and spoke, emphasizing his point. "This is your final warning. If you don't want to get hurt, turn around and leave." As soon as he finished, pressure surged from the front as the agents attacked. Dojun casually blocked them. The agent on the right swung a punch. He tilted his head to dodge effortlessly, and at the same time, as quick as a gust of wind, he raised his knee and slammed it into the agent's hip. A perfect knee strike left the agent off balance, and he followed up with a kick that sent the man flying. The agent on the left was stunned, frozen in place. He stared at Dojun as if he were a terrorist. Dojun turned his head to nod at the remaining agent, and the next moment, his figure blurred and seemed to vanish. The agent couldn't see him anymore, and thought in terror. He disappeared. Dojun suddenly appeared right beside him and punched him square in the gut. The agent took the full hit and doubled over, coughing. Dojun called out to him. The agent clutched his stomach, struggling. "Yeah, huh?" Dojun asked. "If I register as a hero, I won't have any more trouble, right?" The agent answered hesitantly. "That's right. As long as you don't break the law inside the gate, there's no reason for us to send agents." Dojun asked again. "What about rifts?" The agent's neck turned cold at the mention. Those are passages to other worlds where bizarre monsters appear, opening up all across the globe. The byproducts harvested from hunting monsters, they are used as a new source of energy. For that reason, places where the government has fully controlled the passage and locked the monsters away are called gates, while spaces not yet converted into gates are called rifts. After hearing the explanation, Dojun summarized it. "So, that means no matter which gate I go to, you people will always come looking for me? Because of illegal entry or something like that?" Seeing Dojun's sour face, the agent quickly explained, Yes, that's it. If an unregistered hero enters a gate without authorization, the control center gets an alert. Agents waiting nearby are dispatched. Rifts aren't as easy to access as gates, though. The Hero Association won't just let it slide, either." Dojun couldn't care less about all that noise and said arrogantly, "So what?" The agent had to bite his tongue, regretting his life choices. He really is a lunatic. Damn it, I should have reported this to headquarters from the start. Right after cursing, Dojun grabbed the agent's face and tossed him away like a ball. Dojun looked at the agent and judged internally, just a nameless nobody. The agent was half kneeling, holding his injuries, and shouted, "You bastard! Next time, I'll definitely kill you." Dojun didn't give a damn and continued his journey. When the jewel on the monster's chest shattered, it let out a desperate roar. "Stop right there!" Hearing what sounded like a scream, his consciousness began to fade, feeling like he was being sucked into something. Death. I'm probably going to die. With that mindset, the sword god closed his eyes to accept it, but after waiting a while, no one came to take him away. He opened his eyes in confusion, only to find himself hanging upside down in the clouds, with a strange boy in front of him. The sword god asked, "Who are you?" The young, timid-looking Dojun introduced himself. "My name is Seo Dojun. I'm currently on the verge of death. If you grant my request, I'll quietly disappear." As soon as he finished, the sword saint didn't hesitate. "I refuse." Dojun was at a complete loss, not knowing what to do. The sword saint stated his reasons. "I have no attachments left in this life. After 10 years of fighting until death, I was betrayed by the comrades I trusted. My home country was annihilated. My friends are dead, and so is my family. Even if I struggle to survive, there's nothing left for us in the end, right? You're the same, aren't you?" That remark left Dojun stunned. He couldn't help but try to persuade the man. "Even though my life is the same, I don't want my grandmother and Yun Young to live like that." The sword saint finally softened, cleared his throat, and asked, "So? Just tell me. Keep it brief. What do you want?" He hadn't expected the man to change his mind so quickly. Dojun beamed and blurted out, "I want the Gasan Tech Complex in Gyomichi District, currently known as the Hero Complex. The activities for trading portal byproducts there are more active than anywhere else. Once I hunt enough monster mana stones, Shouldering his backpack, Dojun walked down the street until he stumbled upon a trading shop. He tapped his chin, thinking, maybe this one? The clerk, looking shady, spotted a customer and sneered. Welcome. Dojun walked in and stated, I want to sell some mana stones. The clerk jumped up, eyes widening greedily. You've come to the right place. We offer the best purchasing rates in the entire country, maybe even all of South Korea. Hearing that, he dumped the bloody stones onto the counter. The clerk, seeing the blood-stained pile, couldn't help but complain. Seriously? You should have at least wiped the blood off before bringing them in. Still, he put on a friendly face. You've got quite a lot of mana stones. Wait a moment while I sort through them. Would you like some coffee while you wait? Dojun didn't care. He just sat there waiting while the guy at the counter inspected the stones. The counter guy tapped away at his calculator like a madman. 12 low-grade mana stones, 16 mid-low grade, and 5 mid-high grade. The commission is 40%. You know how it works, right? That comes to a total of 5,460,000 won. Hearing that outrageous fee, Dojun spoke up. Hold on. I'm the one doing the hunting, and you guys take a 40% cut just for buying them? The clerk was caught off guard and froze. Then, he immediately changed his tune, smirking. My dear sir, it seems you don't understand how things work around here. Normally, we take 45%, you know? I'm only giving you a discount because it's you. If you don't want to sell, take them back. I guarantee no one else will offer you a higher price. Dojun gathered his goods, looking indifferent. Fine, I'll take them back. The clerk immediately slammed his hand down, acting completely entitled, and held out his other hand to play the victim. Hey, sir. You have to pay the sorting fee, you know? And the coffee isn't free either. I'm charging 301 for sorting and 10 for coffee. Plus, I had to use an expensive cloth to wipe off that blood, and it's ruined. So please pay a total of 351, including the towel. Dojun pulled his hand away and coldly challenged him. I'm not giving you a single cent. If you want it so bad, try taking it. The clerk laughed wickedly. Emboldened by his turf, the clerk threatened, You have to pay up. We've got several C-rank heroes backing us. The scumbag. As soon as he finished, several large men emerged from the emergency exit. The scarred man looked at the clerk and demanded, What's up? Why'd you call me out? Another troublemaker? Dojun took his eyes off the clerk to stare down the brutes. The scarred man loomed over him, trying to apply pressure. The clerk turned pale, shaking like a leaf, and hid behind the counter. Suddenly, the scarred man let out a howl as he was sent flying toward the reception desk. The C-rank hero lay there flat, unable to get back up. His two cronies ended up sprawled symmetrically on either side. Dojun dusted off his hands and rhythmically walked toward the counter. He stood before the clerk and stated his terms. The commission for this deal is 1%. Let's make sure things go smoothly from now on. I'll be back next time. A while later, he got home and tossed a thick stack of cash on the table. His grandmother and Yoon-young were stunned into silence. Grandmother picked up the money, estimating it, and asked hesitantly, Dojun, what? What is all this money? He awkwardly scratched his head, making up an excuse. Oh, nothing. I lent some money to a friend a while back to help him start a business, and it's doing really well now. Grandmother asked suspiciously, Do you really have a friend like that? Dojun had to play it off. Grandma, you remember where I grew up, right? It's a friend I used to play with back then. Grandmother squeezed the money in her hand, her aged voice trembling. Of course I remember. Little Yoon-young chimed in innocently. Brother, does this mean we're rich now? Dojun smiled gently, patted her head, and said, From now on. The little girl cheered, running around the room. We're rich. Our family is going to be wealthy. Dojun watched her, his eyes full of deep thought. Memories of the past flooded his mind. Grandmother and Yoon-young. I have to make sure they live in the safest place possible. And then he disappeared before I could answer. He looked into the mirror. His face now bore a striking resemblance to the Sword Saint. When I woke up, I had become Dojun. The safest house in South Korea currently costs 110 billion won. I don't have any obligation to fulfill that one-sided promise. But once my strength returns, that much money is nothing. Rifts, portals, monsters, everything here is weaker than in my old world. In a world that has already been destroyed, to someone like me, who was once the Sword Saint, this is all child's play. But even 10% of my power hasn't returned yet. Just as he was pondering, the doorbell rang, followed by a voice calling, Dojun, are you in there? He stood up and told his grandmother, I'll go check, Grandma. Just stay inside. He went to the door and saw two guys, one with brown hair and one with blonde, waiting there. The brown-haired one smirked. Seo Dojun, debts have to be paid on time, right? The blonde one added, Do you even know how much you owe? It's 48 million gold. Digging into his memories, he realized what this was, and sighed. So this is the loan shark that the original Seo Do-jun borrowed money from before he died. 5 million won in medical. Bills for his grandmother had ballooned tenfold in a short time. The brown-haired guy glared. You just made money from a portal, right? The blonde guy demanded he hand it all over. We're just following the contract. So don't feel aggrieved. As soon as he finished, the brown-haired guy took a punch to the cheek, flying backward and slamming into the wall. The blonde guy stood there, stunned, looking at the brown-haired one in shock. What the? Do-jun didn't give the blonde guy time to think, cracking his knuckles. I've already paid back over 9 million won. If anything, I'm the one who should be getting a refund. The blonde guy was terrified, stuttering as he tried to backpedal. Are you really Seo Do-jun? Do-jun raised his fist, his eyes cold and deadly. Tell your boss I'll be coming to see him in person very soon. Then, he unleashed hell. The sound of punches echoed through the air. A while later, he and his sister went to the shopping mall and entered a plushie store. Looking at all the adorable stuffed animals, she asked expectantly, Can I really buy these? Can I really have this doll? Do-jun smiled warmly. We've already bought the necessities. Now, go ahead and pick whatever you want. As I shared these memories with Sun, the hardened emotions within me began to change. Right now, it's just pure compassion. But Sun had always been kind to Eun-ong, his half-sibling. At the very least, I will protect that heart of his. After fiddling with it for a while, the little girl asked cautiously, Big brother, can I pick this one? Seeing the scrawny stuffed rabbit in Eun-ong's hands, he grabbed the chubby teddy bear she liked earlier and held it up, saying, I told you, you can pick whatever you want. Eun-ong laughed like a goofball while scratching his head, and then the two of them headed to a restaurant for a meal. Just as the two were enjoying their meal, someone called out, Is that Seo Do-jun? Is it really you? Could you turn around and look? A chubby girl, accompanied by two brawny bodyguards, came into view. She curled her lips into a fake, mocking smile. Dressed like that? And you're judging others? Look at you. You're no better than anyone else. Who's that little brat next to you, causing trouble just like your mother? As soon as she said that, the atmosphere grew tense. Eun-ong didn't have a clue what was going on. Who is this lady, anyway? Seo Do-jun stayed silent, not bothering to react to her. But some people just won't let things be. Seeing that she couldn't get to the adult, she set her sights on the child. She asked obnoxiously, What's your name, kid? The little girl replied politely. As for Eun-ong, she started spouting sarcastic nonsense. You're from the Yu family? Look at how you're dressed. Just as pathetic as your mother, aren't you? What's the matter? Cat got your tongue. Can't answer me? The woman kept provoking them, but Seo Do-jun didn't react, and she grew visibly annoyed, so she aimed her venom at the little girl again. Hey kid, do you even know what the word trash means? Wondering what she's about to spit out next? Do-jun coldly interrupted. You're as ugly as well, let's just say, a total eyesore. Hearing that insult, she was stunned into silence. The sword saint couldn't stand this woman anymore, and showed his utter contempt. Seo Do-jun was born out of wedlock, and grew up in poverty. At the age of 7, after his mother passed away, his biological father finally took him in. He had to endure over 10 years of discrimination and contempt, only to be completely abandoned after his stepmother gave birth to a son. Then he was kicked out onto the streets and forced to live with his grandmother and a half-sibling he had never met. Seo Do-jun, what is your heart made of to be able to endure all of that? But things will be different now. The sword saint stood up, looked down at her, and scolded. We've lived together for 22 years, and yet I still find you repulsive. From your face to your rotten personality, even that pig brain of yours, there's no hope for you. You're jealous of girls who are prettier and better than you. And you've always lived with an inferiority complex. You're not even worth as much as this little girl. At least she knows how to think about her brother's finances. He finished scolding her and looked down at her as if he were a superior being. The stepsister's eyes rolled back in shock. The two bodyguards looked on, terrified. What did you say? Just as they were about to clash, a lady walked over. Do-jun, long time no see. The girl ran to her like a child who had been wronged. Mom, do you know what that jerk said to me? He told me. The woman didn't want to hear it. She snapped softly. Enough. Get out of the way. What kind of uneducated behavior is this? How are you, Do-jun? Are you okay? No matter how busy you are, you should come home once in a while. The sword saint found it nauseating a hypocrite. She was the one who tortured Seo Do-jun the most for 12 years. She continued with feigned concern. Your father is very worried about you too, he remarked coldly. Disgusting. We're not the kind of relationship that can ask after each other, are we? Get out of my sight. She couldn't keep up the act. Her face went cold as ice. Hong Hee-ju turned away in a huff, and the girl stared at her mother in confusion. The woman kept wondering to herself, is this really the Seo Do-jun I know? The guy who would just bow his head and take it even when I slapped him for no reason? The girl was also rattled and hurriedly grabbed her bag to follow Hong Hee-ju. Mom, wait for me. The two of them had ruined a perfectly good meal. He said in a stern voice, let's go. Un-ong, the little girl, looked dejected. Okay. The sword saint looked off into the distance, thinking to himself, Seo Do-jun, the one who always stayed silent when treated badly. That version of you is gone. She'd better realize that. The sooner, the better. The car carrying the mother and daughter sped down the highway. The stepsister regained her courage and whined. Mom, why did we just leave like that? We should have crushed that jerk. Do you know what he said to me? The bastard told me. Hong Hee-ju touched up her makeup and called Director Lee. The other side replied, yes, ma'am. She asked coldly, why is Do-jun still alive? Director Lee stroked his bald head and reported the truth. According to the report, Kang Cheon-yu left Do-jun inside the rift. That guy should have been dead. Hong Hee-ju couldn't contain her rage and screamed like a madwoman. That's right. Then why is he still alive? Director Lee quickly said, I apologize. I will investigate again. The stepsister turned pale, her voice trembling. Must have died. Mom, what did you just say? Hong Hee-ju didn't care. Staring blankly into space, she saw the mother stay silent, and the girl grew even more urgent. Mom, what do you mean? What are you doing? Did you plan to kill Do-jun? Hong Hee-ju didn't even turn her head and asked indifferently, do you still have feelings for Do-jun? Hit right in the heart. She hurriedly defended herself. No, it's not like that. If grandfather or dad finds out about this, Hong Hee-ju quickly covered her mouth, leaned in close to her daughter, her expression ruthless. Let me handle this. Keep your mouth shut. The terrified daughter didn't dare make a peep. Hong Hee-ju was fuming, thinking to herself, you dare talk back to me, you little brat? No matter what, I will make you disappear from this world. 10 years ago, spatial rifts suddenly appeared. From that moment on, monsters poured out like a flood. People were massacred en masse, and the world quickly descended into chaos. But then, heroes emerged. They were the ones who pulled the world back from the brink of extinction. At the same time, a strange substance was extracted from monster corpses, mana crystals. Mana crystals quickly replaced all old energy sources, and every nation rushed to convert the rifts into teleportation gates. Now, the entire global economy revolves around gates and heroes. To put it plainly, if you want to make money in this world, you have to become a hero. He stood in front of the small office and muttered, this is it, the headquarters of the HCS group. Do-jun walked in leisurely, and with a swoosh, he opened the door and stepped inside. Jung So-op was puffing on a cigarette, with a blonde guy and a brunette guy standing on either side behind him. He yelled, who are you? You dare show up here after trashing my men? Do-jun looked for a moment and said, the more I think about it, the more I feel I've been shortchanged. Jung So-op shouted, shortchanged? What the hell are you talking about? He said exactly what was on his mind. I feel I deserve compensation for mental, physical, and property damages for everything you people have caused. Jang So-op heard this, his mind racing. The soft kid from before really had changed. Looking at how he dealt with his underlings, he must have awakened in a gate. He leaned in to intimidate him. Looks like you found yourself some backing to be talking like that. You know what happens to the trash that goes around bragging about being awakened? As soon as he finished, his underlings swarmed out. Each one looked like a hardened criminal, glaring down at him. Jung So-op grabbed him by the collar, trying to act tough. These people, they're so full of themselves, but once they awaken, they're just trash meant to be thrown away. Listen here, I've got a whole army of trash under my command. They'd shut you up before you even got a word out. It was obvious he wasn't interested in a civil conversation, so Do-jun made sure he didn't run off. He forced him back into his seat. I wasn't finished yet. The henchman with glasses lunged forward, shouting, what? You little punk? You dare talk back to me? Do-jun calmly reached out, snatched the glasses off his face, tossed them aside, and casually landed a punch right in his face. The guy hit the floor, leaving everyone stunned. Do-jun kept at it, serving up beatdowns while saying, you guys aren't just running a loan shark business, are you? I know you're forging documents too. If I want to make money, I need some muscle. After taking down the first guy, the next one tried to step up, but got dropped immediately. Another punch, and he was out cold, sprawled on the ground. At this moment, Do-jun looked absolutely terrifying, like a vengeful spirit. He regained his calm, his voice dropping to a cold, authoritative tone. Clean this up. I don't want any loose ends. The deadline is tomorrow morning. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. The whole group started breaking out in a cold sweat. Jang Soap's mind was practically crashing. This kind of power, he wasn't just a C rank. He had to be at least a B rank. Dujun, tired of waiting, asked, "Not gonna answer?" Jang Soap hurriedly shouted, "Okay, I'll do it. I'll take care of everything." Just as he thought the nightmare was over, Dujun grabbed his shoulder again. "One more thing. Did Hong Hee-ju tell you to kill me?" At that question, her face flashed through his mind, but Dojun didn't give him a chance to think, squeezing his shoulder hard. He still didn't speak, so Dojun pressed down on his collarbone until he screamed in pain. Jang So-up blurted out, "It was Hong Hee-ju. It was her. She said she wanted you buried in debt and to kill yourself. That's what she told me. Let go, please. Just let me go." Getting the answer he needed, Dojun let go, muttering to himself, "Kill myself? So that's why she locked me in the gate." Hearing this, Jang So-up instinctively denied it. "Locked you in the gate? I don't know anything about that." "Really, I swear, if you died, I wouldn't get a single cent. Why would I send you in there? I'm telling the truth." Seeing the guy look like he was about to wet his pants, Dojun didn't doubt him. He stood there lost in thought for a moment before muttering, "Kang Chianu. He's the one who pushed me into the gate. Get me everything you have on him by tomorrow morning." Jang Seop's voice trembled. "Yes, sir." Dojun left the office as the rest of the gang let out a sigh of relief. The Sword Saint looked up at the clear sky, his thoughts drifting to Dojun. "Please, just let her and Yoon Young live somewhere as safe as possible." The request was officially granted. "Just that? Fine. I'll help you out." The next morning, holding his new ID card, he went to the center's gate and scanned it. The cold, mechanical voice announced, "Hero registration verified. Your level is lower than the recommended requirement. Please be cautious and think carefully before entering." Dojun glared at the card and muttered, "That bastard at the company should have just bumped my rank up already." He walked right in, ignoring the scanner's warnings. "Your level is lower than the recommended requirement. Your level is lower than." Bomsium Gate, B rank, D scale. Tunnel type terrain, A rank recommended. Entry prohibited unless in a group of 2 or more. It was a B rank gate, but since the scale was only D, it was tough to solo. However, because of its narrow, tunnel-like structure, it only allowed one person in at a time. Without at least A rank, clearing this gate was basically impossible. If you were unlucky, you'd have to fight hundreds of monsters alone in a pitch-black tunnel. In front of him stood a giant snake with shimmering scales, the air heavy with death. Dojun was thrilled. He put on his gauntlets and said, "Nice." The snake lunged, its fangs dripping with venom, but Dojun didn't even look. He just snatched the magic stone out of thin air. With its companion dead right in front of it, the golden snake shrieked in rage. Dojun finished off one, then turned back, narrating to himself, "Black fang snakes. Even a graze is enough to paralyze you." He leaped high and landed heavily, his feet spinning like a top. He was a blur of motion, clawing deep gashes from its head to its tail, even piercing through its tough hide with his bare hands. Once he took it down, his gauntlets were stained with snake venom. Checking the corrosion, he estimated it was worth about 300 gold. The hissing grew louder. Dojun glanced over, and this time, the whole family had come to gang up on him. He got up close and personal with the venomous snakes. The more he fought, the more fired up he got. Blood sprayed everywhere, and the snake's venom spit like a torrential rain. A moment later, only Dojun remained in the tunnel. He reached in to collect his loot and frowned. "No magic stones? Seriously, none?" He thought to himself. "If it's like my last world, the drop rate for Black Fang stones is under 3%. Looks like I'll have to hunt a few hundred more." Walking through the tunnel into a lush green forest, he noticed some dry skeletons filled with death aura nearby, then looked into the hollow eye sockets of a skull. Is that a boss? Seeing a snake 3 or 4 times larger than the ones he'd faced before, he dropped his backpack and muttered, "I didn't even know where I was going, but I ran into it here. Convenient. Let's finish this quickly so I can head back." He jumped in for a punch, but this time, he was deflected, his wrist throbbing with pain. Seeing the handprint clearly pressed into the snake's body, he was stunned. His attack hadn't done a thing. Before Dojun could think of a strategy, the snake's tail whipped toward him. He flew backward into the wall. That tail whip really packed a punch. Dojun sat there for a second to catch his breath. When the boss snake crept closer, he forced himself up and dodged just in time. After the near miss, he pushed off the ground, launching himself at the boss at full speed. He flew in and landed a punch that cracked a piece of its scales. Looking into its eyes, it seemed the snake had finally started to take him seriously. Facing an enemy with overwhelming power, he couldn't help but wonder, just as he expected. It was completely different from the snakes from before. Its skin was so hard his punches did nothing. What now? If I only had my old strength back, Something like this would be nothing. In the middle of the deadlock, a flicker of light caught his eye. Dujun looked over to see an old sword. He hesitated for a second, then resigned himself to fate, drawing the sword and muttering, "It's old, but I've got no choice. No matter how dull the blade, what matters is the one wielding it. Mind if I borrow this for a bit?" He gathered his strength for a leap, making sure to reinforce his sword hand with his gauntlet. His pupils narrowed, and with a ruthless, decisive look, he said, "Dying by my hand. Consider it an honor." "Damn snake." He gripped the hilt tight. The boss hissed intensely, opening its mouth wide to lunge at him. The sword saint focused his mind until his eyes practically burned. With a single slash, he shattered the boss's head. The sword broke into pieces immediately after. Dujun held his pose, his lips pressed tight, then let out a sigh of relief, muttering, "If that move hadn't taken it down, I would have been toast." He stared at his new loot as snake venom rained down from the sky. Dujun picked up the new material, assessing its potential as a weapon. "It's a bit short compared to a longsword, but with a little sharpening, it'll do. Still, it's better than that gate in Namsan. Thank God, it was late at night by the time I got out of there." Seo Dojun mused. "Never expected a B-rank gate to eat up so much time. Regaining my strength really is the top priority right now. I just hope my old brothers don't see me in such a sorry state." The next morning, at the shop he used to visit, a hunter placed his loot on the counter. The clerk did some quick math and said, "You've gathered quite a few mana crystals. The commission is still 40% as usual." The hunter looked a bit displeased and tried to haggle. "What? 40% is way too expensive. I'm a regular. Can't you cut me some slack?" The clerk counted the money while grumbling. "Look, you know as well as I do. Our place has the lowest commission on the market. The basic processing fee for the gate center alone is 5%. We don't even leave any transaction records, so you don't have to pay taxes either. Honestly, a deal like this is way better for you." The hunter thought about it as he counted his cash. "Well, I guess you've got a point. But hey, what happened to your face?" The clerk shrugged, feeling helpless. "Don't ask. Some maniac stormed in and beat our guards to a pulp, and I took a beating too." The hunter pocketed his money and kept rambling. "That's why I'm saying, don't rely on C-rank bodyguards. Look at their skills. Don't just look at the rank. Ranks are just something bureaucrats made up for easy management. Real strength is a whole different story. How can some kid who just got their license and stands guard compare to a hero who risks their life hunting monsters every day?" The clerk thought to himself, "Just take your stuff and go. You talk too much." The hunter winked with a cheeky grin and said, "We've known each other for a while now. If you need anything, just call me." As he headed out, Seo Dojun arrived. The moment the clerk saw that god of bad luck appear, the clerk panicked on instinct. He pointed right at Seo Dojun and shouted, "It's him! That's the guy who put me in this state." The hunter turned his head, disbelieving, and asked, "Huh? This guy? He looks decent and well-dressed, and he caused trouble here? Hey, are you the one who stirred up a mess here, calling yourself a hero while beating up innocent people? Don't you know heroes aren't supposed to touch civilians?" The clerk felt a surge of gloating inside. "The guy you hit is a 7-year veteran hero with huge connections. He knows tons of high and low rank heroes. You're done for if you mess with him." Seo Dojun turned back and said, "Worry about yourself before you start preaching." This comment added fuel to the fire. The clerk was even more excited. Seo Dojun didn't care about anyone's daddy. "Are you going to keep going, or are you planning to stand up for them?" For a split second, the hunter clenched his fists in rage. Do you want to die?" He was dead. The number one cause of hero deaths isn't monsters, but conflicts with other heroes. His 7 years of intuition kicked into flight mode. "Let's catch up later. I'm busy. I'll be taking my leave." Seeing his backup walk away, the clerk was frozen stiff. Seo Dojun pressed him. "You don't seem to like me, huh?" The clerk went pale. Without waiting for an answer, Seo Dojun threw his backpack full of mana crystals over and said coolly, "Calculate the total." Looking at the glittering stones inside, the clerk felt the pressure. "What is this? High-grade mana crystals? Who the hell is this guy?" The clerk couldn't resist the temptation, reached for his calculator, and then screamed in shock. A total of 150 million won. Seo Dojun was silently dissatisfied. "I grinded all day and only got 150 million?" But on the surface, he remained calm and demanded, "Hand over the 150 million. The clerk hurriedly blurted out, "You still have to deduct the commission." Seeing that blade-like gaze, he thought, "Did I say something wrong?" Luckily, Seo Dojun remembered and let out a sigh, saying, "Right, 1% commission. So, 148.5 million. Bring it out now." The clerk cursed in his head. "What? The commission is 40%. Are you deaf? But on the outside, he only dared to say, transactions over 100 million, need approval from the boss. Seo Do-jun looked at him and ordered, then go get that approval right now. The clerk made a call and spoke in a soft voice. Yes, boss. The thing is, seeing the clerk on the phone, Seo Do-jun snatched it away. He spoke directly to the person on the other end. Did you hear that? Tell him to transfer the money to me. The shop owner said politely. I understand. Please give the phone back to my employee. Without waiting to hear the rest, Seo Do-jun slammed the phone against the wall. Feeling the phone burning hot and getting the order from the god of bad luck, the clerk didn't dare say a word and immediately complied. Yes, sir. He walked out carrying several bags full of cash. Next time, try to conduct business civilly. The clerk cried, thinking, since when does civilized business only benefit one side? 10 minutes later, the owner finally arrived at the shop. He asked anxiously, hello? Why didn't you pick up? What was that last call about? The clerk, exhausted and stressed, said tiredly, boss, I quit. I can't do this anymore. Seeing the phone smashed into the wall, the owner's eyes darkened, and the clerk looked at him with a bleak expression. The shop owner called for backup. Hello, Hyun? It's your uncle. I need you to come over for a bit. On the other end of the line was a young woman. Every passerby looked at her with amazement. Walking in luxurious black heels, the crowd gathered around her, making her look like a famous star. Is that Hyun Unon? It really is her. Amidst the admiration, Unon walked into her uncle's shop, followed by the sound of the door chime. Welcome. As soon as the clerk saw her, he exclaimed, oh my god. Unon smiled through her sunglasses and gave a playful wink. Yes, it's me. The clerk was overwhelmed and thought, Hyun, the 4th S-rank hero in South Korea. I heard she was the owner's niece, but why is she here? Unon seemed to read his mind and took the initiative to explain. Because my uncle said he had a headache, due to a hero forcing someone to sell mana crystals. Could I hear the details? Seo Do-jun and Yoon Young were hanging out in the yard, one playing with dolls, the other training. Even if I hunt all day, it's hard to make 100 million. At this rate, I'll be too late. I have to be strong enough to clear an S-rank gate, even if it's just one day earlier. To do that, the most important thing right now is to regain my past strength. But unlike my old world, the mana in the air here is very scarce. Even if I collect mana like this every day, 3 years, maybe even longer, it would be better if I had decent equipment. But there's hardly any equipment here. Even the scraps are rare. He was deep in thought when he sensed danger. The little girl was having fun until she saw her brother running toward her. He grabbed Yoon Young and hurried inside. Yoon Young, you have to get inside. Seo Do-jun pushed her in and slammed the door shut immediately. His grandmother, seeing him so urgent, wondered, what's wrong, Seo Do-jun? Suddenly, the entire apartment building shook. His grandmother screamed in alarm. An earthquake! It's an earthquake! Yoon Young was also frightened and screamed. Her senses were extremely sharp. Seo Do-jun thought to himself, that's not an earthquake. This might be. The sky turned pitch black and was even cracking open. The cracks spread wider and wider, like a spider web. The rift opened right in his yard. A spatial crack. His grandmother panicked, shouting, Do-jun, what on earth is happening? He warned her sternly. It's dangerous. Everyone stay inside the house. Don't go near that crack. No matter who calls, even if it's me or your sister. Do-jun, brother. At that same moment, at the Hero Association headquarters, the staff scrambled in alarm. Captain, a new rift has been detected in Mapo. The section manager thought for a moment and gave orders. A new rift after 62 days. The White Lion Guild is closest to the Mapo area. Contact them immediately and mobilize other nearby heroes. Where exactly is the rift located? The subordinate replied, inside a residential yard. The senior manager let out a bitter laugh. A residential area? This is bad. If an ordinary person, not a hero, enters a new rift, they can never come back out. His head started buzzing. It gets worse. If they die inside, a 10-day monster wave will trigger around the rift site. If that happens, the entire area will be. The manager asked again, have you identified the person who entered the rift? The blonde agent replied, his name is Seo Do-jun. He lives in that house. His grandmother said he went into the rift to save his sister. He isn't a hero. Up until now, what is the probability of a monster wave occurring when a normal person enters a new rift? The blonde agent hesitated for a moment before answering. 99.9%. At that hellish statistic, the room fell silent. At that same moment, Hong Hee-ju was furious at her subordinate. She was fuming, unable to believe what she was hearing. He awakened? Do-jun awakened? What the hell are you talking about? Director Lee replied with absolute certainty. He hasn't registered with the Hero Association yet, but he definitely awakened during that last gate incident. Hearing this, Hong Hee-ju snapped, cursing, "What the hell is that bastard Kang Chonu doing? Things shouldn't have turned out like this. If you were going to kill that brat yourself, why make everything so complicated? And he's already been paid." Director Lee said, "I told that scum Kang Chonu that if he couldn't kill Do-jun, he'd have to pay back 10 times what he received. I don't need to contact Kang Chonu anymore." "What do you mean?" Director Lee's face went pale as he said, "A new rift just opened in Mapo, right at Do-jun's house. We've confirmed that Do-jun went inside. This news will be broadcast by the media shortly." Hearing that, her mood improved slightly as she muttered, "So that means we don't have to deal with that vulgar bastard ever again, right?" Director Lee hesitated. "That's right, but it's only slightly better." She was still bitter. Hee-ju gave a cold command to keep an eye on things until they were certain. Director Lee reluctantly replied, "Yes, ma'am." Meanwhile, inside the rift, Do-jun stood in a primordial forest lush with greenery. Do-jun felt the vast, majestic nature surrounding him and his heart fluttered. He couldn't believe this was the primeval forest he had dreamed of since he was a child. The shape of the forest, every branch and blade of grass, and of course the wind, the abundance of mana in the air, even the look of the sky and the clouds, were extraordinary. "Maybe if I go this way." He smiled brightly. "Just as I thought, the World Tree. An ancient spirit tree that holds the flow of pure mana. The reason his previous world was destroyed was because this tree was burned and the mana flow was corrupted. I can't believe the World Tree is still safe. I don't know how. But now, I can reclaim the mana I had before." Do-jun was thrilled and sat down to cultivate. He immersed himself in this peak meditative space. Day after day, he sat in the hollow of the World Tree to meditate. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. He forgot to eat and sleep, focusing entirely on his breathing. He trained diligently like that until a full moon night. Do-jun woke from his frenzied cultivation state due to the presence of a pack of monsters. Vunana. Do-jun looked down at his old enemies, silently settling a debt. These were the creatures that had burned the World Tree in the past. They rushed madly toward the tree. Out of habit, Do-jun looked at his side and thought it would be better if he had a water elemental sword. But the Vunana monsters wouldn't give him any time. Do-jun ignited his mana and made a quick decision. "It doesn't matter. I will crush every single one of you." Azure blue mana surged around his body. He reached out and unleashed pure mana to attack the invaders. The Vunana, hit by Do-jun's mana, clutched their heads and shrieked. Do-jun's eyes flashed coldly. He watched them sternly, realizing that since he could easily wipe out their comrades, the rest were becoming much more cautious. The Vunana didn't dare to recklessly approach him. Do-jun unleashed his mana. The condensed mana was released as a gas and then detonated. This fighting style is a bit inconvenient. It's been a while since I've released this much mana at once. They kept a safe distance, intending to use long-range attacks. In the dust-filled air, mana bullets flew toward him. When the bullets were just a few centimeters away, they were cancelled out by a mana shield he had erected. Do-jun used his mana to hover in the air and muttered, "I've confirmed the World Tree is still safe. Now, let's test the mana in my body with these eyes of mine." With that, he cracked his neck and relaxed, heading toward the Vunana. Seeing him getting closer, the Vunana kept opening their mouths to shriek. But before they could fire their mana bullets, he shoved his hand right into their snouts. His mana surged into their mouths, causing them to explode from the inside out. 2 unlucky Vunana died in the blast. Where their bodies disintegrated, a magic crystal dropped. Do-jun walked past the magic crystals, mindlessly muttering, "Confirmation complete. Once I finish you all off, I'll get the indestructible ember, right? I remember it has a pretty high drop rate. Let's see how much I can harvest from this bunch." To harvest the indestructible ember, Do-jun went on a rampage. He kept destroying and dodging, not knowing how much time had passed. He returned to the hollow of the World Tree to reap the rewards of his labor. Among the pile of magic crystals, a sparkling golden grain appeared. That golden grain was Do-jun's goal. He picked it up and couldn't help but whisper to himself, "The indestructible ember. I didn't expect to get this again." He crushed the golden grain, and a flame flared up in the palm of his hand. Do-jun was intrigued and reached out to poke at it for fun. "I want to absorb more mana from the World Tree, but with my current physical state, that's not possible. The only thing I can do right now is to absorb this ember and convert my mana to the fire attribute." Waiting until he swallowed the indestructible ember, he thought back to the time when he was the Sword Saint, his heart feeling a bit heavy. "Back then, I didn't need to absorb these embers, but now it takes a full 10 minutes just to absorb one." Do-jun rotated his arm to see if there were any changes, looking at the other golden grains at his feet, thinking, "I'll just absorb as many as I can." High in the sky, a massive rift suddenly appeared. Reporters and media crews immediately swarmed the area, surrounding it along with the citizens. Dujun gritted his teeth and muttered a single curse. Damn it. He tilted his head back, staring outside with a look of extreme annoyance. All of this was because of that crazy bastard. What the hell is even going on? Seongu checked his watch, his tone incredibly relaxed. He claimed he was doing it to save his little sister, he scoffed. But the scene outside is exactly the same. Nothing's changed. Sounds pretty noble, doesn't it? Word is, he heard that it's easy to awaken inside the rift, so he just dove right in without a second thought for anyone else. If he wants to die, he should do it alone. Why drag others into this mess? Hearing these words from the person standing next to him, he smiled and asked, So, what did the guildmaster say? Seongu replied, looking irritated. The usual. Told us just to wait. Even so, he himself felt a bit puzzled. But why? Seongu lowered his voice, deep in thought. Maybe it's because this time, rifts appeared simultaneously in the US, China, Turkey, and Switzerland. Signs of rifts have been showing up in several major nations. That must be why the guildmaster is so busy. This is the first time something like this has ever happened. Heard they managed to get it under control from the start, though. Seongu gritted his teeth, his brow furrowing tightly. We're the only ones dealing with this trouble. All because of that smartass. He was the first one to go in there. Just wait until he crawls back out, I'll smash his face in. Outside the rift, a dark, rumbling sound echoed. Now, the voice of a daily news anchor could be heard. It has been 28 days since the new rift appeared. The Hero Association has issued a Level 1 warning regarding the monster wave. On the screen, the image of a young man was blurred out. If the first person to enter, before the report could finish, someone suddenly reached out and clicked the remote, turning off the TV. Jang So-op sat there, a cigarette in his mouth, lost in thought. You mean to tell me that Seo Do-jun guy is actually him? Seongu bowed slightly, the light reflecting off his glasses. That's right. I had my people verify it. It's definitely Seo Do-jun. Director Kim Eon-gu, Jang So-op's right-hand man, heard the news and paused for a moment before asking, what are the odds that the kid actually survives and makes it back? He quickly speculated, if he's a civilian, it goes without saying maybe 1%. Not even 0.1%. Jang So-op let out a twisted, smug smile. A civilian? How ridiculous. Hearing his words, the lackeys below nodded like bobbleheads. Those guys at the Hero Association are truly blind. He rested his chin on his hand, indifferently considering another possibility. But what if he actually awakened? Eon-gu thought quickly, immediately offering a hypothesis. If he did awaken, it still depends on his rank. Honestly, it's hard to judge. Jang So-op sighed, leaning back into his chair. True. Being good at fighting doesn't mean you can survive inside a rift. His next command caught the other man off guard. That's Seo Do-jun. He has family, right? Keep them around. The order reminded him of Yoon Young and her grandmother. Sir, what are you planning to do? Jang So-op lowered his voice to deliver his decision. For now, treat them well. Then, he took off his glasses, his face shrouded in darkness. If he dies, sell his family's organs. If he manages to come back alive, tell them we took care of them. That way, we create a debt. The scene shifted to a large, ancient tree wrapped in brilliant light. Do-jun was currently focusing his energy to strengthen himself. How much time has passed now? In his hand was a pale golden wisp of energy, fitting of its name, Undying Embers. He had already absorbed hundreds of them. The golden wisp swirled rapidly in his palm. Now, I can use fire attribute mana at any time, and my resistance to fire has increased significantly. Do-jun's eyes drifted as he recalled his days as the sword god. If we're just talking about fire affinity, I'm actually stronger now than I was at my peak when they called me the sword god. His hand gently brushed against the trunk of the ancient tree. His voice rang out softly in the air. As it was then, and as it is now, glittering rays of light from the world tree slowly drifted down. Thank you, world tree. Do-jun bent down to pick up a few red gemstones, dropping them into his basket. He slung the basket over his shoulder and whispered a quiet farewell. We might not meet again. However, his eyes glowed with resilience and determination. But if you are ever in danger... Finally, Do-jun turned his back to leave with a gentle, faint smile. I will protect you at all costs. The scene quickly shifted to night, the moon high in the sky. He gradually emerged from the rift, his toes touching the ground softly. Do-jun tilted his head, scanning the silent surroundings. There wasn't a soul within a 1-kilometer radius. Everyone must have evacuated to prepare for the monster wave. As he looked toward the row of buildings ahead, A flash of light suddenly caught his eye. There was a powerful burst of magic from that direction. Without a second thought, his entire body bolted forward like a gust of wind. In an instant, Dujun appeared behind Seongu and his companion. Observing them, he silently assessed the situation. Judging by the uniforms, they look like the guys from the last gate. If I get caught, I'm going to have big trouble. His hand quickly ignited with a golden flame from the undying embers technique. In a flash, Dojun decisively hurled it into the distance. The spark streaked across the night sky toward the rooftop of a nearby building. It eventually vanished, leaving only a flickering glow. Suddenly, a massive, thunderous explosion erupted. He was stunned, not understanding what was happening. What was that? What was that noise? Seongu turned to look toward the source of the sound and light, then asked urgently, "Is there a fire?" The two of them rushed toward the blaze in a panic. By the time they arrived, the fire had already consumed the building. He widened his sharp eyes, unable to believe what he was seeing. What is this? Why is there a fire here? Meanwhile, in the distance, Dojun was carefully evaluating the effectiveness of his previous attack. The targeting accuracy for the fire attribute seems pretty decent. He looked down at his hands, a surge of nostalgia rising in his heart. Seo-jin, isn't this the fire you used to be so proud of? The image of the sword god's smug, confident expression filled his memories. You would surely be pleased, because you were the strongest fire mage on the continent. Hai Unu's eyes suddenly widened, his pupils constricting to the limit. He jumped and turned around, his brow furrowing slightly. Wait a second. He looked toward the rift, which was showing signs of instability, and muttered, "The rift. Something about it is strange." Seongu couldn't help but be confused by that remark. What do you mean? In the blink of an eye, the rift began to shrink and vanish, and both of them started rushing back toward the spot where it had appeared. He quickly noticed something unusual that he hadn't seen before. What? The rift? Seongu's stern face couldn't hide his astonishment. By now, the rift was reduced to just a few flickering rays of light before dissipating. It's disappearing. Dujun walked slowly up the stairs amidst the silence of the night. Suddenly, he turned his head, his eyes flashing with terrifying power and seriousness. Early in the morning, the city was broadcasting an urgent breaking news bulletin. The new rift that had appeared in Mapo had vanished early this morning. On a company's LED screen, the anchor was still reporting. Today marks exactly 29 days since the person named Dojun entered the rift. The Hero Association, which had prepared itself to deal with a monster wave, was caught off guard by this strange phenomenon and is currently investigating the cause. People walking on the street all looked up at the screen, engrossed in conversation, unaware that the person they were just talking about was right there. At the same time, a mysterious fire broke out at a scrapyard near the rift area. They stopped to gossip together. That guy named Dojun also disappeared ever since he went into the rift, didn't he? He deserved to die. Who in their right mind would rush into a rift the moment it appeared? They spewed malicious words. After all, it was a dead man. That's a bit harsh. How heartless can you be? If the rift hadn't disappeared, the whole city would have become a battlefield. Dujun paused, thinking about the news report. If it vanished, does that mean I won't be able to see the world tree again? What a shame. But maybe it's for the best. He looked up at the sunny sky, with the dazzling sun shining down. Dujun told himself he still had other things to protect. Suddenly, he stopped in front of an old office, which looked like it hadn't been used in a long time. Inside the hallway, two guys were talking to each other. Their cigarette smoke filled the old corridor. The scarred man holding a cigarette grinned. Now that the guy is dead, that old lady and the girl will be finished soon too, the other guy replied. That's right, our boss isn't an ordinary man. He'll at least squeeze 10 times more out of them. The scarred man puffed on his cigarette and continued. Not even mentioning the old lady. That girl will probably be a real beauty when she grows up. The boss is probably thinking of all sorts of ways to exploit her. As they were talking, a voice interrupted them. Dujun stepped out from the shadows toward them. He spoke up. Where is your boss? A car pulled up right at the old office, and a man in black shoes stepped out. Jang So-op stepped out of the car, arrogantly combing his hair as he walked, a smile of relief on his face as if a burden had been lifted. Finally, he's dead. Now I can sleep in peace. Suddenly, he turned back and asked his manager, Kim, do I have any schedule today? The man quickly flipped through his notebook to report, you have a lunch appointment with CEO Park, and nothing for the evening. Immediately after, he took off his sunglasses and ordered, is that so? Contact Miss Kang. Tell her I'm coming over tonight, and tell them to prepare some new girls properly. He understood the implication. Yes, sir. The two of them walked up the old office stairs when suddenly, Jang So-op's eyes widened in surprise. As soon as he arrived, he saw his underling kicked away. The guy's blood splattered right in front of Jang So-op. leaving his mouth twisted and speechless. The guy had been kicked far away, landing in a corner of the pile of equipment. Dojun stood still, looking at him, breathing heavily. His voice sounded like the Grim Reaper ordering Jang So-op, "Why don't you crawl over here like a dog?" Hearing his name, the man shivered, sweat dripping down like beads. Dojun jumped up, sitting calmly on a nearby chair, looking down at Jang So-op, who was kneeling on the ground, his voice deadly. "Are you deaf?" Terrified, the man had no choice but to crawl toward him as instructed. His hair fell over his face, obscuring his expression. He coldly ordered, "Bark. A piece of trash like you doesn't deserve to be called human." Dojun gritted his teeth while the other man kept his head bowed. "Bark like a dog. Now." The room was filled with faint, pathetic sounds. Jang Seo-op opened his mouth wide in fear, barking incessantly, saliva flying. Woof, woof, woof. His two underlings faced the wall, pretending to ignore it, not daring to help. Jang So-op kept barking like a dog. Dojun looked down, unsatisfied, and continued to order, "Bark louder." He sat on the chair, gritting his teeth in anger. "In front of me, you grovel, pretending to be loyal, but the moment you see an opening, you stab me in the back." Dojun's eyes, looking like he wanted to kill, asked him, "Jang So-op, do you think I haven't dealt with your kind before?" Jang So-op fearfully slammed his head onto the floor to beg, "Please, I beg you to spare my life. I will be as loyal to you as a dog for the rest of my life." Dojun kicked him square in the chin. "Shut up." Jang So-op spat out blood, flying away in pain. He turned his gaze to the manager, giving him an order. "From now on, you will be the boss. Don't bow down to a beast like this anymore." He continued to tell him, "Overthrowing your superior is no big deal for you guys, right? I permit it. Go ahead and do it." Manager Kim bit his lip in fear. He bowed low, politely refusing. "Our boss has many connections. If I suddenly become the boss, they will find it strange." His sweat poured down continuously, his voice trembling with fear. "So please don't do that. Please spare my boss this time." Dojun looked at him with eyes that could kill. "Why are you so troublesome? Isn't this what you guys specialize in, putting people in oil drums and tossing them into the sea, or crushing them in the scrapyard?" He lost patience and said something that filled them with utter terror. "In that case, I'll throw him into the rift as bait for the monsters." Jang So-op heard this, and hurriedly kowtowed to beg for mercy. "Please, I beg you, please spare my life. Just spare my life, and I will live like a dog for the rest of my days." The underlings also bowed along with him. "I beg you, I beg you." Dojun thought about it with a disgusted expression. Getting rid of Jang So-op would be cleaner and less troublesome for the future, but he sighed and thought to himself, "Have I gone soft too?" He reached out his hand like a lifeline. Seeing this, Jang So-op thought Dojun had forgiven him and looked up with a joyful face. He trembled, trying to grab his hand, his mouth mumbling, I'm sorry for everything I've done." As he spoke, a flash of light suddenly appeared from his hand. "From now on, I'll see you as my master, okay?" The moment his hand touched the other, it was burned by his fire. Right then, Jang So-op screamed in pain. In Dojun's eyes, he was shrieking miserably. He used a threatening tone. "This is your last chance." Dojun quickly pulled his hand back. Jang So-op's charred hand fell onto the cold floor. He turned his back and walked away while the man behind him was still screaming miserably. Dojun turned his head to look at Jang So-op, warning him, "From now on, if my loved ones get even a single scratch, all of you will die. So protect them properly 24 hours a day, from now until the end of your lives." There were many rumors about Dojun. Officially speaking, Dojun was a person who had disappeared along with the rift. Sunlight shone down on the entrance of the Donal shop. Dojun and his younger sister were sitting inside. The girl was enthusiastically eating her bread, while the government, the Hero Association, and all kinds of media. The media is glued to the screen, watching Dojun like he's a ghost come back from the dead. A news feed pops up on his phone, and he stares at his own face on the screen, lost in thought. Dojun's reflection appears in the window, looking completely indifferent to the world. "Even if I tell them I survived and came back, it'll just cause more trouble," he thinks. He looks at Yoon Young, who's puffing her cheeks out while eating bread, and smiles. "Jang So-op will find us a new place soon, so it's better to just take our time moving out." The little girl enjoys her snack happily. A few crumbs are still stuck to her mouth as she looks up and smiles at him. "I'm so excited to move," Dojun tells her. "Now you can go to daycare just like other kids. And not just that, you'll be starting school next year too." Yoon Young's mood instantly dampens at his words. Seeing this, Dojun panics and asks, "What's wrong? Do you not want to go to daycare?" The girl answers sadly, "Yes." Eun Young explains the reason, leaving him stunned. The other kids keep teasing me because I don't have parents. Dojun turns away, biting his lip. He looks back at her and speaks gently to comfort her. It's okay. Then you don't have to go. You don't need to see those kids anyway. Just start school directly next year. Yoon Young's face lights up as soon as he makes that promise. Really? So I don't have to go to daycare anymore? Dojun replies softly, Don't go. He thinks to himself, frustrated. Should I just put her in a prestigious private school where no one can look down on her? An angry voice echoes from inside the hotel. What? Leaving an old lady and a child in a hotel? Dojun is questioning the situation. Ionu, are you people even sane? The man breaks into a cold sweat and explains, This hotel is managed by our company. Regarding safety, Dojun finally decides to accept the arrangement. Fine, whatever. He opens the door and walks in. Yoon Young cries out in joy. Brother! She runs over and hugs him tightly. Dojun's beloved grandmother comes over and grabs his hand, overjoyed. Dojun, you really have come back. Yoon Young hugs him tight and bursts into tears. Dojun stands there, flustered by the whole scene, completely frozen. He smiles and replies to his grandmother, Yes, I'm back. Eun Young's question brings him back to the present. Brother, are you a hero too? Hearing that, Dojun asks, intrigued. Why? Do you want me to be a hero? The little girl holding the bread replies, I'd rather you weren't. Dojun is curious about her reasoning. Why is that? The girl hesitates before explaining. Because heroes have to fight scary monsters, and sometimes, they die. Eun Young's face looks sad. My family, Grandma and me. We just want you to live with us for a long, long time. He opens his mouth but can't find the words. Dojun bites his lip and says nothing more. Yoon Young's desperate voice still rings in his ears. Brother, we just want you to live with us for a long, long time. Dojun remembers the horrific scenes from his past. Even in the brutal world of the past, there were people who survived until the very end. He sits atop the corpses of the beasts he has slain. Throughout the long time spent fighting monsters, I lost so many things. He remembers Yoon Young running up to hug him. But now, something precious I had forgotten has returned to me. Remembering the meals shared with her and his grandmother, Dojun determines to protect them. In this place, I will live to protect that simple happiness. Helicopters fly over the city, surveying the situation. At the Korea Hero Association, a headquarters that looks massive and imposing, Tae-gwang, the founder of the Korea Hero Association and director of the World Hero Federation, looks down at the city from high above. Can we really not find anything? The girl beside him answers submissively, No, sir. At the moment, we haven't been able to identify anything. I am terribly sorry. Tae-gwang sighs, frustrated. It's so annoying. If a rift can just disappear like that, it could reappear at any moment. She glances at him and answers carefully. Yes, having such an unpredictable variable is truly dangerous. If it just created a monster wave, that would be easier to handle. He speaks up, unhappy. Watch your mouth. Tae-gwang turns his head to address her. Think about the safety of the citizens and be grateful that it hasn't gone further than this. Realizing her mistake, the girl rushes to apologize. I apologize. I will be more careful with my words next time. He is a man of great power. Tae-gwang, one of the 100 most respected heroes in the world. If he ran for president, he would surely win with the highest vote count in history. People even say he could easily take down the conglomerates if he wanted to, but what he cares about is not politics or power, only the safety of the people and preparing for the rifts. He gives instructions and turns away. Take your time if you have to, but make sure the investigation is thorough, she informs Tae-gwang clearly. Also, it seems the residents near the rift area have agreed to sell their homes. He hears this and his voice softens. Is that so? Then that's good. Tae-gwang always prioritizes the citizens' rights. Remember to offer higher than market price so they don't feel shortchanged. If doing that brings even a little comfort to those who lost loved ones, it's worth doing. He turns to work on the computer. Tae-gwang silently assesses what's on the screen. He stares for a moment and tells the girl, It seems these rifts are appearing simultaneously in other countries as well. This isn't normal at all. She asks cautiously, Didn't the U.S. and China already handle theirs? He hesitates slightly. The problem is the U.K., Tae-gwang explains, lost in thought. All the good heroes have been deployed elsewhere. Suddenly, a notification pops up on the computer screen. He clicks to view it and is instantly filled with panic. No way. What the hell is happening? An emergency alert appears, and the agency shifts to a breaking news warning state. The World Hero Federation issues an urgent alert. A monster wave has emerged from the rift in the U.K. Warning, warning, warning. Tae-gwang can't believe the information. The rift in the U.K. Early one morning at the shopping center, people are bustling about. Dojun, with a bag slung over his shoulder, blends into the crowd on the street. A small shop lies ahead. He opens the door and steps inside. The shop clerk, who was greeting customers, suddenly freezes. Seeing Dojun enter, the clerk screams in terror and quickly reports to the manager. "Sir, manager, that's the guy." The manager hears this, sets down the newspaper he was reading, and reacts. "So it's this guy?" He gets up from his chair and asks him, "Is it you? You forced a sale of monocrystals when I was away." Dojun sets the bag down from his shoulder. "Good. Today I have a lot of monocrystals to sell, and I need someone high-ranking to handle it quickly." He drops the bag heavily onto the floor. The manager looks at the bag on the floor, judging it. Looks like he brought a pile of low-grade, unprocessed stones again, just like last time. The manager thinks this and bluntly refuses. "I'm not doing business with you. Get out." Dojun asks suspiciously, "No business?" He waved his hand, signaling for him to leave before turning his back to walk away. "It seems you still don't get it. A 1% commission fee would mean a huge loss for me. I'm not going to negotiate with you anymore. It's best if you just take your stuff and go." Dojun breathed out with a smile. "You're going to regret this." He stopped in his tracks, adding, "Talking to you is just a complete waste of time. But for your information, there's a reason why even the Gate Center charges a 5% fee. The distribution structure of monocrystals isn't as simple as you think." The manager's face darkened as he advised him, "Forget it. Grab your bag, get out of here, and don't ever come back." Instead of leaving, Dojun moved his foot toward the bag. The glowing crystals inside spilled out onto the floor. The employee and the manager stared in shock. The manager's glasses even slipped off his face, his eyes wide with disbelief. The manager's heart raced as he saw the items. "Wait a minute, are those hero monocrystals?" Hero monocrystals were rumored to be worth any price someone was willing to pay. How were they here? Dojun crossed his arms and looked at them. "If you don't need them, I'll go." The crystal, with the blue tint. That was a hero monocrystal created by a drug kingpin, a notorious drug lord, Karamun, in Mexico. While he was analyzing monocrystals to manufacture drugs, their power caused everything around him to shatter. This specific crystal was incredibly powerful. It had activated the hidden strength within the stone, awakening it into a hero class. Since then, this type of stone became famous as an essential ingredient for awakening and boosting mana. Hero monocrystals became a highly sought-after item among the superpowered elite, serving as both a rare energy source and an extremely expensive commodity. The two men stood there, jaws dropped in amazement at the sight of the hero monocrystals. Dojun put his hands in his pockets and told them, "Put them back. I'm leaving." Seeing him about to walk out, the manager quickly changed his tune, acting subservient. "Valued customer, could you please stay and wait a moment?" The employee was at the counter, frantically wiping each crystal with a cloth. Dojun was drinking some water. The manager spoke cautiously. "Valued customer." He sat opposite Dojun, discussing the price again. "I think a 0.5% fee is a bit excessive." Seeing that Dojun wasn't pleased, he stood up. "If you don't like it, then forget it." Seeing this, he hurriedly explained, No, it's not that I don't like it. I'm just curious." He asked carefully, "Why did you settle on 0.5%? Dojun replied coldly, "Because I'm annoyed." The manager realized he had angered him and hurriedly bowed his head. "I'm sorry. I am truly sorry. I was being too rude." Dojun stared him down with eyes sharp as knives. "I've heard enough apologies. Just tell me if you're going to adjust the fee or not." The employee looked over at them, feeling deeply resentful. Such a stubborn guy, he has absolutely no manners. The manager had no choice but to accept. "All right, fine." He launched into a long-winded explanation. Monocrystals are rare, so for a major partner, you could usually sell them at the base price without any commission. But you don't sell hero monocrystals all the time, do you? It's only fair that when we sell them, if you give us 10% this time. Dojun cut him off with a single sentence. "That's way too long-winded." He stood up to leave. "If you don't like it, forget it," the manager shouted in a hurry. 9%. "We're honestly taking a loss even suggesting that." Dojun replied, "Then don't take a loss." Seeing him keep walking, the manager lowered it further. 8%. "The chairman will kill me if he finds out." Dojun remained indifferent. "Then don't let him find out." He kept lowering the percentage to keep Dojun there. 7%. "I can't go any lower." Dojun sighed. "Did I ever tell you to make a concession?" 6%. "I swear there's no profit left. How am I supposed to do business without making a profit?" The employee continued wiping the crystals, looking at the two of them with exhaustion. The manager was still on his knees, head bowed low. Dojun looked down at him from above and said, For the sake of our old history, I'll give you 1%. Inside, the manager was screaming in frustration, but he didn't dare say a word. You daylight robber. Dojun played his trump card. Let me say this first. He dropped a line that made both of them stare in absolute shock. I still have about 7 more bags like this. The manager shouted urgently, Hey, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and bring the contract. The employee replied quickly, Yes, sir. Dojun walked out of the shop and stopped to look at the screen, showing the amount he had just received. Sok Won had transferred 67 billion won. Staring at his bank balance, he thought to himself, buying that 1.1 billion won villa probably won't be that far off now. He pursed his lips, thinking about one thing. The problem was that to get high-grade crystals, a few gates just weren't enough. Dojun had an idea. It would be great if he could freely enter and exit the rifts. The manager stepped out and was startled to see him still outside. He looked at Dojun and asked, What is it? Is there an energy surge? Dojun ignored him, focusing on his phone. The manager looked at his screen and realized it was a government emergency alert. He thought it was something major, but it was just a notification. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs has just detected energy surges in the Sao-Run region. We advise tourists and workers to urgently adjust their schedules. The embassy is coordinating to ensure the safety of our citizens. Dojun went silent upon seeing the message. He calmly stared at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs emergency warning. The message now displayed, Emergency Administrative Notice. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs has just detected energy surges in the Sao-Run region. We advise tourists and workers to urgently adjust their schedules. The embassy is coordinating to ensure the safety of our citizens. See more. Looking at this, Dojun's eyes flickered slightly. Then, he acted as if nothing had happened, put his phone away, turned around, and finally left a vague remark. People without the ability really are. Walking alone on the bustling street, Dojun's heart was full of thoughts. In the past, no matter where it was or what guild requested it, he would immediately rush into dangerous zones. His back was steady and firm back then, but he didn't live like that anymore. Scene changed to a barbecue restaurant where someone was flipping juicy slices of meat on the grill. Yoon Young sat on the side, staring intently at the meat and swallowing her saliva, her eyes full of craving. Under the girl's eager gaze, the server continued to flip the meat. Today, Dojun brought his grandmother and the girl out for a truly hearty meal. Dojun's grandmother awkwardly flipped through the menu to check the prices. She felt a pang of heartache at the price of a few pieces of meat, which cost thousands of won. Dojun, dear, 250,000 won for just 100 grams? Isn't that too expensive? Dojun, sitting across from her, took a sip of his water and replied, his voice filled with confidence. I earned quite a bit this time, grandmother. Just eat comfortably, don't worry about it. Eun Young didn't care much about the price. Seeing someone pick up a piece of meat for her, she hurriedly opened her mouth to taste it. With just one bite, her taste buds exploded, making Eun Young open her eyes wide in surprise. Her face was filled with pure joy and excitement, as if she had just bitten into heaven. Eun Young happily exclaimed, It's so delicious. Dojun's grandmother sat beside her, looking at the meat, hesitant and not daring to touch her chopsticks. Dojun saw her discomfort and stared at something, lost in thought. Without waiting, Dojun immediately ordered more for the server nearby. I'll have 4 servings each of the fresh pork ribs, pork shoulder, blade steak, and loin. Seeing him order so much, Dojun's grandmother worriedly asked, That's way too much. How are we going to finish all that? Why did you order so much? Dojun picked up a piece of meat with his chopsticks, smiling comfortably to reassure her. Don't worry about it, Grandma. Just eat to your heart's content today. Grandma, you need to eat plenty too. Dojun's grandmother couldn't stop him and just sighed helplessly. Sitting next to her, Eun Young quickly brought a piece of meat close to her grandmother's mouth. Oh my gosh. The little girl held the meat up in front of her grandmother with a bright expression, not forgetting to urge her on. Grandma, this meat is so good. You have to try it. Come on, hurry. Faced with the little girl's pleading, sparkling eyes, her grandmother finally opened her mouth, though she couldn't help but nag. This child is just too much. As the meat touched the tip of her tongue, Dojun's grandmother was so surprised that her eyes widened. She hid her delight and let out a few hesitant sounds. After that, the 3 of them peacefully dove into their cozy meal. But right at that peaceful moment, Hyunju, with her striking long purple hair and long legs, walked in, tilted her head slightly as she approached. Her slender figure moved gently and leisurely into the restaurant. Her beauty made everyone turn their heads instinctively. Suddenly, Hyunju called out to him. Dojun, who was eating, immediately turned his head with a suspicious look. Seeing this, Hyunju approached, lowered her head, and asked, Could I have a moment to talk to you in private? Seeing him keep eating so nonchalantly, she felt a bit doubtful. Are you even a hero? Before she could finish, Dojun cut her off with a cold tone. Can't you see I'm eating with my family? His voice was ice cold, his sharp eyes looking at Hyunju without a hint of respect. Whatever it is, wait until I'm finished eating. It was the first time someone had rejected her, and with such a look of contempt, so Hyunju froze instantly. She looked down at Dojun with an incredulous expression and reminded him, I'm Hyunju. But even with a famous S-rank hero in front of him, Dojun didn't look at her, continuing to reply with a nonchalant air. Is that so? Feeling insulted, Hyunju stepped back, a bit of resentment building inside her. What kind of weird guy is this? A long time passed, and in the waiting area, Hyunju sat quietly and neatly on a chair. People around her looked at her like she was a celebrity, unable to keep from turning their heads to look. Hyunju possessed such an aura that she captured the gaze of every guy in the restaurant. A girl nearby, watching her from afar, couldn't help but blush in admiration. And suddenly whispers began to arise from somewhere. Is that really Hyunju? The S-rank hero, the global star. Is that really her? Yes, that's her. She even made it into the top 10 most beautiful heroes in the world. Hyunju didn't pay attention to the surroundings. With a bored expression, she sat with her arms crossed, waiting seriously. The guys nearby stared at her face for a long time before asking in confusion, I wonder who she's waiting for, making someone like her wait. Whoever that person is, they've got some guts. The chatter around her made Hyunju's expression grow gloomier, her thoughts filled with a bit of indignation. Seo Dojun. Hyunju sat to one side, silently watching his back as he enjoyed himself with his family. 2 months ago, he entered a portal for the first time and returned safely. Perhaps that was also when he awakened his abilities. They said he had lost his life during the new spatial dungeon incident in Mappo. Then, her eyes returned to Dojun, who was eating carelessly as if nothing had happened. Hyunju was skeptical. How could he be sitting here so calmly? Her flashback continued as she recalled his sharp gaze. Inside, Hyunju felt a tremor. Just one look, one word from him was enough to make her tense up. But to become an S-rank hero in less than 2 months? The Chemo Oil Group invested an entire fortune to mine monastones. Yet it still took them 5 years to produce an S-rank. Her expression was now filled with terror, and she silently consoled herself. He couldn't possibly be an S-rank in just a few weeks. He must have some other unusual, special ability. Suddenly, the sound of a chair being pulled back interrupted Hyunju's train of thought. Yoon had finished eating, and she walked out with her grandmother and Dojun, looking excited. So good, I'm stuffed. Hyunju, who was sitting further away, stood up, waiting for Dojun to pass by. But out of nowhere, the foot of some rude guy appeared, stomping hard on the floor in front of Dojun's family. Dojun frowned, his sharp, icy gaze sweeping over the person. The rude guy was Kang Chon-woo. He looked at Dojun provocatively, his voice mocking. What's this? So Dojun, am I seeing things? How could you survive and crawl out of the portal? These words made everyone wonder, especially Kang Chon-woo. Seeing that he didn't respond and still kept an arrogant face, the guy got angry. He stepped closer, his attitude becoming threatening. I knew you were a pest, but I didn't expect you to be a snake. His appearance made Hyunju, standing behind, panic. She was cautious, thinking to herself, why is it him? Right then, seeing the guy's threatening demeanor, Dojun remained unafraid. He kept his hands in his pockets, not bothering to answer. With a look of contempt, not wanting to make a scene, Dojun ignored him and immediately turned his head to the other side. Shifting his gaze, he turned to Hyunju standing behind and said, Hey, you said you had something to tell me, right? The sudden question made Kang Chon-woo turn his attention to her, and he was startled to see Hyunju. Hyunju? Hyunju still treated Kang Chon-woo like he was invisible, continuing to look at Dojun, her voice cold. Tell you what, I'll help you with your problem in exchange for you keeping an eye on my family for a bit. Hyunju hesitated. What exactly do you mean? Dojun immediately glanced back, quickly signaling to Hyunju she just needed to call a taxi and get them home. He didn't stop, continuing to explain. I have to go first. Hyunju silently watched the freezing atmosphere in front of her. At that moment, Dojun's eyes suddenly became sharp, with a powerful aura radiating from him. His voice was cold. There was a debt that needed to be collected. Seeing Dojun provoking him. On the other side, Kang Chon-woo didn't wait, baring his teeth, his crazy eyes ready to start a fight. Outside a restaurant in the moonlight, Hyunju was gently leading Yoon to the car and reassuring her. Don't worry too much, just get in. The little girl glanced back with a worried face at Hyunju, who was standing outside waving. And you too, cute little girl. Goodbye. Hyunju gave a forced smile as she watched the car pull away. The car began to roll away with Yoon inside. Just then, loud noises erupted from inside the restaurant. Dujun stared ahead with a cold expression. A large red mark appeared on Kang Chanu's face, making him furious. He whipped his head back, seething with killing intent, and shouted, "You bastard, do you want to die?" A trembling waitress stepped out to warn him, "Sir, please don't cause trouble here." Immediately, Kang Qianyu swung his arm, striking the waitress, making her cry out and curse. "Damn it, get the hell out of here." After the waitress fell to the floor, he growled, "Everyone get out." The next second, Kang Qianyu went insane, veins bulging as he roared, "Do you really want to die? Do you want to go to the grave early? You bastard." While he was screaming, a hand aimed straight for Kang Qianyu's face. Just like that, he flashed past him in a blur. Before Kang Qianyu could even react, he was struck. He clutched his painful face as he collapsed to the ground. Dujun turned around, his face dark, calling out to Kang Qianyu. He kept questioning him, ignoring the fact that Kang Qianyu was hunched over, blood splattering from his face. "You locked me in that damn gate, hoping I'd die there, didn't you?" Dujun's eyes were filled with killing intent as he glared down at him. "We haven't cleared the air about everything yet, have we?" Kang Qianyu struggled to his feet and let out a mocking laugh. "You're a guy who even abandoned his own father. What right do you have to talk? Did that stepmother of yours put you up to killing me?" Dujun calmly pulled his phone out, then tapped the record button. He did it with practiced ease before saying, "Go on. Say it again." His teeth were clenched tight, smoke rising from his mouth, as he muttered, "What the hell are you babbling about?" Kang Chonu's voice rose, his fist clenched and engulfed in flames. "What did you say?" He lunged forward, throwing a fiery punch while screaming insults. "Your mother was just a low-class woman, wasn't she? Go to hell, so Dojun." Kang Chonu charged straight at Dojun. For a split second, Dojun's eyes wavered. Then, at the very last moment, Dojun caught the fiery fist with his bare hand. A surge of light appeared, catching Kang Qianyu off guard. His pupils dilated in disbelief, thinking, "My punch." It was deflected. An image of Dojun appeared, his hand glowing with blue energy, instantly blasting Kang Qianyu's entire body backward. Dojun's eyes flashed like lightning as he lunged forward. The area was filled with smoke and dust from the fight. A female staff member huddled in a corner, trembling with fear, and whispered, "The police." "What's their number again?" 119. Before she could finish, the phone was snatched from her hand. Hyunju gave a dazzling smile and held up the phone. "Don't worry, I'll take care of this." The staff member went limp, her eyes welling up with tears as she stammered, Miss Hyunju, thank you." Meanwhile, Dojun was still ruthlessly pounding on Kang Chonu, drawing blood. She stepped closer to the out-of-control Dojun, thinking to herself, even though Kang Chonu is a B-rank hero, I never expected him to be so thoroughly overpowered. As she approached, she pondered, could that guy be above B-rank? Maybe he's A-rank or higher. Even if he were A-rank, it wouldn't be this easy to beat a B-rank into a pulp, would it? Her voice cut through the air, causing his movements to cease. Seo Dojun. Hyunju hesitated for a moment before adding, "Be careful, you might actually kill him." Hearing her, Dojun narrowed his eyes and looked down. He stood up, rolled his wrists, and walked toward her. She watched him with concern and asked, "How much do you actually know about Kang Cheonu?" He stopped in his tracks, tilted his head, and looked at her with an emotionless expression. "I think I know enough." "Why? Is that important?" She let out a sigh and hesitated before saying, "It's very important." Then she revealed, "Because Kang Cheonu's cousin is Kang Do-bin, an S-rank hero." Dujun tipped his head toward her and replied nonchalantly, "I know. Is there a problem with that?" Seeing his indifference, she thought, he knew from the start, and yet he's acting as if it's nothing. This man is reckless. Kang Cheonu lay on the ground, beaten and unconscious, while her voice echoed. Kang Cheonu's arrogance has always been backed by Kang Do-bin, so what you just did is incredibly dangerous. I've heard about the feud between you two, but you'd be dead wrong to think Kang Do-bin will sympathize with you. Dujun's lips curled into a slight smirk. Hyunju looked at his reaction with skepticism. Kang Do-bin, aren't you afraid? Dujun walked closer to her as he spoke. Actually, I'm just starting to feel annoyed. You sure know a lot about me, don't you? His face darkened, his eyes widening as he glared at her. Hyunju stood her ground, looking back at him with her lips pressed firmly together. The killing intent radiating from both of them made the staff member hiding behind the counter start to cry, thinking, "You said you'd take care of this." Finally, Hyunju broke the tense standoff. "I'm sorry for showing up so abruptly, but I'm here because my uncle asked me to handle something." Her voice was slow and steady. "You sold the mana crystals to the stone merchant, didn't you? Sell them to me instead." A look of confusion flickered across his handsome face. "I'll pay any price." She decisively made an incredibly generous offer. I want to buy everything you have. A smile suddenly touched the corners of Dojun's mouth. That's quite a large quantity, isn't it? Hyunju revealed a triumphant, yet mysterious, grin. The assets of an S-rank hero are no joke. Ignoring the guy on the ground, Dojun lightly offered. Nothing is impossible to sell. But I have one condition, Hyunju quickly asked. What condition? His pupils were veiled in a layer of dangerous shadow. Nothing too difficult. If it's you, Hyunju, this should be simple. Suddenly, the scene shifted as a wine glass was smashed hard against the floor. Hong Hee-ju was furious at the news she had just received, her voice rising. But he's dead, isn't he? I heard he passed away in a newly opened rift. She became even more agitated and threw another glass at her manager. The manager struggled, trying to choose his words carefully. I apologize. The Hero Association confirmed he was dead, but she didn't seem to think it made sense. Stop making excuses. What are you planning to do about this now? He scratched his head, hesitating before answering. But first, I have something to report. His voice was flat, mixed with a hint of tremor. Kang Chonu has been retaliated against by Seo Do-jun. Hong Hee-ju's eyes widened in confusion. Kang Chonu? What does that crazy guy have to do with this? The manager's next words hit Hong Hee-ju like a lightning bolt. Perhaps Seo Do-jun already knows the truth? A bead of sweat silently rolled down her cheek. She turned her gaze away, carefully calculating her next move. If the boss or my husband hears about this, it's going to be a real headache. As long as it's cleaned up neatly, it should be fine. But if the media finds out, the group's stock will plummet. Hong Hee-ju turned her head and pointed a finger, ordering her manager to stop it immediately. Call the press. Tell them that if they dare publish this story, not only Group T, but also Group W, will cut all advertising and never collaborate with them again. And the police too. Muzzle them. The manager immediately replied, both cautious and respectful. I've already handled the police and the media. After a moment of tension, Hong Hee-ju sighed with exhaustion. Good work, Manager Lai. He timidly bowed his head and whispered to her, but you know, ma'am, that doesn't solve the root of the problem. That's why I wanted to report one more piece of information. The news made her eyes widen instantly. Kang Cheonu's cousin is Kang Do-bin. Hong Hee-ju's beautiful face was still filled with shock. Kang Do-bin. Is it the person I'm thinking of? She was now thinking of the person he had just mentioned. Kang Cheon-woo was notorious for being the absolute scum of the hero world. On the surface, Jeong Pyo sat at the same table, drinking and smiling with him. Everyone thought Kang Do-bin cared for him deeply. But in reality, he was just using this brother to do his dirty work. In truth, he was only using Chonu to handle his filthy tasks. He didn't forget to add a bit of new information he'd just uncovered. If the police and the press corner Kang Cheon-woo, Kang Do-bin won't be able to stay in the clear either. I think the other side has already made their move. She leaned forward, her voice laced with caution. We need to meet him, set up an appointment as soon as possible. The manager quickly took the order. Yes, I'll get right on it. Pausing for a moment, Hong Hee-ju continued with another request. And what about the manager of HCSK BIT, Jang So-op? He betrayed us, didn't he? He was very cooperative and honestly reported the results. Yes, he's currently looking after Hyunju's family. Her face immediately turned dark, and she rasped out an order. Contact Prosecutor Bakker right now. If he dares to betray me and side with them, he will pay the price. The scene shifts to a team preparing to enter a dungeon. There are currently 37 rift zones in South Korea. Security personnel are strictly verifying the identities of the participating teams. Among them, 5 are transforming into portals, and only heroes affiliated with the Hero Association are allowed to enter to hunt monsters. The male employee held out a golden card and spoke coldly. Hero Hyun has been verified. I wish you a safe expedition. Immediately after, the whole team moved inside. Hyunju walked in the back, silently scanning the space. They only knew of one entrance, yet it was still so heavily guarded. Indu is an A-rank hero. The leader of the Giller Hollyhock Guild said with a hint of sarcasm, You were the one who suggested hunting in this area first. Strange, isn't it? Hyunju rolled her eyes, trying to hide her true intentions. I really just had some free time, that's all. She glanced back toward the end of her formation, right where he was slowly trailing behind everyone else. Back then, Do-jun had made a rather bizarre request, with only one condition. If you let me into the rift zone, I'll sell all the magic crystals I find to you at market price. The reason was that hunting here was a faster way to make money. As she walked, Hyunju couldn't stop thinking about what happened earlier. Is that really the only reason he'd step into such a dangerous place? He must be crazy. Ahead lay the exit, with sunlight and green, refreshing fields. Even without my uncle's request, I'd still need the hero's magic crystals, so I don't see a problem with it. She calmly kept walking in silence, but Indu appeared excited and began to probe. Tell me the truth. Who is that guy? She answered with weary indifference. Just an acquaintance. Her tone was playful and gossipy. Just an acquaintance? I hope you expect me to believe that. Ah, a boyfriend candidate, right? However, Hyunju still firmly denied her friend's assumption. Sis, it's not like that. I just owed him a favor, so I'm bringing him along to repay it. Indu's voice rose with curiosity. A favor? Hyun, you're an A-rank hero, and you owe someone? Dojun remained silently in the back while the team chatted. It's a long story. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind blew through, causing the whole team to pause. Naturally, he had sensed it too. The team immediately shifted into combat mode. A giant Gryphon lunged from somewhere, acting extremely aggressive. Indu's eyes widened. She couldn't believe the sudden attack. It's a Carcharodon. As the team leader, she quickly issued combat orders. Indu and Ren took a defensive stance to block its legs. Suddenly, a black shadow dashed forward. Without a word, he decisively lunged at the Gryphon. Hyunju's entire team stood there, mouths agape, watching Dojun. Seo Dojun's hand tightened into a fist, enveloped in a surge of power. One hit down. The people present couldn't help but shout loudly, "Damn it. We just entered the portal and this happens." As soon as the giant monster dove down, everyone quickly prepared for battle. At the same time, Hyunju turned around with a serious expression. She quickly shouted, Indu and I are going into defensive formation. Seongu lunged toward its legs, and in a heartbeat, Dojun shot forward like a bullet, leaving everyone watching in complete shock. In an instant, dirt and rocks flew into the air, along with a cloud of white dust. It didn't take much time or effort for Dojun to stand right in front of the giant monster. In his hand was a glowing flame, his face becoming increasingly stern. The scene left the Carcharodon unable to react. Dojun knocked the opponent down with a powerful punch that sent it flying backward. Immediately after, he landed safely amidst the swirling dust. That one move had left Hyunju completely stunned. She stared at him in disbelief. Now, Dojun stood calmly in front of the badly wounded giant monster. Even though it lay broken on the ground, its eyes were still wide with terror. The scene left Seongu dazed. He spoke in confusion. What was that? It died in one hit? As soon as he finished, Dojun raised his foot. His voice echoed all around. Not yet. He decisively stomped directly onto the monster's head, without a hint of mercy, his voice turning cold. This is what I call the end. Dojun's actions only left everyone present even more astonished. They kept looking at him with suspicious eyes. Suddenly, Indu turned to Hyunju with a pleading look. She stuttered. Who? Who is that guy? After a moment of hesitation, she replied cautiously. Just someone who's stronger than the average person. Hearing this, the other woman lost her cool. She grabbed Hyunju, shaking her and questioning loudly. What? Is that even a reasonable answer? You knocked down a Carcharodon with a single hit. How many heroes are even capable of that? Facing this, she calmly adjusted her glasses, her voice indifferent. If it's just about knocking it down, you could do that too, couldn't you? At this point, Indu was even more shocked. She wouldn't stop asking, Are you for real saying that? That was a mid-air battle. It got hit right in the face before it could even dodge, and just collapsed on the spot. And with only one hit. These words hit like a lightning strike. In an instant, her eyes filled with terror. That monster. Just like that. When her eyes caught a glimpse of Dojun, a thought suddenly flashed through her mind. Just who is that man, anyway? Suddenly, Hyunju cleared her throat. Sis, I think we need to change our plans. She immediately started making decisions. Defiance, ignoring the stunned looks from those around him. I'm heading a bit deeper into the center. Suddenly, Dojun, who had just finished carving up the Caesarian, spoke up. Hey, he said, not hesitating at all, his words cutting through the air as Hyunju stared in shock. I have no intention of splitting the loot with someone who didn't contribute anything. Dojun pulled out something red, and with a nonchalant flick of his wrist, he tucked it into his pocket. And I'm not here to beg for handouts, either. Hearing such arrogance, Hyunju couldn't help but interject. I don't think your skill level is suited for this area. Are you really planning to go deeper? At that, the corners of Dojun's mouth curled up into a perfect smirk. He looked up at her, his voice dripping with amusement. Interesting. Before Dojun could even process it, Hyunju turned on her heel and started walking away. She tossed a casual command over her shoulder. I'm clearing a path, so try to keep up if you don't want to get lost. In the blink of an eye, she darted off, leaving him behind in a cloud of dust. Hyunju zipped ahead, moving like a blur. Dojun stood there for a moment, blankly watching the girl's retreating figure. A second later, he shifted into gear. Soon, only Indu's group remained. Watching them fade into the distance, Indu finally spoke up. If Hyunju is a bullet, then that guy is like a blinding light. One of her teammates immediately chimed in. Captain, are we not going to follow them? She shot a look back at them. Do you honestly think you can keep up? The teammate replied with a helpless sigh. Well, obviously not. This is hopeless. And so, their chatter echoed through the green forest. Well, whatever. I'll just play support today. Same as always. Just wandering around to grind some experience. Right. The rest of the group hurried over to the Caesarian's corpse, filled with curiosity. As soon as they saw its mangled state, one of them started to reflect. Everyone keeps calling us A-rank heroes. The one voicing those thoughts was none other than Indu. Her face was filled with fear. She knew that compared to an S-rank, they were practically nothing. Hyunju felt the same. Those thoughts wouldn't stop circling her mind. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Hyunju was sprinting forward at her absolute top speed. Suddenly, she glanced back over her shoulder, and seeing the empty space behind her, she felt a flicker of doubt. Should I slow down a bit? Suddenly, Dojun's familiar voice rang out. Can't you go any faster? Just like that, Hyunju lost her momentum and stumbled. She let out a gasp of shock, her face pale with terror. A sudden, chilling realization hit her. What the hell? Did he catch up to me? Speed is my specialty. I'm the second fastest in Korea. Suddenly, Dojun skidded to a halt, and he turned around with a mocking smirk. That was slower than I expected. You looked like you were trying to shake someone off your tail back there. Hearing that, Hyunju refused to back down. She sputtered. Who said I was trying to shake anyone off? Even though she was panting heavily, she added, I never did. Before them stood a massive, towering mountain. Dojun suddenly whispered, Hey, what is that? At that moment, Hyunju's eyes became steely. She cleared her throat, her voice turning serious as she pointed toward the scene ahead, the lair of the space rift monster. That's the boss. A monster. Dojun, haven't you heard of the Caesarian? It's a 20-meter tall beast that looks like a flying lizard. Don't be an idiot and just rush in. It takes at least 3 S-rank heroes just to have a chance at taking it down. Hearing this, Dojun looked intrigued. So, does that thing hold a high-level mana stone? Are you even listening to me? It's only 1 tier below the ultimate mana stone. Are you actually hearing what I'm saying? Before she could finish, Dojun had already stepped forward. Seeing this, she gasped in horror. Don't tell me you're planning to fight it? Dojun didn't even answer her. He launched himself toward the beast like a bolt of lightning. Hyunju froze, her face twisted in fear as she watched him. I didn't bring you here to pull such a suicidal stunt. My God, what is he thinking? Once she regained her senses, she desperately scrambled to chase after him. Her shrill scream echoed through the area. Hey, stop right there. The scene turned into a chaotic blur of the two of them chasing each other, kicking up dust from the ground. Soon, night fell, shrouding the entire area in an eerie, unsettling silence. Hyunju was so terrified her eyes went wide. A thought flashed through her mind. What the hell is happening? The image of the Kokon being defeated flashed through Hyunju's mind once more. It left her reeling. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Dojun was busy searching for sharp blades. Suddenly, Hyunju turned back, her face full of grim determination. The Caesarian is an absolutely terrifying monster. Not only that, but her mind was filled with the memory of Ha-eon. He stood there, his body hulking and muscular. Bearhill, an S-rank hero famous for his Caesarian hunts, had marched forward fearlessly. He was the one who had led 30 A-rank heroes on his very first hunt. Ha-eon had charged right at the Kokon, and the result was that every single A-rank hero died. Only Bearhill survived, returning in a half-dead state, his body covered in bulging veins, his face etched with exhaustion. Even then, Bearhill still radiated an imposing aura. He had gathered another S-rank hero and 200 A-rank heroes to get his revenge. The intensity of that battle flooded back into Hyunju's memories. Blue tentacles had lashed out in an instant. They had ruthlessly coiled around his opponents, pinning them down. Taking advantage of the chaos, Ha-eon and his team launched their attack. A moment later, the beast let out a gut-wrenching howl. The scene began to fade into darkness as the monster dissolved. That victory had left Ha-eon and his men ecstatic. They cheered in joy they had finally brought down the Caesarian. The sky cleared back to its original blue, but almost every soldier who had participated was dead. Back in reality, Dojun slowly stood up. That powerful guild, the Sweet Life, founded by Bearhill even 3 years after that battle, they still hadn't fully recovered their strength. He suddenly stared at her with sharp, piercing eyes. The next question he asked left her completely bewildered. You know you didn't contribute anything, right? Faced with that question, Hyunju couldn't help but feel suspicious. She thought to herself, if I hadn't seen this with my own eyes, I never would have believed it. The image of Dojun taking down that giant monster flashed through her mind again. The infamous Kasajin. Thinking of that, Hyunju's face turned even paler with terror. Taken down by this man in a single strike, Dojun was now holding a red item in his hand. He looked at it calmly, deep in thought. Dojun quickly tucked it into his pocket and spoke slowly. I don't think I need anyone to guide me anymore. Right after that, he walked away, leaving Hyunju stunned. From now on, I'll be operating on my own. She suddenly spoke up. You aren't planning on taking the Kasajin's remains with you? Besides the magic crystals, the beak and talons are valuable research materials, you know. Hearing that, Dojun's footsteps suddenly came to a halt. He turned his head back, his voice indifferent and dismissive. Hearing this, Hyunju didn't know how to respond. She just stood there, frozen in place. Before Hyunju could react, Dojun turned and walked away. He just left behind these words. Instead of wasting time on that, I'd rather go hunt for more magic crystals from other monsters. Take them if you want. Think of it as a guide's fee. At that moment, she noticed something nearby, and replied after a pause. I don't need it. The sunset quickly covered the entire area. Dojun's backpack lay quietly on the ground. Nearby, Indu's group was staring at it in silence. Suddenly, the young man with pink hair spoke up. He had borrowed that massive backpack and brought it back full of magic crystals. Can you believe this? As soon as he finished, someone replied, that amount of magic crystals. Our guild would probably have to hunt for 20 hours to get that much. Looking closely, it would probably take 3 days of non-stop grinding to get that many. Meanwhile, Hyunju sat quietly to one side, listening to the whole conversation. Who on earth is this person? A stream of thoughts suddenly flooded her mind. Not only is he fast, but he gathered so many. Indu's face briefly flashed with extreme fear. If what Hyunju said was true, he took down a Kasajin all by himself, without special equipment or armor. What she saw just now was the scene of Dojun standing majestically on a high cliff. That alone was enough to call him the strongest hero in Korea, maybe even the strongest in the world. Suddenly, Indu turned around, her face now looking naive once more. Dojun had returned. He was carrying 2 backpacks. Before everyone's astonished eyes, he casually dropped the backpacks on the ground. Dojun began rummaging for something amidst the whispers of the people around him. Good heavens, he brought back another full backpack? No one is going to believe this story today, right? They'll just think I'm crazy. The owners of those voices were the black-haired girl and the pink-haired boy standing nearby. Make it clear that this must never be leaked. Even if we told them, who would believe it? You're probably right. Suddenly, someone walked over. Hyunju and Dojun stood there, exchanging something under the suspicious eyes of the others. They started whispering incessantly. Hey, are those 2 dating? Probably. When Hyunju brought him to me, I already sensed something different. You have to be that kind of man to not be overshadowed when standing next to Hyunju. As soon as he finished, the other replied, this couple really looks good together. They look like a match made in heaven at first glance. Just like that, Indu became lost in her own calculations. Her face was now full of contemplation. Wait, it doesn't seem like they've just started dating. Meanwhile, Hyunju and Dojun were still chatting happily. That guy didn't treat her gently at all. No one expected someone would dare to treat her like that. The moment he handed her the backpack, those present gasped in surprise. Oh my. The scene of Dojun turning his back to leave left Indu stunned. She couldn't stop being curious. What was that? He just left? Without saying goodbye? Meanwhile, Hyunju just muttered something to brush it off. Not stopping there, Indu sidled up to her and asked, what about those other backpacks? Did he just leave them all there? Until then, Hyunju cleared her throat slightly. I told him, if news gets out that he took down a Kasajin, he'll become famous instantly. The words she spoke made the other even more astonished. And yet, he just waved his hand and said it was a hassle, then handed it all over for me to handle. She couldn't stop judging him. Are there really people like that in this world? However, Hyunju remained silent, her face gradually darkened, a thought quickly crossing her mind that made her cheeks flush red. Right, are there really people like that in this world? The light of a new day shone across the modern city. On the polished glass was the embossed name of a fitness gym. The punching bag was hit 3 times in a row without pause. Ha-eon grunted, put his strength into a punch, and finally, the punching bag was shredded into pieces. His eyes were filled with anger, mixed with annoyance. Ha-eon glared forward, a sound of dissatisfaction escaping his lips. Damn it. Look at my current state. It's a disgrace. Park Cheol-wee, an S-rank hero, leader of the guild, living a sweet life, directly under the Korean Hero Association. The bodyguard following him offered a confident smile to reassure him. Please calm down. Leader, they say a frog that crouches for a long time will jump even further. He continued to flatter Ha-eon to the skies. The more you persevere through these difficult days, the more legendary your reputation will become. Taking a towel to wipe his sweat, he silently agreed. Right, definitely. I have to make those who look down on me swallow their resentment. The guy bowed low, continuing to deliver the right compliments, bit by bit. Everything accumulated over time will become power, and then burst forth violently. The last sentence from the bodyguard made him swallow hard. By then, everyone will have to submit and kneel at your feet, and it seemed he knew very well how to please his arrogant master. Besides, when it comes to dealing with the Kasajin, who knows as much as you do, he said while handing over a water bottle with a flattering smile. In the future, you will be recorded as the hero who conquered the Kasajin with the smallest team in the world. The association might even grant you exclusive rights to exploit the Kasajin. Ha-eon took the bottle without any intention of refusing those compliments. That's true. He quickly regained his cheerful state and confidently replied, No one knows that monster better than I do. Looking at the photo on the desk along with his awards, he grew quiet for a moment. But compared to 3 years ago, the guild has diminished miserably. Ha-eon glanced at the bodyguard with a smiling face. Even so, the only one who can take down that monster bird is still me. Right? Hearing this, the man took the opportunity to praise him even more. That's right. Besides the leader, who else could do it? Their laughter echoed throughout the training room. The scene shifts to a personal file on Dojun. Jung-pyo raised an eyebrow, scanning the paper with a curious look. So it's Dojun? This is the guy? Kang Do-bin, the S-rank hero from the Hero Association, the cousin of Kang Chon-woo, who is a subordinate of. He bowed slightly, reporting in a respectful tone. Yes, a few months ago, hero Kang Chon-woo intended to throw him into a dungeon portal to get rid of him. This surprised him a little, so he asked back, and yet he didn't die, and even awakened his abilities there? The subordinate answered carefully, yes, that's correct. Jung-pyo ordered his subordinate to keep reporting. Go on. The man leaned in to relay the information he had gathered. The client this time is Hong Hee-ju, the director of the T group, and also the second daughter of the W group. He kept his eyes on the resume, asking indifferently, a rich heiress like that is getting involved with a guy like him? Of course, everything has its reasons, and the problem lies in Do-jun's status. Rumor has it that Do-jun was an illegitimate child of the T group, brought home at age 7. But 6 years ago, when Hong Hee-ju's son was born, he was kicked out. A sneer appeared on Jung-pyo's lips, mixed with a hint of smugness. Blood is thicker than water, yet that tycoon family is so ruthless, huh? He stood up leisurely and spoke from his chair. So how much did Cheon-woo get for that job? The subordinate's voice was soft and slow. 30 billion. His tone carried a hint of disdain for his own cousin. Is that it? Jung-pyo reached for a golf club and said, but he was supposed to finish the job, right? The reply was a submissive tone from the subordinate. Yes, I heard he was just beaten up, but in reality, he suffered severe burns all over his body. His eyes were damaged. He's basically living like a dead man. He calmly placed the club in front of the golf ball, commenting lightly, how impressive. With a single gentle swing, Jung-pyo perfectly sank the ball into the hole. His face suddenly took on a dangerous and wicked expression. If it were me, I would have severed his limbs and crushed his head. The subordinate continued to report everything. But then, hearing the next sentence caused Jung-pyo to startle and miss his shot. Hyunju helped Seo Do-jun at that time. The ball rolled away and brazenly missed the hole. He stormed up to the subordinate, his tone full of shock. Hyunju? Why would she help that guy? What is her relationship with him? The subordinate was terrified, his voice timid and trembling. I'm not really sure, sir. I only know that thanks to Hyunju's testimony, the incident was smoothed over. Jung-pyo didn't say much. He immediately grabbed the man by the collar and shouted, investigate the real relationship between those two right now. If there's no blood relation, there must be some kind of deal. Find out, no matter what. The subordinate scrambled toward the door in a panic. Yes, I'll investigate right away. Now. Jung-pyo's brow was furrowed, filled with irritation. The golf club in his hand was bent out of shape. Jung-pyo clicked his tongue and threw the club to the floor. He pursed his lips, a sense of unease rising in his heart. Surely Hong Hee-ju's side is about to come looking for me, wanting me to finish the work that Kang Chon-woo couldn't. After a moment of calm, he finally let out a sigh. Well, that's fine too. On Jung-pyo's face now was an expression of greed and calculation. She's a tycoon's daughter, so money shouldn't be an issue. The day turned to night quickly, and the moon rose high. Dujun walked leisurely down the empty street. It seemed he was lost in thought about something. Just as I predicted, hunting in the rifts is much more efficient than inside the portals. His footsteps echoed through the quiet road, adding to the solitude. It looks like I'll have to rely on Hyunju to guide me many more times. He recalled the words Hyunju had said to him back then. If you sell those magic crystals outside, people will ask who caught them, what your abilities are, and the press will hound you day and night. It's a hassle. It's best to keep them for now. She closed her eyes, herself curious about what he intended to do. If your goal is fame, then I'm not eating. But what are you planning? She only saw him suddenly place the backpack in her hands. A confident smile slowly appeared on Dojun's lips. I'll find another way to get in and out of the rift. Finally, his footsteps stopped in front of a long, dark hallway. For now, let's just get some rest. The new place Jang So-op prepared is decent enough. He gently pushed the door open and stepped inside. But a cold light flickered in Dojun's eyes. Looking at the pile of shoes neatly lined up by the door, he couldn't help but be curious. Whose shoes are these? Just then, a sweet voice rang out from inside the house. Brother. Right before his eyes was a group of people dressed in black, looking very dangerous. Prosecutor Chon glanced at Dojun, remaining silent. Meanwhile, Eun-young was panicked and rushed over to hug him tightly. Brother. Dojun didn't let his guard down and immediately asked, Who are you people? He just saw the man unexpectedly interrupt him. You're Seo Dojun, right? The man used a cold face to deliver a dry question. I am Prosecutor Park Cheon-dong, from the District Prosecutor's Office. Do you know Mr. Jang So-op? He remained silent, not answering, carefully protecting the girl behind his back. Then, the man coolly made a definitive declaration. You are under emergency arrest on suspicion of participating in the illegal loan shark activities of HCS Capital, the company Mr. Jang heads. He turned to her with a murderous, terrifying look and said, If we kill Hong Hee-ju, what will happen? The high-rise building stood tall and majestic under the gentle golden sunlight. In front of the building stood a stone tablet bearing the name of the prosecution service, full of righteousness and the heavy weight of the law. Dujun's hands were cuffed to both sides of the chair in the interrogation room, his eyes glancing to one side as if something had caught his attention. The sound of a man in dress pants and leather shoes walking down the hallway echoed. Yes, Director Lee, don't worry. Both Jang So-op and Seo Dojun are being very obedient. Cheon-dong held the phone to his ear with one hand, while opening the door to enter a room with the other. Thank you for looking after my daughter's studies as well. He looked toward the man in front of the computer watching the security footage. Through the transparent glass, he looked at Dojun sitting in the interrogation room. He continued his conversation with the person on the other end of the line. Please convey my regards to Director Hong. Dojun sat in the chair, his hands hanging loose as he caught the man's attention. The reason I became a prosecutor. He rested one hand on the desk and smiled, saying, It's exactly to remove trash like them from this society. A stack of documents was thrown hard onto the table. Cheon-dong sat with his legs crossed, holding 2 documents in his hands, and said, What the hell have you been doing all this time? Just the charges listed here are enough for you to sit in prison for 10 years. He held up the document for him to see. Jang So-op's side has already provided more than enough evidence against you. Dujun's face remained calm and solemn as he stared at Park Cheon-dong. Furious and losing his patience, Park Cheon-dong shouted at him, Look at this wide-eyed stare. Do you think I'm making this up? The man's face suddenly stiffened when he said, Isn't this just some trick by that crazy woman Hong Hee-ju? He looked at Dojun, confused by the intense pressure in the room, and demanded, Who the hell is Hong Hee-ju? Dojun remained unbothered, thinking to himself, Given the situation, Jang So-op's faction must be completely finished. I intended to cooperate quietly to keep things smooth, but since it's come to this, as the man took a step forward, he spoke up. I don't know where you heard that. Park Cheon-dong's face darkened, and he glared at Dojun with murderous, threatening intent. Do you think South Korean prosecutors are a joke? Your life is over, you bastard. Dojun's face darkened, his pupils glowing gold, as he glared back threateningly. Park Cheon-dong's face suddenly filled with fear, losing all his earlier bravado. He stood there, stunned, looking down at Dojun in disbelief, his voice trembling. He gritted his teeth, raising a hand as he completely lost his cool, growling, You little dog. Suddenly, a voice rang out, causing his movement to freeze mid-air. A man walked in holding documents and called out, Prosecutor Park, could you step outside for a moment, please? A sharp, piercing cry echoed through the quiet hallway. What was that? Park Cheon-dong looked at the document and said, Could the machine be broken? The person on the other end immediately countered, No, sir. I've checked. The machine is working perfectly. He gripped the document, crinkling it, his voice filled with doubt as he spoke. The hero scanner reported him as a regular human. What's going on? That's absurd. This is Seo Do-jun. The man looked worried and said softly, I'm not sure either. Could the information about his awakening be wrong? Park Chan-dong looked sullen, thinking, but that information came from the T Corporation. They can't be wrong. And he even knew the name Hong Hee-ju. Who on earth is he? Do-jun sat in the interrogation room, looking down at the documents under the harsh lights, his face twisted in anger as he thought, now I understand why they call Korean prosecutors bastards. Should I just wreck everything? The door suddenly opened while he was deep in thought, plotting to run away to a far-off place with Yoon-young. Do-jun looked up as someone walked in and asked, What are you doing here? He sighed, exhausted, and replied, I don't even know myself. She put her hands on her hips, tilted her head, and advised, Don't do anything impulsive. I know you're in shock, but using your power will only make things worse. He looked at her and asked, So, are you going to help me? She crossed her arms and replied reluctantly, It's not exactly helping, but, she said, her voice filled with a sense of justice. Now that I know for sure you're innocent, I can't just ignore it. If I didn't know, that would be one thing. But now that it's clear an innocent person is being framed, I can't just stand by. He smiled. I see. She walked closer to him and said, The Hero Association is going to launch an investigation. They are looking into the illegal use of hero abilities and the spacecrack incident at your house. He asked, What about my family? She put a hand on her hip, looking annoyed, and said, Am I your secretary now? Why do I have to worry about your house and home? He glared at her, and she avoided his gaze, looking elsewhere. She turned away and replied, Your family is safe. Don't worry. His face relaxed as he let out a breath, smiling. Thank you. I will definitely repay this debt. Her cheeks flushed pink as she glanced back at him and cautioned, Anyway, just try to hold on a little longer. I'll do my best to resolve this as quickly as possible. Outside the building, the sun shone down gently. Hong Hee-ju did not choose to clear Do-jun's name directly. Instead, she exposed the bribery and illegal lobbying of Prosecutor Park, leading to his dismissal. A car sped down the highway as a fair investigation later confirmed that Do-jun was completely uninvolved in the incident. Hong Hee-ju focused on driving, while Do-jun sat with his arms crossed, looking out the window. I won't be able to avoid a penalty for the illegal use of hero abilities. But, thanks to Hong Hee-ju's aggressive defense, it'll just be a suspended sentence. A sound came from the tablet integrated into the car. A monster that has never appeared before has attacked civilians in England. It looks like a praying mantis, is about 1.5 meters tall, and possesses extremely powerful jumping abilities. He said calmly, That's a mantis CN. She turned around, startled. Wait, how do you know that name? Only the association knows the name of this new monster species right now. He didn't answer, just looked out the car window, reminiscing. The monster's name isn't just something I made up. A large, red magic crystal was placed on something, connected to several energy conduits. The magic crystal not only contained energy but also stored existing data about that species. Analyzing the magic crystal reveals the name and data of the monster. An image of a beautiful Earth appeared. In the modern world, we use science. An image of a planet destroyed to nothing but fragments. And in that collapsed world, we used magic. The glowing red magic crystal appeared alongside a terrifying monster that looked like a praying mantis. So, if a monster appears in both worlds, there's a very high chance Do-jun already knows its name. He sat with his arms crossed, speaking calmly. If you want to deal with a mantis CN, it's simple. Just use a red fire ant extract. She asked skeptically. Red fire ant extract? He looked at her and explained, They are harmless to humans, but it's a potent paralytic poison to mantis CNs. Spray it once, and it won't be able to resist anymore. She went quiet, lost in thought. A moment later, she asked him, full of suspicion, So Do-jun, who exactly are you? He didn't answer. The car kept speeding down the highway. She glanced at him, but he just remained silent, as if he hadn't heard a thing. Frustrated and annoyed, she asked, Are you even listening to me? His face darkened, and he suddenly spoke up. If I kill Hong Hee-ju, what will happen? A woman was biting her nails in anger. Hong Hee-ju was sitting in her office, her face filled with anxiety and a hint of fear as she bit her nails continuously. A bodyguard stood at attention, looking at her with concern. The bodyguard, with both hands behind his back, held a document and said softly, That is how it happened, ma'am. She bit her nails nervously, speaking with irritation. Hong Hee-ju. Why is it her? The bodyguard held the document in one hand and gestured with the other, trying to explain, It's still not entirely clear. No one knows what the relationship between them and Do-jun is, or why they know each other. Her face twisted, radiating a sinister, murderous aura. Her long nails snapped as she kept biting them. She hissed, "That bitch, Hong Hee-ju? What the hell is going on?" Hong Hee-ju stood up, slammed both hands on her desk, and shouted, "And what about Do-jun not being a hero? You said he had awakened." She radiated pure killing intent, and the bodyguard's voice trembled as he spoke. "We aren't entirely sure, but it seems it's true. He really has awakened, but maybe he possesses some ability that can bypass the hero detection equipment. That's just a guess, though." Her eyes widened with a cruel glint. She pointed a finger and shouted, "Get in touch with Kang Do-bin right now for 20 billion. Tell him, I'll pay 30 billion. Get it done for me immediately," Jongpyo said with a sarcastic tone. "I'm not doing it. 30 billion is peanuts. It's gotta be double to be worth my time." The man stood straight, hands behind his back, and asked, "Double? Isn't that a bit much?" Jongpyo held up a finger and said, "You don't understand anything." He put his feet up on the table. "To Hong Hee-ju, I'm the only option. Besides, once this is finished, 60 billion is nothing to her." His face darkened, his eyes glowing, a sinister red, as he smirked, "Now that Hyun is involved too. If I have to face an S rank, that price is more than fair." The man looked cautious, even a bit anxious. "Hyun, she's a dangerous opponent." Suddenly, he slammed one foot hard onto the table. The action startled the man, leaving him visibly frightened and wary. Jongpyo radiated a threatening, murderous aura, and said with a hint of irritation, "Humph, you idiot. Do you think all S ranks are the same? Someone like Hyun? I could take care of her in 20 minutes. Tops." The man's face went pale with fear as he replied, "Yes, sir." Suddenly, his expression shifted. The angry, threatening look vanished, replaced by a gentle smile as he asked, "Has the association sent a response yet?" The man answered while looking at expensive bottles of wine chilling in an ice bucket to improve their flavor. "The thing is, they said they can't increase the payment due to financial conditions in the UK." The man continued to answer his question while watching him walk toward the window. The association also publicly announced that they will carefully select the heroes nominated for this. He cursed in frustration and said, "Damn it, they're really making this difficult." He muttered, "The pay is too low. I don't feel like going, but I can't say it out loud." He turned his head and asked, "Those people in the association are the real thugs here. When do we leave?" The man quickly replied, "We fly in 3 days, sir." Under the clear blue sky, a voice echoed. They were scheduled to fly with the Japanese hero team. He looked out the window at the sight of an airplane in the sky, and the city full of high-rise buildings. Japan? I was planning on meeting Tadakasi anyway." With his hands in his pockets, he said softly, "Maka-san is a new type of monster. No one has found its weak point yet. The city view was beautiful and modern. If I discover its weakness, my value will skyrocket." Purple lightning flashed blindingly, accompanied by the constant rumble of thunder. Cambrith. Civilians were running in chaos below. A monster flying in midair looked down and pursued them. The monster had a long neck, claws on both sides, and its eyes glowed with a golden light. It looked down at those holding weapons, standing firm to block its path. They stared up at the monster, filled with anxiety and fear. The monster let out a piercing screech and attacked forward. Its scythe-like claws swung down with immense power. The group quickly scattered to dodge the attack. The scythe struck the ground heavily, causing the stone to crack and shatter. Several people with swords leaped up to attack the monster. Someone on the ground used a magic attack toward the monster. Its head was quickly severed from its body by the onslaught. Its head flew up, detached from its massive corpse. The headless body slumped onto the stone courtyard, lifeless. They all stared at the monster's carcass lying on the stone floor. They wiped the sweat from their brows, exhausted. The platinum blonde woman turned her head to look, puzzled. 2 more monsters, identical to the last one, let out piercing screeches. A terrifying, chilling, killing intent radiated from them. The woman's eyes widened in fear. She couldn't brace herself in time as it attacked her. The purple lightning never stopped. It grew even more intense, glowing within the dark, ominous clouds, with blood splattering onto the pillars of the cage. 3 giant monsters were devastating the city, causing buildings to collapse and fires to break out everywhere. The British heroes were giving their all to stop the monsters' advance toward the south. But because there was no clear information about the enemy, they were completely helpless. The monsters continued to move toward the cities ahead. Buildings still had their lights on, and now, with the Cambrith defense line having collapsed, the capital, London, was less than 60 kilometers away. Dust and smoke blurred everything, making it difficult for the naked eye to see. Suddenly, the monster's eyes glowed golden within the haze. They stared forward, then suddenly, the golden light faded and turned gray. The monster collapsed, shocking the others and causing them to shriek. One by one, they started falling, losing their lives. An airplane flew overhead, shining a light down. Jung Pyo and two others looked down in shock and disbelief until one of them spoke up. "Oh my God. It actually worked." Her face remained stunned, frozen in surprise, while others began to praise her. Hyun was right. The red flower extract really is effective. Even the Kasokian couldn't hold out against it. "You're so amazing." Jung Pyo's face darkened with envy as he thought to himself, "No way. Does she really have this level of skill? What the hell is going on?" She smiled, looked behind her, and said, "All right, let's move in and finish this." The two behind her replied immediately. "Yes, ma'am." Hyun smiled, sword in hand, and jumped from the helicopter with her two companions. A few hours later, a plane landed. Inside the building, reporters stood at the entrance, cameras in hand, waiting. Young reporters, some with microphones, others with cameras and camcorders. "Wow." The press showed up in droves. A young man remarked, "It makes sense. It's Hyun, after all. There's no doubt about it. She's the MVP of the UK mission." The man in glasses smiled and replied, "She's the one who found the weakness of the Maka Sasan. She's a true hero. She pulled England out of despair. Of course she's a hero. I heard the British royal family is going to knight Hyun." The young man's eyes lit up as he shouted, "There she is!" A pair of feet stepped out. Hyun had a bright face, pulling a purple suitcase. Following behind her was Jung Pyo. Camera flashes began to flicker. Reporters started shouting questions, making her face freeze in confusion. "Miss Hyun, look over here. How did you discover the weakness of the Kasakian?" Jung Pyo smiled as he listened to the question. "Mr. Kang Do-bin, give us a few words. We heard you were the one who eliminated the most monsters in this campaign." Jung Pyo's smiling face appeared in the interview broadcast on a large screen in the city. A group of 200 people, including the hero Hyun. Now that it's common knowledge that the extraordinary efforts of South Korean heroes saved the UK, it's clear the key to destroying the Kasokian was diffusing red spider flower extract into the air. Do-jun, wearing a hoodie, glances up at the news screen, a mocking smirk curling on his lips. Meanwhile, the man being interviewed keeps rambling on. Suddenly, Do-jun's eyes turn icy, a sharp thought cutting through his mind. At a fancy cafe, Hyunju places some shopping bags on the table and says politely, "Here, these are for you." Do-jun stares at his coffee, surprised. "For me?" She points to the bags cheerfully. "This one's for your grandmother and Yu Young. This one is for you, Do-jun." You take the bag and open it right there, looking annoyed. "Could have just waited until you got home. Why the rush?" Do-jun glances at the high-end clothes inside. They look expensive. She picks up her drink and explains calmly, "Just a little thank you for your help. I was made a knight all because of you." Hyunju continues, "Compared to what you did for me, this is nothing. If you need it, I'll even buy you a car." He puts the clothes away, his expression calm. "I'll let you know when I need one. Plus, I've already received plenty of help myself." She looks him straight in the eye, serious. "If I asked how you knew the Kasokian's weakness, you wouldn't tell me, right?" Do-jun replies flatly, "Do I have any reason to answer that?" Hyunju sighs, helpless. The warm, dim lights of the cafe shine down on them. She speaks up. "What's the plan now? I'm not expecting you to talk about world peace or anything, but if you're planning to target Hong Hee-ju or Kang Do-bin, that's going to be a headache. I have to find a way to stop you." Do-jun slowly opens his mouth, looking perfectly serious. "First, I need to buy a house." She looks at him, bewildered. Hyunju asks in shock, "Wait, you've been living in a rental this whole time?" Do-jun stays silent, not knowing what to say. Cut to late at night, somewhere else, filled with laughter and chaos. In a luxurious villa, beautiful women are playing in a pool. Jung Pyo is soaking in the water, arms around two women, his face dark with thought. "Hyun, for some reason, you've been acting different lately. It's one thing that you knew the Kasokian's weakness, but you even hid how you found it out. And forget the Kasokian, what's the deal with Do-jun?" Hyunju, lounging nearby, crosses her arms and asks, "What do you mean by that?" Jung Pyo lists everything off. "You even helped him get out of trouble, even if it meant taking down a prosecutor. You even said you saw him turn Kang Cheonu into a target practice dummy." Hyunju pulls off her blindfold and explains, annoyed, "Kang Cheonu was the one who started it anyway, and the assassination attempt through the portal failed, didn't it? That fight was Kang Cheonu's doing too." Jung Pyo laughs with contempt. "That idiot Cheonu was greedy and did something stupid, so he deserved to die. But he was my cousin. To put it simply, I have a perfectly good reason to get revenge on Do-jun." Hyunju glares at him with cold, warning eyes. Jungpyo is visibly shaken by Hyunju's gaze. She lies back, turning away, and says indifferently, "Suit yourself, I'm not getting involved." He's caught off guard by her reaction, thinking to himself, "I thought there was something huge going on between them." Hyunju covers her eyes, hiding all emotion. "I have no reason to get involved anyway." Back in the present, Jungpyo pours a drink, thinking, "No reason? I made that crystal clear." He sips his drink, looking stern. There's definitely something not right about Dojun. In the UK, the land has become a wasteland after the monster attack. The British Hero Association is trying to send as many heroes into the rift as possible to collect magic crystals before the second wave starts. A bearded man standing guard sighs. What a waste. If we had the red spider flower extract, even scrubs like us could have taken down the Kasokian. His partner agrees. Yeah, exactly. If we'd stopped the wave early, this place would be a gold mine for magic crystals by now. Once a wave starts, the rift can't be stabilized. The man continues. I heard the second wave won't be the Kasokian, but something else. The bearded man replies, yeah. Not knowing what's going to come out is the scariest part. Some countries have already been wiped out because of this. As he says this, he turns to look at the rift. His partner asks, what? Is something wrong? The man replies, I just have a feeling like someone is coming out. His partner tries to calm him. Wait, someone coming out just after the team went in? It's only been 5 hours. The guard keeps warning him, just stay sharp and keep watch. I'm sure some greedy civilians will show up looking for magic crystals sooner or later. Suddenly, lightning sparks inside the rift. The guard spins around, his face frozen in shock. His partner is just as stunned. From inside the rift, a muscular man appears, looking incredibly grim and terrifying. He looks down from above, his purple pupils glowing with a chilling light. The two guards are terrified by the man's appearance. He's not a hero, his clothes, his scars, nothing about him fits the profile. Quick, protect headquarters. Before he can even send the alert, the man reaches out with his metallic hand, creating a green circle. The two guards are bewildered as they're lifted into the air by the green circles. The guard being pulled up cries out in panic. What? What is this? The man doesn't care at all. He marches past them. Damn it. The guard, furious, turns and throws a dagger at him. The man inside doesn't even flinch. The magic circle deflects the daggers, sending them flying in another direction. He mutters something under his breath. Then, the man suddenly clenches his fist, and the two guards scream in pain, as if they're being crushed by an invisible hand. He gently reaches out, his fingers twitching, and purple lightning appears. A phone slowly emerges from the lightning. On the screen, the numbers 19.26% are visible. The deep red digits 19.26 are clear as day. The man wonders, it's been 10 years according to the time here, hasn't it? Still haven't reached 20%? He walks past the guards, muttering to himself, did I fail? After all the effort I put into creating a spatial rift. First, I need to raise the magic density. One of the two soldiers speaks up weakly. What are you? But the man just turns his head. Before answering, he deals a brutal blow to the soldier. The man wears a face as terrifying as a demon, and says coldly, I need to clear out these weak pests first. In the opening scene, a place haunted by the appearance of Korean monsters. Under the blue sky, Dojun appeared calm, yet every step he took sent tremors through people's hearts. With the sun on his shoulders and the wind blowing by, no one knew where he came from or where he was headed. They only knew that his presence made everything fall silent. Suddenly, a series of strange noises nearby caught his attention. Something was rushing toward Dojun at a terrifying speed. From the cracked earth, a giant monster emerged, its roar tearing through the air. It opened its horrific mouth, ready to crush anyone who dared to stand in its way. But this time, the prey before it wouldn't be easy to swallow. A whole pack of monsters appeared at once. Yet, in the midst of the chaos, only one person stood firm. Dojun didn't retreat, nor did he need to hide. Because from this moment on, the one being hunted would no longer be human. He looked down, his gaze fixed on the deep, dark void below. Something was waiting for him there. With just a light touch, the ground trembled, and supreme power distorted the very landscape. After a brief moment of estimation, 26 creatures within a 100-meter radius, Dojun smirked. A fireball erupted from his palm. The heat surged as if to incinerate the sky, testing how many would survive. Glowing red light pierced through the cracks as waves of fire were channeled into the deep pit. Dojun calmly put his hands in his pockets, his expression unchanging. Immediately after, the ground shook, and an explosion rang out. Blinding light consumed the area. Power erupted. Flames roared toward the heavens, and a crimson pillar pierced the clouds, tearing through the air as if to set the sky ablaze. Witnessing that display, a look of suspicion flashed in Dojun's eyes. What on earth was that? At one point, he gave a faint, smug smile. Shifting the scene to the heart of a bustling city, skyscrapers stood tall as symbols of power and hidden secrets. An elderly man with a calm demeanor took a sip of coffee. All right, what kind of person is he? The subordinate's sunglasses glinted. He spoke in a serious tone. He is truly a difficult young man to approach. A few others nearby nodded in agreement. He confirmed to me that he really is a hero. Min Hong-ki, vice president of the Korean Hero Association. Not stopping there, Taegwa continued to dig deeper. He looked at his assistant with curiosity. I heard the hero ranking device couldn't measure him, right? Eun-gu neatly organized the documents on the table and nodded slightly. Yes, I didn't receive any reading at all. A middle-aged man in a black suit, his face contorted, shouted angrily. What an insolent brat. As a member of the association, he should provide clear answers. He was Seung Chon, another vice president of the Korean Hero Association. The atmosphere grew tense. The man laughing beside him signaled with his hand. What else? Taegwa urged the assistant once more. What else did you find? Eun-gu held up 2 papers filled with text. He shook his head. Not much, but there is some information. And then, he slowly unveiled a terrifying secret behind the scenes. Seo Do-jun said everything started from the dark conspiracy of hero Kang Cha-nu. Energy surged in his hands. Do-jun looked up, challenging and ready to confront the giant monster's downward strike. His eyes flashed with murderous intent, his hands engulfed in flames. Do-jun clenched his fist, spiritual power swirling, as if to incinerate all enemies before him. Eun-gu continued. Seo Do-jun nearly died in a battle at a spatial gate and awakened his powers. The monster's body was crushed, its flesh and blood blown to pieces. A ground-shaking explosion echoed, the aftershock sending smoke, dust, and bone fragments flying across the sky. After that, he took revenge on Kang Chon-u and single-handedly cleared a new rift in. Location. The battlefield trembled, red flames rose high, and Do-jun's figure rushed forward like a storm, sweeping away every obstacle. Eun-gu read with a serious face until the end, noting Seo Do-jun possessed overwhelming power. Taegwa crossed his arms, thinking, a wild horse is hard to tame, but it is a prized steed. As the monster's body exploded and blood splattered everywhere, Taegwa still had one concern. He requested a hero certification. Who in the association is vouching for him? Eun-gu's face darkened, and he replied in the heavy silence, it is Hyun, an S-rank hero. Taegwa and Seung Chon were stunned, their eyes filled with disbelief as anger flared. Do-jun stepped out, a provocative smirk on his lips. Amidst the light reflecting off the golden card, his cold face was clearly visible. Do-jun stared at the golden card, the 8th person on South Korea's S-rank hero list. The giant monster's carcass lay shattered on the ground, poisonous blood spreading in streaks. Thanks to this, I'm allowed to freely hunt monsters in the rifts. Not bad. Taegwa curled his lip into a smile, a fierce, almost insane grin, as if everything was going according to his calculations. In the quiet meeting room, after that laughter, he sighed. He looked at his 2 colleagues opposite him, appearing impressed. That kid really has guts. Yes, his actions truly transcend those of an ordinary person. But the atmosphere suddenly broke with a sharp, anxious outburst. Seung Cheon slammed the table and stood up, sweat rolling down his forehead, his voice booming with frustration. What? He dared to enter a Tier 2 rift alone without any teammates or support squad? That guy must be out of his mind. Taegwa's gaze remained deep and silent, offering only a heavy quiet in response. Eun-gu furrowed his brows, his eyes sharp as if weighing every word before speaking. Seung Chon faltered, sweat on his brow, letting out a tense, forced laugh. Confused and wanting to end the discussion, he shouted in a hurry, trying to justify his reasoning. Chairman, if that guy, Seo Do-jun, comes back alive, let's make his identity public and promote him widely. He is the 8th S-rank hero of South Korea, vice president. After speaking, Seung Cheon frowned and fell back into silence. Eun-gu questioned, frowning. Some were still hesitant about the consequences, but perhaps that was something the young man didn't want. We should ask for his opinion first, right? That remark was immediately refuted by Seung Chon in irritation. Hey, Vice President Min, what are you saying? In times of such instability, if we announce there's another S-rank hero, the public will be more at ease, don't you think? The room's focus shifted to the person with the highest decision-making power. Chairman Taegwa, what do you think? A calm voice rose. I have heard both of your opinions clearly. His face remained calm, his eyes showing determination. Let me meet him in person and see. Cutting back to the protagonist, Dojun delivered a lightning-fast kick, his body launching straight at the giant monster. The impact caused the earth to shatter. The monster's body was sent flying amidst a fierce roar. He lunged straight into the pack of monsters, their mouths agape with hideous hunger. His eyes were calm, his hands open as if preparing a technique. Dojun's gaze was icy cold. With a flick of his hand, he gathered his spiritual energy, ready to deliver a finishing blow that would make the monsters tremble. Flames ignited, enveloping his hand in a blazing inferno. The swirling fire condensed into a destructive force, prepared to crush the beasts. The flames erupted violently, slicing through the monster's body. Dojun landed heavily on the ground. Dust rose from the shockwave, his arm still wreathed in flames from the attack. With cold eyes, he radiated an oppressive aura, and the thunderous blast drowned out everything else in the area. The scene was left in a chaotic mess of smoke and fire, the monster's body trembling violently before shattering into pieces. Dojun stood proudly over the incinerated remains. Lingering flames flickered around his arm. Beneath the deep blue sky, his figure loomed like a ruler, stern and cold. As the fire on his hand slowly faded, he let out a soft sigh. Dojun looked up at the sky, thinking to himself, as expected, the mana consumption is no joke. I need to get my equipment ready as soon as possible. The blue and white building hovered above the ground, supported by sturdy concrete pillars. Under the sunlight, a sign revealed the name, Gassen Hero Complex. Not far ahead, a warm brown weapon crafting shop stood, neutralizing the cold tones of the complex. Inside, a sturdy young blacksmith sat at the counter, eyes glued to his phone screen. The gold-plated door chime, shaped like an inverted sword, rang out with a clinking sound, signaling a customer's arrival. The door opened. Dojun stood there with his hands in his pockets, a rough bag as long as his body slung over his shoulder. The blacksmith didn't look welcoming at all, and spoke in a monotone voice. Give me the name of the person who placed the order. Dojun stepped forward and set the heavy bag on the table. Even then, the guy didn't bother to look up. Dojun politely stated his request. I want to use this to make a weapon. The guy refused to take his eyes off his phone, only slightly raising an eyebrow as he flatly rejected him. If you didn't place an order, it's a no-go. Go somewhere else, and look. Getting a mouthful of the blacksmith's indifference made Dojun lose his patience. His face darkened, his eyes sharpening like blades, and he growled, I heard many places are so busy they aren't even taking new orders. You're the one who answered the phone, right? The guy, busy with his game, glanced at Dojun, clearly annoyed by the interruption. Damn it, I already said we're fully booked. We don't have space. Go find someone else. He added, there are plenty of skilled blacksmiths in this district. Dojun grabbed the blacksmith by the collar and hauled him off his chair, his hand bulging with veins. The guy shrieked in surprise. Are you crazy? What are you doing? Dojun stared him down. You're the owner, right? The guy stammered, panicked. I'm the owner's son. Dojun leaned in closer, radiating a chilling aura, and glared as he commanded, call your father out here right now. I only came all this way because I heard this place was good. The blacksmith, feeling forced, turned around and shot an odd look at him. He shouted, Dad, there's a customer here to see you. An old man in flip-flops came out, his age unable to diminish his sturdy physique. Drenched in sweat, he adjusted his hat and asked, who referred you here? Your identity as a master craftsman for heroes is well known, Dojun replied curtly. Hyundu, the blacksmith. Hearing those 3 words, the father and son turned pale, half respectful and half terrified. The master asked, did Hyunju really refer you to us? Dojun didn't answer. He calmly unzipped the tool bag. He took out 2 long, brownish gold pieces of raw material with sharp, pointed ends. The master recognized the items and was stunned. He stepped closer and picked them up, observing them thoroughly while stammering, this is. The young blacksmith was curious too. Dad, what is that? The items were over 2 handspans long. The master returned to his calm demeanor, though his voice still carried surprise at encountering such a rare find. These are the fangs of a giant black serpent. It's been a long time since I've seen these. Dojun gave more detailed instructions. Forge me a sword that's practical, but in terms of quality and length, make it as long as possible. The old man paused for a moment. As long as possible? You don't know, do you? Non-metallic materials like this lose a significant amount of durability if you try to stretch them out. Dojun crossed his arms, listening, his eyes appraising the man. The master offered an alternative. I'll make you 2 medium-sized swords instead. Dojun was stubborn. If he didn't get his way, he struck back. So, are you saying you lack the skill to do it? Join them together and make it into 1 long sword. That's what I need. And if possible, Boost the mana absorption to the highest level you can. The young blacksmith exploded with rage. Hey, I can't stand listening to this. Who are you calling unskilled? My dad. Even ordinary weapons he makes can handle tier 3 mana absorption or higher, you know. Dojun suddenly went silent. He took a pre-forged sword off the rack. It looked quite impressive. Dojun held both ends of the blade with his hands. He speculated, "This looks like a tier 5, right?" Saying that, Dojun's sinewy hand squeezed the blade tight. A mystical light emanated from his hand, bright enough to illuminate the shop, causing the young blacksmith standing an aisle away to step back. The next second, in the stunned silence of the father and son, he neatly crushed the sword like a piece of scrap metal. The sword in his hand shattered in an instant. Large and small pieces clattered as the broken metal hit the ground. The father and son stared at the debris in shock. Dojun dropped the sword fragments, his fist still clenched, his voice cold and menacing. "If you're planning to make trash like this, you'd be better off quitting the profession right now." The air around them suddenly grew scorching, as if fueled by fire. The young blacksmith was frozen in fear. The master, despite his anger, didn't dare to utter a word. One hit from that guy, and it would be game over. At the edge of a forest with lush, sun-drenched trees, beside a lake filled with flowers, a scene that seemed peaceful, a giant monster stirred, gnashing its teeth and growling, ready to wreak havoc. Its only eye, located in the center, was tightly shut. It suddenly snapped open, its blood-red pupil glowing, sending shivers down anyone's spine. Its massive, overgrown body awakened amidst nature, its heavy footfalls shaking the very earth. It looked up at the sky and let out a roar that echoed to the clouds. At that exact moment, Dojun arrived with a calm expression, one foot stepping into the shallow water. He felt that roar was incredibly annoying, still as noisy as ever. He flicked his hand, fire erupting up to his chest. His gaze had long since locked onto his target. Dojun lunged like the wind, dodging the monster's earth-shattering stomp. The monster stood frozen, watching the strange object charge at it, unsure if it was demon or man. Dojun leaned from above, building momentum, his hand engulfed in flames. With a decisive strike, he tore through the air and drove his hand deep into its shoulder. The monster opened its maw and shrieked in pain. It frantically grabbed a tree, trying to use it as a weapon, its veins bulging. But before it could even use the tree, Dojun flew in and sliced it clean off, leaving both ends scattered on the ground. Having finished off the monster's weapon, his cold, fiery eyes turned back to his primary target. It had almost no advantage whatsoever. Each of his swift movements was just enough to make the monster react with panicked confusion. Without wasting a single second, Dojun swung his arm, slashing through the other shoulder while circling behind, his aura overflowing with magical power. The battle wasn't over yet. The monster had regenerative abilities. Healing magic glowed green, knitting the torn flesh and skin back together. Its muscular body fully recovered. It stubbornly bared its fangs and glared. But Dojun didn't hesitate. He dashed behind it and leaped. With just a light touch, a scorching surge of fire flowed from his hand into the monster's flesh. The immense power left it charred black, as if it had been grilled. The monster shrieked with all its might as it took the full force of the fire blade. That final strike severed its head from its neck. He utilized the wind to create a powerful slash, successfully bringing the dramatic scene to a close. The monster collapsed with a thunderous crash. Dojun stood up, wiping away sweat as he stared at the dying embers, sighing. Maintaining the magic sword for this long is truly exhausting. He reached down to unzip his shoulder bag, pulled out a glass mug with a handle, popped the lid, and pressed it against the fallen monster to scoop up a mug of blood, silently congratulating himself. And thanks to this, I would take down that Cyclops. By the time Dojun returned, it was late at night, but the lights were still on inside the weapons shop. He pushed the mug of blood toward the blacksmith. The young man looked bewildered. "What is this?" Dojun replied nonchalantly. "Give this to your master. This will make it easier to fuse the two fangs of the black dragon together." The blacksmith stared at the crimson liquid, unable to feel at ease. He kept calling out to Dojun's retreating back. What? What was that? You have to tell me what it is." In the city, where skyscrapers glowed under the familiar streetlights at night, Dojun finally stepped out of the shop. He stopped on the sidewalk, unconsciously tightening his bag strap, deep in thought. "I've prepared enough basic materials, but to increase mana absorption, I need that item. The only place on Earth to find it is in Brazil, 12 hours away from here. It's a resort area surrounded by a refreshing swimming pool. The morning air there was quite relaxing and bustling. A phone on the edge of the pool buzzed with an incoming call. The screen displayed the caller, Seun. "Seun, who was lounging in the pool, walked over and softly answered the phone. Whatever news she heard from the other end seemed to shock her. She had to lift her sunglasses to her forehead and ask again. Brazil? Seriously? In the pool, people were splashing around. On the shore, Seyoon and Indu were lying on lounge chairs, enjoying their day off. The cold eyes behind Indu's glasses were observing her. Seyoon spoke up. The association decided to send heroes to Brazil? Indu, holding a juice box, took a sip and replied, "Yeah, I heard the Brazilian government and the association have both thrown in the towel. Now they're planning to completely seal off the entire rift area." Indu, wearing a deep-cut black bikini that revealed her voluptuous figure, gently removed her glasses and tilted her head with a smile. Even though the monsters there are much fiercer, the mana crystals they yield are quite valuable. And the pay from the association is good, so our guild decided to participate. You should go too. Bring that guy along. Seyoon probed for the identity of the person mentioned. Is that the 8th-ranked player who's been making waves lately? Indu replied, I'm not sure. Seyoon, not satisfied, raised her voice. What do you mean you're not sure? I heard you two are really close. Indu hurriedly denied it. What? That's not it at all. Seyoon teased. Oh, you're so cute. I saw with my own eyes you two hunting a cositis together. You know. Hyunju blushed, flustered, and replied, I know about that. If you're going, then go. Indu reached out her hands excitedly, acting sweetly and coquettishly. Seyoon, thank you so much. Suddenly, Seyoon stammered, cutting her off. But, I'm not even sure if he'll go with me. Elsewhere, beads of sweat streamed down the blacksmith's face, his expression tense. His voice turned fearful. Wait, how did you even find this? The fusion is so perfect. It doesn't look like metal. It's cast like a single solid block. Who would have thought Cyclops' blood could be used this way? Dujun stood with his arms crossed, looking arrogant. A corner of his mouth twitched upward. The blacksmith, holding the wooden handle, reluctantly agreed. Fine, I'll follow the order. It can be extended up to 180 centimeters. Dujun reminded him to craft it as a two-handed sword, but with a handle designed so it could be swung with one hand. About 5 kilograms should be enough. The blacksmith's face under his hat looked quite twisted. What's this? Suddenly, you're acting all formal? I thought you were the type to be difficult. Turns out you know manners too. Or perhaps, this weapon is just that important to you. The shop owner observed the heavy, rough wooden template in his hands and spoke. But 5 kilograms is a bit heavy for one-handed use. It's not like you're just going to swing it a few times and be done with it. Dujun spoke up. It's fine. Just do as I said. How long will it take? The blacksmith replied. At least a month. The mana absorption rate could reach level 7. Dujun thought. Level 7, huh? I wonder if it can withstand my full power? As expected, I really do have to use it. For now, let's get the shape done. The blacksmith looked at Seyoon and muttered, As for increasing the mana absorption rate, wait until I've processed the materials before doing it. The blacksmith's pupils shrank, feeling a sense of unease. Don't tell me he actually intends to go get those materials? A few days later, in front of the parking lot sign, a luxurious car was parked. Dujun stood next to the car, his face full of appreciation. Thank you, I'll make good use of it. Seyoon smiled and replied, It's nothing. Do I look that short on cash? Is that really the only $1 billion item you dared to ask for? Dujun smiled and answered, This amount is reasonable. That left her a bit speechless. Seyoon stood dumbfounded for a moment, blankly watching him inspect the car. She asked out of curiosity, What's going on with the Hero Association? Dujun replied, They're planning to reveal my identity, so I demanded they pay a fair price. She was stunned. Pay a fair price? Chairman Na Huang is a man who always puts the big picture first, you know. So it seems. But the negotiations failed. She shouted in frustration, Can you just live like a normal person for once? I'm your guarantor, please think about me too. His only response was the blunt sound of him closing the car door. Hyunju stepped up, opened the door, and sat right in the passenger seat. As she fastened her seatbelt, she tilted her head and said softly, The association is swamped with deploying troops to the rift area in Brazil. Once things stabilize, I'll arrange for the chairman to talk to you again. Dujun's voice was filled with distraction. Brazil. Hyunju's hand brushed against his arm. Yeah, exactly. They said they would completely seal off part of the area. Their distance grew closer and closer. It was a suggestive and intimate atmosphere. Dujun looked into her eyes and probed, Are you going too? Her face turned red with shyness, and beads of sweat trickled down her cheeks, making her feel both tense and flustered. She turned and answered, Of course. Why do you ask? Dojun's handsome face and charming voice rose. Because I want to go with you. That sentence made Hyunju's heart race, her cheeks flushing pink with shyness. In another space, Hong Hee-ju's face was filled with fearful trembling. She's asking Jung Pyo for more money? He smirked, his lips curling upward. Now isn't the time to be pinching pennies, he thought. Director Hong shouted in anger. I've already fronted you 30 billion. How much longer do you expect me to wait before you actually make a move? I should have just hired someone else, Jung Pyo simply replied. Who else is going to take a job like this? He mocked. There's no shortage of people in this world who'd kill without blinking for the right price. He sighed, his eyes filled with contempt as he looked at Hong. But director, you're honestly misinformed. How about I give you a little free intel? Seo Do-jun, he's an S rank, the 8th S rank hero in South Korea. Hong Hee-ju's face twisted in rage, beads of sweat popping out on her cheek. She screamed, That brat is an S rank? Are you messing with me? He chuckled. Well, you don't believe me? I had to pay good money for that info. If you don't buy it, just sit there and wait to die by his hand. He strolled slowly toward the door as her voice echoed behind him. Wait, what did you say? Is Seo Do-jun really an S rank? If that's true, then I can't let this slide. I'll pay more, you have to take him out. A sinister smile spread across Jung Pyo's face. It's not just about the money. If we become close business partners, that would be even better. Hong Hee-ju seemed to lose all control after hearing his intel. She shrieked. Whatever it takes. Just make sure he dies. Suddenly, Jung Pyo's phone rang. Hong Hee-ju felt a wave of unease. He pursed his lips and silently read the notification. Jung Pyo spoke up. It seems fate is on your side, Director Hong. Hong Hee-ju looked puzzled. What do you mean? He smirked, turning the phone screen toward her. A perfect opportunity to take care of Seo Do-jun just popped up. Up in the business class cabin of the plane, sitting with a calm, elegant posture. Meanwhile, online, netizens were gossiping, buzzing with excitement over the hero team. The most elite squad from the Hero Association's S-rank 5th-tier force was sent to the Barato operation, the biggest foreign deployment in history. Kang Do-bin and even Hong Hee-ju joined the fray. The Barato operation officially entered the 5th-tier stage. The arrogant presence of Jang Se-jong sat calmly with his arms crossed. Hey, did you hear? Jang Se-jong is heading to Barato. Rumor has it he's going solo to carry the whole team. Top tier, huh? Kang Do-bin smells money like a hunting dog. He's probably getting paid a fortune. Ha-eon was in business class, working out with a toned physique. Kim, I bet Park Hoo is just going for the cash too. His guild is broke, struggling for money. Ha-eon's handsome face peered out, observing the situation outside. She had no idea the internet was full of praise for them. Hae-in and Lee-eun are going too? They're practically national heroes at this point. It makes sense. If the #1 ranker in Gangnam is going, you've got to follow suit. Oh my god. Lee-eun and Yugin look so sexy. Jung Pyo sat with his arms crossed, nonchalantly observing his surroundings. Damn, if even Kang Do-bin is going to Barato, they must be throwing money around like it's nothing. Hey, did you hear? If you manage to get a magic crystal, you don't have to pay taxes, the whole thing goes to the hero. Gu Yom Ba. Is that insider info real? Just one mid-grade crystal is enough to change your life. Jung Pyo looked confused, turning to look at Do-jun, who was slurping his noodles. The comments online remained heated. Wait, who is this Seo Do-jun guy? The storm on social media grew more curious by the minute. Seo, sounds like some rookie. This Barato mission is probably his debut. He's still so young, they probably brought him along to gain experience. I'm curious how good he actually is. If he's 5th tier, he must have some skill, right? The plane took off into the air, each of them lost in their own private thoughts. Jang Se-jong's face remained calm. Ha-eon's sharp eyes narrowed slightly. Do-jun kept a serious expression. Jung Pyo stared blankly at Do-jun, eyes wide. Do-jun was chewing his food, his face puffed out under his black cloak. The plane began its descent toward Barato. Amidst the bustling cityscape of skyscrapers, the camera zoomed quickly toward the modern headquarters, with the flag fluttering in the wind. This was where the heroes gathered. The Barato Hero Association. Just then, breaking news flashed through an emergency meeting. The editor reported that the South Korean expedition team had just landed at the airport. Someone showed interest, saying, "That's good news. Out of all the summoned nations, they arrived the fastest." An official frowned. As he took notes, he remarked in a heavy atmosphere, "Some of the heroes didn't even go to their quarters. They headed straight into action. They sure are an on-time country," he stammered. But the official tilted his head, his eyes showing a mix of surprise and seriousness. "I'm worried the South Korean side will discover that information." Another veteran leader leaned back, arms crossed, his gaze cold and deep. In this world, no secret lasts forever, so we must keep them under tight control until this mission concludes. The group nodded. I understand. He sighed softly, clenching his fist as if trying to hold on to his remaining composure. The mood turned even gloomier as the final report was read. Borato's National Treasure class hero, Moga Seo, had been defeated and killed by an unidentified entity. Amidst the tension in the meeting room, the story took a sudden turn. It wasn't a monster. The black box data clearly shows a human figure. The man still seemed puzzled. He pondered, what on earth happened at the rift near Santa Jim? In the large conference room, a man in a sharp suit stood, pointing at a glowing map while presenting to the room. Below the stage, Do-jun stared at his phone, frowning slightly as he sent a quick message. Where are you? The meeting has already started. Do-jun replied nonchalantly. On the plane, she asked suspiciously. The plane? We just landed at the same time. I'm heading to the destination. It's still far away. Which place do you mean? He replied with a single word. Santaim. Do-jun's eyes went wide. She was stunned, unable to believe it. Santa, he's going into the most dangerous rift alone? Alone? The man in the suit continued his presentation, pointing at red-marked areas as route reminders appeared on screen. The entire hall listened in silence. The tension was suffocating. After 2 days of on-site familiarization, heroes will be assigned to their registered sectors in order. Outside, the scene shifted to a luxury hotel named Bomho 2. Flags fluttered in the wind under the brilliant sun. Do-jun pulled her suitcase, opened the door, and stepped into a yellow taxi, preparing to leave. Just as she was about to get in, a hand unexpectedly blocked her. She looked up, her eyes full of vigilance. A teammate had called her back. Kang Do-bin held the car door shut, his eyes peering at her suspiciously. He acted innocently, as if he didn't want her to go. Where are you going? The schedule hasn't even started yet. Seo Do-jun kept his eyes half closed, his expression calm, as if he couldn't care less. I have somewhere I need to be. Seoki Ung-choi was curious. So, where is that? Facing the interrogation from his teammates, Seo Do-jun replied in a cold, low voice. The taxi sped off, lights flashed, and Kang-so Do-jun still stood there, calm as if waiting for the inevitable. His eyes narrowed slightly when he heard that name. A land shrouded in countless rumors and secrets no one dared to mention. Santazim? The place that even the Hunter Association forbids anyone from visiting? The scenery changed to a desolate wasteland with jagged cliffs, dry and weathered by time. Barren, twisted trees rose up like ghost sentinels. The rift zone near Santazim. Seo Do-jun's team and Hyunju, the girl accompanying Seo Do-jun, quietly entered Santazim. No one spoke. Only the sound of rapid footsteps echoed on the parched ground. Everyone's eyes were filled with vigilance. The group walked in silence, their footsteps the only sound echoing through the wasteland. Suddenly, Seo Do-jun's icy voice cut through, shattering the tense atmosphere. We're already here. At least tell us why you were in such a rush. Seo Do-jun replied casually, with a hint of reproach. I was waiting, wasn't I? Aren't you the one who was late? Seo Do-jun is a cold-blooded, blunt guy. Hyunju shouted angrily. No way. If you had told us beforehand, Seo Do-jun wouldn't have needed to wait. She narrowed her eyes, probing. Forget it. So, what exactly are you aiming for by coming here? Seo Do-jun didn't waver, answering flatly. Blue core. Hyunju couldn't hide her surprise and shouted, Blue core? Just for that? Seo Do-jun glanced at his teammate, his face emotionless. Do you need any other reason? She tilted her head, her tone filled with sarcasm. So. Do-jun. Do you know I'm 3 years older than you? Seo Do-jun shook his head nonchalantly. So what? Hyunju struggled, annoyed. She attacked Seo Do-jun with her words, their argument echoing through the forest. It's not just about that, but you should know how to respect your elders. Indu's gaze, half scornful, half weary, flickered over the two of them. Seo Do-jun snapped back. I've been speaking politely, haven't I? Just talk comfortably if you want. The journey of warriors, venturing into dangerous lands, where death always lurks, continued. His voice boomed through the mountain range. Trying to annoy me? Then stop using honorifics. To think he'd dare boss Hyunju around like that. The conversation was interrupted by a tense situation. A guy glanced around the shaking rift and spoke up nervously. Hey, is it really okay to just charge straight into the rift like this? The other immediately laughed out loud. We've got the hero Hyunju here. What are you worried about? Amidst the tension spreading around the rift, a voice filled with doubt rose up. I know she's strong, but that guy leading them is a rookie. A round of laughter broke out. Seon-gu couldn't believe his ears. A rookie? He turned around to scold the two gossiping guys. He sneered. his voice full of implication. There are rookies, and then there are rookies. If it's Seo Do-jun, he's probably a legendary tier rookie. The two young men turned pale, stunned. To that extent? The constant chatter made Hyunju and the team wrinkle her nose and look toward Seo Do-jun. Are you listening to this? Seo Do-jun immediately raised his sword to defend himself, looking forward and snapping. Too noisy. Hyunju's stern gaze fell on Seo Do-jun. Seo Do-jun, don't tell me you came here with the intention of sealing the entire rift? However, Seo Do-jun replied with an unexpected reason. I came here to hunt. Why would I seal it? Hyunju gaped for a long while. Hunt? Suddenly, the whole mountain shook violently amidst a cloud of dust. A monster's arm with claws as long and sharp as blades swung down, tearing through the air and creating a cold, murderous aura. The explosion shook the entire space. A fierce light flashed as the strike hit the barrier. The soldier gritted his teeth, his body trembling under the terrifying pressure. Immediately after, the ground shook. Seongu jerked his head around, his eyes wide with astonishment. He clearly felt the tremor spreading through the space. He screamed to warn the group, "Stay alert, get into formation." Seongu gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with anger and tension, his breath coming in short gasps. His throat was dry, only letting out a choked sound, a roar. From the fog, a gigantic figure slowly emerged, its pitch-black wings unfolding. Its golden eyes glowed like blades, piercing through everything. The black aura surrounding the dragon's body exerted such pressure that the ground shook. This was no ordinary monster. It was a true dragon that had stepped out from the abyss. Seongu's jaw dropped in surprise. Compared to the photos, this thing is a real monster. Facing the monster's terrifying power, a team member panicked. Wait, isn't this a bit dangerous? Immediately, Seo Do-jun stepped forward, his voice echoing with finality. Get back. Seo Do-jun's hand gripped the sword hilt so tightly that his veins popped from the pressure. Cold steel flashed, the blade vibrating as if responding to its master. Amidst the blinding light, Seo Do-jun stood silent as a blade unsheathed, waiting only for the moment to strike down the world. He remembered the words of his master. Tongue. To get the blue core, you can't use your bare hands. I'll lend you my most prized sword. Use it to get the material. Don't say another word. He raised his sword, his cold gaze locked onto the enemy. The moment the steel flashed was the moment the real battle began, a strike that tore through heaven and earth. A thunderous explosion echoed, sweeping away everything in sight. Seo Do-jun braced himself, throwing a punch, his eyes bursting with killing intent, blood and afterimages splattering. That punch wasn't just human strength. The giant dragon roared, its scales glowing, but it was being pelted by a barrage of attacks from all sides. Light, dust, and shockwaves intertwined as if to crush it. The evil dragon spread its wings, its eyes icy. A powerful spiritual aura radiated from its body, as if exploding from within. The energy surged violently, the surrounding ground exploded, and space trembled as if the entire battlefield revolved around it. Seongu laughed excitedly. As expected, the moment his weapon flashed in his hand, the onlookers stood frozen, their eyes full of fear and astonishment. They couldn't believe such power could come from a human. What was that? And as the sword swung down, shaking the earth, the group gasped in horror. That's absurdly strong. Seo Do-jun stood with his back to them, his sword still dripping blood. Behind him, the monster's giant hand lay shredded. Small flames flickered in the dark forest. Seo Do-jun sat alone by a fire, setting his weapon aside. Looking into the blazing fire, the murmurs behind him were clearly heard. Did you see that? Seo Do-jun took down the blue core with just one strike. How many monsters has he taken down by himself? I've lost count, one of the guys whispered, covering his mouth while looking at him. Keep it down. I heard he even took out that giant chimera creature too. The guy couldn't hide his shock, blurting it out loud. Meanwhile, Do-jun just stared calmly at the fire, ignoring the whispers behind him. It was clear he was no ordinary hero. In front of him, 2 pieces of green meat were sizzling in a pan over the fire. Suddenly, he turned his head to look at someone walking slowly toward him. He asked, "Finished processing the blue crocodile hearts yet?" She looked toward the crates he pointed to. He answered nonchalantly, "You can see for yourself." Zeon looked back, full of doubt. What on earth are those hearts for? And what is that meat he's grilling? It doesn't look like beef, does it? His casual answer hit her like a lightning bolt, and her eyes went wide in panic. It's blue crocodile meat. It's actually not bad. Want to try some? Zeon quickly covered her mouth and stepped back, terrified. We have plenty of food. Why on earth would we go through the trouble of eating that? Do-jun ignored her, skewered a piece, and popped it into his mouth. Suit yourself. Behind him, she stared at him in complete shock. He chewed away calmly. Just then, Indu saw it, froze, and stared at the meat he was eating in disbelief. Her face dropped as she asked in horror, "You can actually eat that? We have so much food left, and you choose that?" Immediately, a pair of slender hands reached out with chopsticks and grabbed a piece of meat from the hot pan. Just as she caught her staring at the meat she had just picked up, Indu shouted, "Zeon, wait, are you seriously going to eat that?" Hyunju turned to look at the person who had jumped up in a panic. "They said it's edible," she said. She opened her mouth wide, ready to eat it, despite Indu's shock. She took a bite of the suspicious-looking green meat. A second later, she covered her mouth, looking thoughtful and surprised. "Huh, this is actually pretty good." Indu immediately stepped closer to them, leaned in, and whispered, which made Dojun, still chewing, suspicious. "Seo Dojun, what's your secret? How did you win Zeon over? She's never had a boyfriend before and isn't the type to be easily swayed by men. Tell me, how did you get her to eat that monster meat?" He looked down without a flicker of emotion. "My secret for love? Probably back when I was at the Imperial Academy. I wasn't even 20 yet." The image of the young man known as the Sword God appeared. He was staring intently at a beautiful girl, Lady Gren, the Count's daughter. A second later, he was holding hands with a beautiful white-haired woman. Then came Lady Lurlan, when he was over 20, and finally, the fierce silhouette of a woman standing bravely against a horde of massive monsters in the ruins of Vionia. Indu shouted right in his ear, snapping him out of his reverie. "Hey, are you listening? I asked for your dating advice." Dojun turned to see her standing there with her hands on her hips. Then, quick as a flash, he put on an excited look and replied, "Honey doesn't go looking for the bees." Indu froze. A second later, her jaw dropped. She couldn't believe her ears. "Oh my god, that is the cheesiest thing I've ever heard in my life." Indu immediately slapped Hyunju on the back, so hard she dropped her chopsticks and started coughing. Scene changed to the modern city, full of skyscrapers. Inside a luxurious room, the assistant reported, "That's all the information, sir." Pio swirled the wine in his glass, his tone careless. "The campaign hasn't even started yet, so why the rush to leave? And Seo Dojun too. Dong Indu and her guild are joining in as well. Is there even anything worth money in that Santa Gym region?" "As far as I know, there's nothing special," the man replied quickly. "When we asked the people in the area, they just said it was extremely dangerous." Just then, the phone rang. Anything involving that bastard Seo Dojun was always unpredictable. "Really now, Director Hong, why are you calling me?" The voice on the other end asked back, "Is that bastard Seo Dojun still alive? When is he finally going to get to work?" He chuckled and asked, "Are you annoyed about something else? What happened?" The other end replied, "My father. He probably saw that Dojun is ranked 5th, so he wants me to bring him home." Pio sat up, saying mockingly, "Even the chairman of Group T is getting involved personally? No wonder our director is so anxious." The other side lost patience and shouted, "Stop joking around. What are we going to do?" Pio walked over to a map on the wall. "We finally found a good partner. We have to keep them happy, right? Seo Dojun definitely won't be coming back from that area." The voice on the other side replied, sounding satisfied. "I like that answer." He pointed his pen at a spot on the map. "Now that you understand, hang up. Director Hong, keep in touch with the Taka CD side." The assistant immediately acknowledged the order. On the map, a name was circled in red. Now that Seo Dojun has crawled into the wilderness himself, it'll be much easier to deal with him. Back in the forest, Dojun was leading the group forward. Zeon stared at the map as they entered the dense woods. "They say there are dangerous monsters here." He asked back, "Which ones?" She immediately thought of a terrifying creature. Dojun looked calmly up at the sky. "Lin, huh? Even that thing is here." Hyunju asked, "You know about Lin?" He replied, "Why wouldn't I?" Dojun strode forward. Hyunju watched his back disappear into the distance. "I knew it would be like this. I won't stop you, but put these on." Dojun looked at the objects in his palm. "What are these?" Hyunju ignored him and walked over to hand them to him, starting to give instructions. "Earplugs. If you get lured by the Lin's screech, your brain will go numb. You said you knew about them earlier." His response left her confused. "No need." He turned and walked away. Hyunju shouted in a panic, "Don't underestimate the Lin." The Hero Association once warned to be extremely careful with it, but he didn't pay any attention to her words. Night gradually covered the quiet forest. Dojun continued to lead the way. A furry creature silently followed their every step. Under the full moon, its body slowly came into view. Everyone looked at it with fear. A shrill, piercing sound rang out, making Indu and the others cover their ears in a panic. "Lin!" Everyone, cover your ears, now. Meanwhile, Seo Dojun kept his gaze fixed on the creature, his eyes sharp and cold. He stared down the beast as it howled under the moonlight. As soon as it appeared, Lin tilted its head back and let out a howl that echoed through the area. The sound was so grating that Hyunju instinctively covered her ears. Indu and the rest of the team quickly followed suit. Seo Do-jun, however, stood there completely unfazed. Hyunju watched him in surprise, wondering to herself, why on earth isn't he covering his ears? Seo Do-jun casually picked up a stone from the ground. He channeled flames into his hand, clutching the rock as his eyes swept across the field with a chilling glare. He swung his arm and hurled the stone. The stone was engulfed in flames, transforming into a searing projectile that tore through the air, headed straight for Lin in the tree. Both Hyunju and Hyunju were left stunned by his sudden move. Lin turned and bolted. Seo Do-jun didn't let up, immediately giving chase. Indu scrambled to keep up, looking completely confused. What just happened? She couldn't help but be amazed. Lin's howling had stopped. Seo Do-jun ran for a bit before coming to a sudden halt. His teammates quickly caught up to him. In the dead of night, Seo Do-jun stood tall, facing a swarm of Lin. The one he had attacked earlier bared its teeth, visibly enraged. It glared at him, its red pupils emitting a faint golden light. Lin stared intensely at Hyunju. She froze, her body locking up as the creature locked eyes with her. She looked as if she were under a spell, her eyes now reflecting the same unnatural look as Lin's. Just then, Seo Do-jun stepped forward and gently covered her eyes. His voice was deep and calm. It's not the howling you need to worry about. Hyunju glanced at him. Her eyes still held that faint golden hue. He explained, it's the gaze of the Lin that paralyzes the mind. He gripped his sword and reminded her, close your eyes for a moment. She obeyed, squeezing her eyes shut. Seo Do-jun walked toward the pack of Lin with effortless grace, his sword wrapped in brilliant crimson flames. This is as far as you go, he thought. With a single, fluid swing, his blade unleashed a dazzling ring of fire. Seo Do-jun stood firmly in the center of the flames. His presence was commanding, the sword style of the Vangloria Tin clan, he mused. Hyunju's eyes glowed with intense focus. First form. Kilader Milag Rosa K. A single point creates a miracle. Flames coiled around his razor-sharp blade. With a cold, steel gaze and majestic power, he swung his sword. A sphere of fire materialized at the tip. The pack of Lin cowered in fear, flattening themselves against the ground. The fireball grew larger and larger, blazing brightly in the air. The teammates behind him watched in utter disbelief. What the hell is that? It looked insanely dangerous. Seo Do-jun's face seemed hardened like metal, with faint golden energy radiating from his eyes. He unleashed his technique. The flames from his sword shot forward like a missile, tearing through the sky, a ring of fire lighting up the night, hurtling straight at the Lin. Lin stared at the incoming fire, still dazed, not fully comprehending what was happening. It wasn't until the flames were right on top of it that it widened its eyes in shock. In an instant, the entire pack was enveloped. A massive, violent wave of fire swept through the forest, breaking the silence of the night. Indu and Hyunju shielded themselves from the intense heat. Seeing something through the blaze, she opened her eyes wide. A massive furrow of fire had torn through the ground, leaving a blackened, charred path behind. The trees on both sides were reduced to ash. On the ground, the Lin lay defeated, their bodies still smoking, motionless amidst the soot. The others met the same fate. The whole team stared at the scene, mouths agape in shock. Hyunju stammered, sweating, "No way." In the middle of the ashes, one Lin was still clinging to life, struggling to drag itself up. Seo Do-jun walked toward the survivor slowly, sword in hand. The creature glared, its pupils glowing as it tried to hypnotize him, but Seo Do-jun wasn't affected in the slightest. Without a hint of mercy, he cleanly sliced the Lin in two. It stared blankly, coughing up a mouthful of blood. The creature's eyes reflected Seo Do-jun's silhouette. He spoke in a cold, chilling tone. "Don't get cocky here." Seo Do-jun reached out and touched its wide-open eye. "I'll be taking this eye. Might come in handy later." Seo Do-jun stared down at it with icy eyes. Indu and Hyunju watched him with newfound trust. At that moment, Lin muttered in disbelief. "This is insane. Is he even human? He's probably stronger than an Alphaner, maybe even on par with a Kenter." Kenter? The strongest hero in the world? No way. Meanwhile, a group of monsters lurking in the water prepared to strike, baring their razor-sharp teeth at Seo Do-jun's group. Seo Do-jun's team sized them up. They have no idea what they're walking into. Unit creatures don't have brains. As soon as he said that, the monsters lunged. Unfortunately for them, they were immediately met with a devastating punch from Seo Do-jun. He didn't stop there, following up with a kick to every single one of them. He looked at them with a lethal expression. Seo Do-jun moved with lightning speed, weaving through the monsters, cutting them down one by one, leaving them in pieces. Seo Do-jun slammed his foot into the ground, and as the others looked at the gruesome scene, they were left stunned and speechless. The air filled with the dying wails of the monsters. As things settled, while walking alone with Seo Do-jun, Hyunju asked, "That sword style, where did you learn it?" A familiar clicking sound echoed from the impact point, and flashes of his own past flickered in Seo Do-jun's mind. He replied, "What, you want to learn it?" Hyunju was taken aback. "Can I?" Thoughts raced through his head. In this peaceful world, why would she need that? Thinking this, he replied, "Even if you learned it now, when would you ever use it?" Hyunju felt annoyed, thinking, "Get off your high horse. I'm an S-rank hero, you know." She snapped back. "At least I could use it once before I die, right? Or is it just that you don't want to teach me?" Seo Do-jun shot a glare at Hyunju. She didn't back down, meeting his gaze until he finally gave in. Fine. I guess that's all you're capable of." Indu intervened, trying to smooth things over. "Enough. Let's head through the rift." The team followed the order. Yes, they all hurried toward the rift. Thanks to Seo Do-jun, no one was hurt, Indu thought to herself. Next time we're near this area, we can move even faster. With that thought, she slipped through the rift. As soon as she crossed over, Indu heard someone cursing. "I'm going to kill you." She looked confused. "Is that Japanese?" The insults continued, one after another. "How dare you stand in our way?" Indu finally recognized the voice. At that moment, Hyunju was being held in Seo Do-jun's arms. The one speaking was Jizoma, an S-rank hunter and the guild leader of the Yakuza Empire. Jizoma stepped in front of Seo Do-jun and continued, "I was finally having some fun with the King of Fists, and you had to go and ruin it. He wanted a fight, so he's getting one." Seo Do-jun whispered, "Get lost before I smash your face in. Do you understand me? This group is such an eyesore, isn't it?" Hearing him communicate so fluently with Jizoma, Du asked in surprise, "You can speak Japanese?" Do-jun suddenly replied with a worried look, muttering to himself. Actually, it was Do-jun who had learned it. Jizoma warned him with intense killing intent. "What are you daydreaming about?" The group of scumbags, his gang, quickly chimed in. "Who are you talking trash to, in front of our boss? Get on your knees and apologize right now. Do you even know who this is? This is if you guys dare." Do-jun's cold, sharp gaze cut them off mid-sentence, not even bothering to acknowledge their threats. "Get lost." The atmosphere suddenly froze, the killing intent between both sides thick and tense. Indu also started muttering to herself. The Empire was a top 5 guild in Japan. They were notorious for being lawless, acting like thugs, and having underworld origins. Even if Do-jun was strong, it was best to avoid them. Thinking this, she quickly stepped forward to mediate. "Both sides, just calm down." He brushed her off. "This is no place for a girl to be meddling." Hearing that, Indu's face stiffened. "A girl, huh?" The people behind Do-jun suddenly erupted in criticism. "You idiots! What are you doing? Daring to insult our guild leader? You idiots! Damn it." Indu hurriedly tried to stop them. "Everyone, stay quiet." After that, she calmly introduced herself. "I'm Indu, from the Peony Guild. It would be better to resolve this peacefully right here." Jizoma didn't care at all, and continued. "So what? I've never heard of your guild. If you want a beating, don't worry. Your turn is coming too." He reached out and yanked Du away from Do-jun. Do-jun quickly stepped forward to block his move. Seeing Do-jun step in, he threw a punch. "Get lost. I've got something to show you guys. Anyway, I was planning to kill you, so just sit tight and accept your death." Do-jun thought to himself, "Something to show me? Trying to piss me off? If you want to fight that badly, then let's play." A devastating punch landed straight on Jizoma's cheek. He had only thrown one loving punch, yet it sent him flying 100 meters away. Seeing their leader go flying like that, Jizoma's minions were suddenly terrified. Do-jun reminded everyone, back up." He threw the first punch. "So, this is just self-defense. Let's make it a one-on-one. Get rid of the small fry so it's not so crowded." Jizoma had recovered from the shock. He ordered, "Everyone, back off." Muscles bulged on his arms, and his face grew more and more savage. Du, standing nearby, began to worry for Do-jun. She whispered, "Do-jun, please, just kill half of them." Takashi's group looked forward in surprise. Hyunju, Indu, and Seongu all stared ahead with panicked expressions. Do-jun leaped up and kicked straight into Takashi's head. slamming his face into the ground as he groaned in pain. Afterward, Dojun kicked him flying. Takashi held his nose in agony, thinking, damn it, why is this guy so strong? Who the hell is this guy? This isn't what I heard about him, damn it. Dojun glanced at him. Takashi trembled just from that look. I'm going to die. Immediately, he turned and tried to run away, but Dojun instantly appeared right in front of him. Dojun growled, who ordered you guys to come and mess with me? I've already got a vague idea of who it is. But saying that, Dojun grabbed his hair, making him tremble. Please, please forgive me. Dojun replied coldly, you want me to forgive you? Never. Then he clenched his fist and punched him square in the face, sending teeth flying everywhere. Do's group watched, their eyes wide with shock. Dojun rubbed his arm after knocking Takashi to the ground. Indu looked surprised. I guessed as much. But I didn't expect it to be such a one-sided slaughter. Dojun placed his foot on Takashi's head. Seeing this, Indu pulled on Dojun's sleeve and said, at this rate, you're going to kill him. Do, say something. Seeing Dojun stomping hard on Takashi's head, Hyunju finally spoke up to stop him. Dojun, stop it. If you keep going, he's actually going to die. He didn't hesitate to reply. I'll take responsibility. But Hyunju pulled him away, questioning him. Take responsibility? How on earth are you going to take responsibility for that? Wouldn't it have been better if you didn't do things that required responsibility later in the first place? Dojun explained, I've seen plenty of scumbags like him. It's best to just kill them right away. Indu also walked over and held his hand, advising, Dojun, you shouldn't ruin your own life for trash like that. Just stop. Do followed up. They've already been taught a harsh lesson. Indu shouted loudly, if you guys don't want to end up like him, start talking properly. Tell us you won't cause any more trouble. The three of them immediately knelt, bowed their heads, and answered in unison, yes, sir. But Dojun still didn't seem satisfied. He questioned, just kneeling? Bang your heads on the ground. Hearing that, they immediately started kowtowing like obedient puppies. Dojun asked, you gangsters are supposed to cut off your fingers when you mess up, right? Hearing that, every one of them started banging their heads repeatedly. Please, forgive us. Please, have mercy on us. He made a demand. Say, I am a piece of trash. I am very sorry. And I'll let you go. The dark-haired one gritted his teeth and said, I am a piece of trash. I am very sorry. Indu was left speechless hearing him say that. While everyone else started laughing and mocking them, even the big guy lying on the ground stuttered along. Piece of trash. Dojun looked at him with a satisfied expression. At the Brazil Bureau, the man frowned as he read the report in his hand. He furrowed his brows and looked at Indu and the others standing in front of him. Then he reorganized the stack of documents, thinking, do I really have to believe this? An S-class hero like Takashi was beaten to a pulp, and his opponent was just one person? Takashi was the only one injured, so it was hard to say this wasn't true, but it was still too difficult to accept. On the other side, the man hoped South Korea could cooperate to close the Santa Rift. Then he spoke up. If this report is accurate, our Brazil Bureau cannot intervene. We will send this over to the South Korean and Japanese Hero Associations. You will receive the final decision from them. Indu replied. Understood, he continued. And you guys have already gotten close to the Santa Rift, haven't you? Did you notice anything unusual there? Indu quickly answered. No, there was nothing strange. Dojun thought to himself. Unusual? Like what? The man heard her and replied. I understand. By the way, the name Dojun appears most often in this report. Why didn't he come here? Indu stammered. Well, about that. Hyunju quickly made up an excuse. He said he needed to go take care of a few things. He wondered, take care of a few things? In the hospital hallway, moans of pain echoed everywhere. Takashi groaned, his eyes filled with fear. As it turned out, he was staring at Dojun, who was holding flowers and standing right in front of him. Dojun spoke up to correct the mood. Lie still. I really did come here to visit the patient. Dojun took out an orb and placed it on Takashi's forehead, then said, now, tell me exactly what happened. The room suddenly became strangely quiet. Takashi, as if hypnotized, said, because of low-life scum like me, I caused trouble for the Korean Guild. Dojun frowned at him, then turned and walked away, leaving Takashi to keep rambling. Gangsters are scum. Gangsters are scum. Dojun stepped out of the room, his hands clenched tightly. Rumors about the clash between the Korean and Japanese heroes spread rapidly. News articles covering the brawl between Dojun and Takashi appeared one after another with headlines like, Takashi taken down with a single blow. Violence isn't even the half of it. The real issue is the hatred the public support for Dojun is spreading everywhere. The mysterious hero, Dojun, has finally spoken up. Taegwa read the news aloud. He's practically wiped out all the domestic headlines. This is huge. News about the hero So Do-jun drops every single day. The man in glasses asked, but is it true that the Japanese Hero Association refused to investigate further? Taegwa replied, I heard the victim, Takashi, was the one who said that. I don't really get it though. That guy has always been one to make a scene, which proves that Japan is trying to cover something up. The man in glasses looked confused. What do you mean by that? Taegwa gritted his teeth. I don't know, but everything is going to center on Do-jun soon. I have a feeling the global balance of power among heroes is about to shift. One day. Just one day before the operation to seal the rift in Barada begins. The Korean heroes arrived early to acclimate to the area, coordinating with global heroes who arrived later to share mission plans and personal strategies. A pre-battle party was held to boost morale for their success. The star of the party was, of course, Seo Do-jun. He was standing there, chatting with a crowd of people. Indu looked over at him, thinking to herself, the rumors that he crushed Takashi seem to have gone global. Everyone here is only talking about that, yet he isn't bragging at all. He's impressive. Compared to him, don't you think we're just average? Indu noticed that Hyunju hadn't answered for a long time. She watched her and thought, she's not even listening to me. What is she looking at with that tense expression? Curiosity piqued. She looked forward as well. Standing in front of them was Do-jun, near a stunning woman. She was looking at Do-jun with eyes full of admiration. It was Gloria Tai, an S-rank hero from the U.S. The #1 ranked hero on the most beautiful heroes list. Indu jabbed Hyunju in the arm, startling her. Indu exclaimed, that's enough moping. Why are you just sitting there? Go over to him. Hyunju stammered. What? Me? Why should I? Indu glanced toward Hyunju. Feeling shy, Hyunju walked over to Do-jun. Hyunju blushed, unable to meet Do-jun's eyes. Seeing her adorable reaction, he smiled brightly. As soon as Hyunju arrived, the others turned away. How interesting. Let's catch up later, Sel. Hyunju looked confused. Sel? Who is Sel? Do-jun took a sip of his drink. That's me. Hyunju was surprised. You have an English name? Do-jun explained. That's the name I used before I became Do-jun. She stared at him, thinking, did he live abroad when he was a kid? I checked his records. There was no mention of this. Why has he never mentioned this name to me? Far off, someone was silently watching Do-jun. He thought, that bastard Takashi. I can't believe even a piece of trash like him couldn't handle the job. I guess I'll have to deal with him myself. He overheard Hyunju cautioning Do-jun. You have to be very careful, Do-jun. He brushed past them, eavesdropping. I know you're strong, but the enemy doesn't always play fair. Takashi has some close allies, the most notorious one. Before she could finish, Do-jun cut her off, dismissing it. Gon stood frozen for a solid 5 seconds. He's just brushing it off? You should know what kind of person Takashi is, Do-jun said mockingly. Cowardly and weak, but likes to act tough, right? Those types aren't worth worrying about. Not even a little. A man standing in the corner of the room heard those words and trembled with rage. His eyes were filled with killing intent, while Do-jun, conversely, wore a mocking smile. The man clenched his fists and glared at Do-jun, silently cursing. That son of a bitch. I'm going to kill him with my own hands. As the sun set, the moon and stars appeared. Indu said, lost in thought, this is my first time seeing something like this. Near the rift by Santa, Indu continued. The entrance to the rift looks so ominous and dark. Seonwoo smiled and said, what's there to worry about? We have 2 S-rank heroes here. Let's go in and close it quickly. Indu agreed. That's right. What could possibly happen? Let's move out. Everyone replied in unison. As they stood before the rift, Do-jun seemed to hesitate. Gon looked at him, confused, and asked, what's wrong? He replied, don't you feel that? Gon asked, feel what? She turned to Indu. Sister, do you feel anything? Indu was puzzled. Not a thing. Are you saying you can sense something? Do-jun looked forward anxiously, sensing that the spiritual energy concentration had spiked. The air around them grew strangely silent. High above, someone was monitoring the levels it was at, 23.61%. The figure muttered. It'll reach 30% soon. You filthy insects. It'll be so much easier if you all just die right here. Everyone suddenly felt a surge of pain. My body feels so heavy. It hurts. It's suffocating. I can't breathe. Do-jun thought. This spiritual energy density is different. It's even thicker than in the Patasua forest. Hyunju glanced at him. This is the first time I've seen Do-jun this tense. Something is definitely wrong here. Do-jun stared straight ahead. Indu tried to reassure the team. Everyone, stay calm. This might just be a unique characteristic of this rift zone. Since your bodies feel heavier than usual, don't let your guard down. Hyunju, you take the formation. You too, Hyunju. Hyunju nodded. Understood. Indu continued. Just find the reason for the mana density shift. Hyunju replied. Got it. Indu ordered. The priority is to close the rift. Keep your guard up and move out. The team shouted their acknowledgement in unison. They moved forward, eyes scanning the surroundings. As Dojun entered the Santa Rift, in the northern part of Barada, the largest city within the rift zone, the team moved out. Korean heroes and the Barada forces were deployed. Suddenly, they were attacked, poisoned, blood dripping from their mouths. A whizzing sound echoed all around them. Toxic wasps appeared in the sky. They relentlessly attacked Indu's group. They were killer wasps, flying-type monsters from the Hornet family. Seeing their comrades poisoned and collapsing, one of Dojun's team members thought, no way. Killer wasps are supposed to be C-rank monsters that even regular heroes can hunt. The group seemed helpless against the wasp attack, falling to the ground one by one as the poison took effect. A member of the group thought, even A-rank heroes are being wiped out in a one-sided slaughter. A wasp raised its sharp, metallic stinger and dove toward him. He raised his hand to punch it, but the wasp dodged. He gasped, it's so heavy. Usually it would have shattered into pieces. Watching the wasp's frenzy over his comrades, he wondered, how many of us will even survive this? A blade slashed viciously toward Indu. The black flag monsters suddenly appeared, brandishing sharp weapons. Changsung wondered, how strange. Why are these black flags so strong? The team members stepped forward one by one to engage the monsters. Another member joined the fray, launching an attack. The black flag glared at him with smoke-filled eyes, then raised its razor-sharp axe high. It swung the axe down with full force, but luckily, Hyunju rushed in to save him just in time. He thanked her for the save. She warned him, don't be so careless. As the sounds of the black flags drew closer, Hyunju immediately flew toward them. Seeing this, one monster raised its axe, but suddenly, a wave of purple smoke enveloped it. Hyunju zipped around the monster, delivering a powerful kick straight to its body. It spun in pain, but before it could retaliate, the monster vanished. She had already soared above the black flag, raised her leg, and plummeted down like a lightning bolt onto its head. Hurting and furious, it swung its axe wildly, accidentally striking another black flag in front of it, which only made it even angrier. Hyunju seized the moment to continue her assault. She landed a brutal kick that sent the black flag flying. It shrieked in pain, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, everyone thought to themselves, Seo Dojun is terrifyingly strong. I almost forgot. As expected of an S-ranker, he's way too strong. The black flag wailed in agony, only to be met with a punch from Dojun. Hyunju took down a black flag in the blink of an eye. Indu thought to himself, with difficulty like this, right at the entrance, even with both of them here, closing this gate won't be easy. As the black flag lay unconscious on the ground, and Dojun observed it, Hyunju walked over, puzzled. What are you looking at? He replied, do you see those black ripples anywhere? She asked. Ripples? You have to focus hard just to see them. What on earth is this? This is why they've suddenly become so powerful, Dojun mused. Why is there dark mana here? Everyone was shocked. Both Indu and Hyunju frowned, clearly confused. The air grew silent after Dojun spoke. On a dark, moonlit night in a desolate, remote place, a monster was desperately trying to resist something. Naturally, someone was fighting to suppress its power, but the monster refused to submit. Everyone felt that things were becoming increasingly difficult. We need to wipe it out as quickly as possible. This chaotic battle has to end here. The situation felt more unstable than ever. Some wondered about this anomaly. Even the swamp monsters had grown abnormally strong, far beyond what human power could counter. If this continues, humanity won't be able to hold out. That last blow was enough to tear through combat armor. This is truly dangerous. What in the world is happening? Even someone as sharp as me can't stop it. A blue-haired girl flew high into the air, unleashing her power. The monster wouldn't give up, but the girl was incredibly clever. If the swamp monsters are this strong, the rift must be even more dangerous. Could there be something special about this place? Her face clouded with worry as she contemplated this. Is it just here in this area? Or could it be? Is this happening to all the rifts across the world? Near the rift by Mare, a remote wilderness, a young man was racing against time. His face was etched with anxiety, and beads of sweat soaked his brow. Those were A-rankers, yet they died just because of those monsters. The purple-haired girl turned, surprised, when she heard the name. As Do-jun turned, he understood exactly what the man meant. That's right. Especially those infected by dark magic, we must be on our guard. Dark mana, the same black mist that surrounded the dark tree the other day. Now it's appearing on the swamp monsters. Is that what's making them stronger? The vortex kept swirling, endless and relentless. It was as if dense energy was being forcibly pumped into their bodies. Do-jun was trying his best to keep everything under control. Is this like those skill-casting mechanics in a game? Why are you sighing like that? No way. Does mana actually exist in real life? The biggest difference between heroes and ordinary people was whether or not they possessed mana. The beasts were becoming more ferocious by the day. Do-jun truly wanted to shatter everything as fast as possible. Everything was in chaos. Did the concept of mana never exist in this world? It must have been a peaceful world once. It's just a pity that peace won't last much longer. He honestly didn't want this to happen at all. Do-jun wanted everything to return to the way it was, but he had given it his all. Do-jun wanted to crush it all underfoot. He would prove that this world deserved peace. He was the bravest person there had ever been. His teammates looked at him with admiration. Do-jun still had questions. In short, among all types of mana, it's that dark energy that's making the monsters stronger, right? If I had to compare it, it's like pumping stimulants into an athlete. Hyunju had a question, so she asked, "But Do-jun, how do you even know that?" For me, it's simple. The real mystery is why you all don't know it. Leaving the swamp, the Hydrangea Guild followed his advice, intentionally slowing their pace and moving cautiously, knowing it was an extremely dangerous area. Everyone felt a lingering sense of fear. Suddenly, a hand signaled for everyone to stop. Found it. Do-jun, that's the egg sac. One look at its shape was enough to deduce what it was. Everyone, be careful. That dangerous thing is definitely nearby. But someone else spoke up to deny it. Do-jun had spotted a more serious problem. The real danger lay elsewhere. Wait, we found it early. So what's the problem? Do-jun, are you a mage? You mean the danger is these egg sacs? Do-jun showed them just how dangerous it was. The things suddenly exploded. That's right. The monsters infected with dark mana control them like puppets. If we don't deal with them now, they'll surround us from all sides and wipe us out in the blink of an eye. Now, only one thing left. Take it down. Do-jun was trying to prove the truth to everyone. It has absorbed dark mana and is controlling them like puppets. If we don't handle it immediately, we'll be surrounded and wiped out. In a split second, we just need to take down that dangerous thing, and it's over. Everyone listened intently to his words. They were all amazed by Do-jun's demeanor. Meeting such a situation for the first time, yet he was completely unruffled. The more they watched, the stranger it seemed. I thought this man was just strong, but this kind of power goes beyond human limits. Hyunju gently placed her hand on his shoulder. Tell me the truth. Did you regress and live through a second life? Do-jun just chuckled at that. A second life? Huh? A second life, you say? I guess you could put it that way. How much further to the rift's core? The girl with short hair quickly replied that once they crossed this forest, they'd be halfway there. Suddenly, Do-jun made a bold decision. I'm going to seal this place today. Even she couldn't believe what he had just said. Someone spoke up about their current situation. If it's you, Do-jun, maybe. But the rest of us, we're not up to it. They were already exhausted from the battle in the swamp. Do-jun looked at their weary faces and didn't want to force them into a tight spot. Then go get some rest. I'll handle this quickly and be right back. With that, Do-jun charged alone into the deep forest. He had made up his mind and was determined to see it through. The others were still struggling to understand his plan. How could he still have that kind of terrifying strength? Do-jun headed deep into the woods, his eyes sharp and alert for anything. Do-jun moved at lightning speed while keeping a close watch on his surroundings. His gaze was filled with wariness. The forest itself felt chillingly ominous. Suddenly, spider webs appeared before him. Do-jun strained his eyes to see if it was the target he needed to eliminate. He felt a spark of joy he had finally found it after all this time. Do-jun immediately drew his sword. The spider possessed terrifying power, and in an instant, it was hovering right above Do-jun. More spiders began to emerge, trying to break his focus. Do-jun knew he had to stay locked in and sharp. Their power was evenly matched, but he refused to go down easily. Do-jun fought it head-on with just a single blade in his hand. He felt the fatigue setting in, but he had to give it everything he had. Do-jun breathed a sigh of relief as he looked at his hand. Thanks to circulating his mana cultivation technique, he was absorbing the black mana, which kept the exhaustion at bay. Do-jun returned to find everyone in a daze. Hyunju and the others stared at him in pure shock. He had taken it down all by himself. Just hearing about it was unbelievable, yet he didn't show a single sign of fatigue. Dujun gave the group an order. I can't sense any more monster presence in the forest. Take a break. So, everyone gathered to build a fire for warmth. The grilled meat smelled absolutely mouth-watering. Dujun was focused on his own business when a girl walked up and asked timidly, can I try some of this meat? Dujun agreed without a second thought. Someone nearby, feeling curious, asked her, Why on earth do you want to eat that? She replied, Maybe this is why he's so strong. Hearing that, another person excitedly ran over. I'll try some too. I wonder if it actually works. Sit down and try it. What have you got to lose? As they were bandaging their wounds, they watched her eat with intense envy. Of course, he had already guessed their intentions. That meat wouldn't do anything other than fill their stomachs, but he didn't hate people who had the drive to get stronger. He figured he'd be nice and give them a small treat. As they ate, they felt a strange sensation in their bodies. The girl thought it was working and was absolutely delighted. Eating this meat, I feel like I'm overflowing with energy. Dujun couldn't help but laugh at their reaction. It was time to discuss the next objective. We're just a little further from the rift's core, but everyone is exhausted, so let's head back and rest. We'll attack tomorrow. Dujun had said he wanted to seal it today, but our backpacks are already full, aren't they? Dujun found it a bit strange and turned to ask her, Are you in agreement with them too? What else could she do? To say they weren't tired would be a lie. The monsters were getting stronger because of that so-called black mana. Dujun looked at the map, deep in thought. The original plan was to delay sealing the rift as long as possible. We needed to collect as many rare materials as possible, like blue crocodile hearts or materials only found abroad. The more, the better. But the appearance of black mana had changed everything. Variables were never a good sign. There was something about this black mana that made him uneasy. He dumped all the diamonds from his bag. Take these and head back to the hotel first. Dujun turned away abruptly, leaving the two of them confused. He didn't forget to reassure them, I'll finish sealing it and be right back. The monster still possessed immense destructive power. Dujun was doing his best to fend it off. He wouldn't let it invade again so easily. Dujun's eyes widened as if he had discovered something alarming. He immediately readied his sword. Without waiting, he lunged straight into the monster. He instantly secured a shining diamond. Everyone had been watching his skills in awe. The short-haired girl felt worried about his condition. Dujun, he'll be fine, right? Hyunju felt this was just normal for him. You saw it yourself. He just said goodbye and took off like a bullet. He's still got plenty of stamina left. He's doing great. The short-haired girl noticed her expression and teased, Why do you look so gloomy? Worried about him? She tried to dodge the question. What's there to worry about? It's just, it feels embarrassing to even compare ourselves to him. And honestly, who in this world could even match him anymore? Dujun was still fighting without a second of rest. He was close to taking the monster down. Dujun only wished he could finish it as quickly as possible. He swiftly drove his sword into its head. The monster felt enraged by him. Dujun finally let out a sigh. The monster had been provoked by his calm demeanor. Dujun continued to unleash his own power. He would burn it away with his intense energy. Before the monster could even strike back, it suffered a painful end. Dujun was their ultimate nemesis. Both giant monsters had been taken down by him so easily. Dujun finally collected the diamond he needed. Both girls had their luggage ready to go. With heavy backpacks on their shoulders, everyone continued their journey. Dujun still had his sword plunged into the monster. He wanted to make sure it was destroyed in the most painful way possible. When Dujun took action, no one could be more ruthless. He would make them feel every bit of pain. Dujun even went as far as to pull out their organs, putting them into a jar without a shred of pity. He quickly snapped the lid shut to keep it packed away. The monster's blood was everywhere. The number of diamonds he was collecting just kept growing. In no time, he would be the one with the biggest haul. Not bad, getting this many from just one. Dujun shouldered his gear once more. He was heading to a new location to continue his journey. Back at the Hero Association headquarters, in the Situation Room, everyone was in a state of panic. A signal had just flared up from a small, remote area. It seemed like another crisis was emerging. Everyone's faces showed deep concern, but a moment later, 3 of them started celebrating. The rift is closing. It's a danger zone. Which squad was sent there? That was a team from Korea called Hydrangea, but the woman beside him frowned, confused. But they just reported that they returned 10 minutes ago. They said they only just stepped out of the rift gate. What is this? What on earth is going on? About 10 minutes ago, the two-headed monster had surged again. Dujun hadn't expected its power to be this intense. The monster was evolving rapidly thanks to the dark mana. Its wounds were healing almost instantly. He could feel that its strength was even greater than before. Dujun spotted something strange. Is that the core? Alright, let's finish this quickly. The two-headed monster wasn't about to give up either. Dojun drew his sword, while the creature readied its massive fists. Dojun felt this fight would be even harder to win, but he wouldn't give up. The flames began to ignite. The monster stubbornly lunged with its fists. Dojun sensed the danger closing in and knew he had to find a solution fast. He activated his grimoire, and magic surged along the edge of his blade. The monster roared in agony, feeling as if thousands of knives were stabbing into its very core. Stunned by the pain, the monster couldn't do a thing. Dojun still had many secrets hidden up his sleeve. Surprised? It's only just begun. He quickly drew his sword again. The monster tried to attack from behind, but before it could move, he drove the blade straight into its gut. The creature tried to fight back but couldn't. Dojun smirked. Taunting them was actually quite fun. "My turn now," he muttered. Though no one knew exactly what he was planning, both monster heads were bound by invisible flames. They shrieked in agony as their bodies couldn't withstand the heat, which was rapidly approaching its peak. The monster hadn't expected to suffer such a fate. It tried to retreat immediately to save itself. It tried to strike at him from above, but its legs were sliced clean off. It screamed in endless pain. Dojun's power was rising higher by the second. He pushed his strength to the limit, creating a barrier to keep the monster from getting anywhere near him. In a flash, he wiped them all out. Dojun exhaled in relief and sheathed his sword. The core began to reveal itself, growing larger. He walked closer, feeling no fear. Even this close, the concentration of dark mana hadn't diminished. If the core wasn't emitting it, could this energy be coming from an external source? That would mean someone was behind this. Filling an entire rift zone with that much dark mana wasn't something anyone could do. Only an overlord or an ancient archmage could pull that off. If such a being were truly here, the world would have no hope left. I can't draw any conclusions yet, he thought. Regardless, if the mana source is external, closing the rift won't solve the problem completely. He promised himself he would find a way. Dojun slammed his fist into the core with all his might, and to his surprise, it cracked and shattered into tiny pieces. Still no definitive answers. I need to investigate further. Back at the Hero Association headquarters, a man clutched a report, his hands trembling. Regardless of the mana's origin or the investigation details, the report sounded impossible to believe. There were rifts that required the combined forces of 3 nations to seal, yet only one S-rank hero had survived. Meanwhile, a Korean team hadn't just sealed the rift, they'd returned with every member alive. The reporter cleared up the confusion. "We are receiving a series of urgent reports from other rift zones, but most teams are failing and being forced to retreat. I will compile all the information and send a detailed report as soon as possible." Even this didn't ease the man's anxiety. Each rift had at least one S-rank hero in charge, yet they were failing miserably? So the only team that succeeded was the Korean team led by Dojun? Calling it a Korean team didn't feel accurate. He stared at the report, still confused. Did we miss something? Didn't the Korean team seal that rift? It closed right after they left. It's hard to believe. So who actually closed it? Where is the hero now? The reporter gave him the status update. She would be at headquarters to report everything soon. He couldn't wait any longer. Get her in here immediately. From the time the team left the rift, it took about an hour to reach headquarters. During that time, Dojun had finished closing the first rift and was already heading into the second. The core of this rift was underwater. He dived in. "All right, let's do this." The man listened, still sounding skeptical. "You want me to believe that?" The woman insisted, feeling confident in what she had seen. "If it's him, it's possible." But the man remained doubtful. "You mean Hero Dojun sealed the rift all by himself?" He sat there, lost in deep thought. This is top secret, but in other areas, many S-rank heroes have already perished. Xian explained everything Dojun had done for her team. "If it weren't for Dojun, I'd be just like them." The man lowered his head, unable to find the words. It was too hard to believe. Even if monsters were getting stronger due to dark mana, and that power exceeded S-rank heroes, was Dojun really above all those ranks? Just then, a report came in that several rifts in the southern region had been sealed. Perhaps that area hadn't been touched by dark mana yet. Still, she had to issue a warning. Don't be complacent. The danger level is completely different from before. The man checked his phone. She added, "The color of the rift gates changed, didn't they? Currently, there is no other way to be sure." He immediately gathered everyone, ordering them to inspect every single rift gate in their territory at once. "Hurry," Xian said, then quietly turned and walked away. Her heels clicked heavily against the floor. Suddenly, Hyunju received a call from the chairman. It seemed like he had something important to discuss. Hyunju wanted to ask him a direct question about something called dark mana. "Have there been any incidents in the Korean sector yet?" He coldly replied, "There haven't been any reports of that nature. Just keep a close eye on the situation." Hyunju felt uneasy. She thought to herself, something doesn't feel right. Even for an S-rank hero, going up against hordes of monsters corrupted by dark mana was an incredibly daunting task. If even one of those creatures absorbs that kind of power, the consequences will be catastrophic. I need to get everything prepared as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, Dojun was just about to reach the other side. Rifts in areas like this typically have their cores deep underwater, but since humans can't breathe underwater, very few heroes can perform at full capacity in this environment. However, there was one national hero here, an S-rank hero who specialized in underwater combat. He was highly paid by various countries to handle underwater rifts across the globe. Thanks to the special underwater breathing ability, he awakened as a hero. I can feel it now. The dark mana in the water is much thicker. As he got used to the pressure, Dojun began to dive deeper. He was determined to conquer the rift at the bottom of the lake. This is intense. It must be the dark mana. Dojun swam deeper toward the seabed, reminding himself to breathe steadily. First, he had to control his buoyancy. He calmly swam down into the miles-deep lake. Dojun had studied the rules thoroughly before coming down here, and his face was filled with determination. After a long time, he finally found footing. Dojun immediately kept his eyes sharp and vigilant. A moment later, he spotted a colossal monster behind him. It had locked onto its target. Dojun had recognized what it was right away. The dark mana must have made it incredibly energetic. He tightened his fist. Dojun was determined to keep everything under control. He wasn't going to give up easily. Dojun silently observed his surroundings. Ugly, monstrous fish also appeared on the scene, circling the main beast with intense hostility. He was lost in thought, staring into the distance. He had imagined the worst-case scenario. He couldn't even begin to picture what would happen later. Most people would be terrified at the mere sight of them. Ignoring the water's buoyancy, he moved his body freely. His feet felt as firm as if he were standing on solid ground. He threw a punch as fast as he would on land. Dojun was trapped in the middle of them. He needed to find a way out of here before thinking of his next move. If I go too soft, I'll be exhausted fighting all of these. Dojun decided to find an escape route. He planned to dive into the open space ahead. But there was something dangerous lurking in front of him too. With firm resolve, Dojun surged forward. A creature opened its eyes. Dojun couldn't quite identify what it was yet, but he knew it was dangerous. Dojun figured he needed to end this situation quickly. He darted over to see what it was. One of its eyes was glowing. This was the first time he had seen a creature like this. Its gaze seemed to be fixed on him. He never expected to encounter it here, not after his previous life. All those who left behind legendary legacies shared one thing in common. They had hunted this very creature before they became famous. How could I pass up a golden opportunity like this? But it wouldn't be easy for Dojun to claim it. The beast suddenly dove straight into the deepest part of the lake. He immediately thrust his hand forward, punching hard. Dojun couldn't let this chance slip away. For that creature, there was no such thing as a natural predator. No matter who the opponent was, it created a pocket dimension to swallow everything whole. Dojun almost got dragged into the abyss. He could feel the situation getting even more dangerous. He had to stay as calm as possible. He wanted to finish this quickly, but fighting this kind of creature was incredibly difficult. It just stared at him with wide eyes, not moving an inch. Meanwhile, Dojun was gritting his teeth, straining to hold on. He was trying to come up with a practical solution. Killing it is easy, but then I wouldn't be able to claim the pocket dimension. I have to suppress it with pure mana. Only then will this dimension truly be mine. His silhouette seemed to be engulfed in a sea of fire. For some reason, the fish surrounding him began to decay, infected by the radiant energy of his power. Dojun was putting all his focus into his effort. He could feel his own strength starting to run dry. If I keep this up, I'm going to lose. Dojun reached out as if to touch something. He fought with all his resolve, pushing his mana to the limit, while absorbing more dark mana from the depths. Dojun decided to use both hands to break through its power. He seemed to sense something strange. He couldn't give up. Was his current body reaching its limit? At some point, his reflection had been caught in the creature's eye. Dojun felt like he had nothing left to lose. All right, let's end this once and for all. The current was growing stronger, and suddenly, it erupted from the ocean floor up to the surface. Both he and the fish shot out of the water. Dojun had followed his plan to the letter. He felt a surge of joy knowing his plan had worked. He had finally obtained what he wanted, but a moment later, he collapsed. The water was no longer as calm as it had been before, leaving only an empty space in the middle. Life went on as it always did. Dojun seemed to have drifted towards some mountain area, Before him, a flock of birds was standing and watching. Dojun was still drowsy and barely conscious, but a creature approaching him suddenly startled him awake. Then, they suddenly flew away. Dojun opened his eyes, having just witnessed the scene. He remembered everything, and realized he must have passed out. He sat up to clear his head. He was recovering the strength in his hands. His mana had increased compared to before. The fight was worth it. He seemed to recall something else. That pocket dimension was still etched in his mind. He had fought to claim it, and it was his most valuable prize. He entered that space again with his belongings. He felt a sense of joy, knowing he had completed his noble mission. Now, there was nothing left to keep him in this rift. Time to seal it and head back to the rest stop. At the Korean Hero Association, the assistant spoke up. Although no official announcement has been made, the news about the hero's passing is confirmed. Taegwa frowned, his expression filled with regret. We have lost valuable talent. The assistant continued. They say this only happens in a few areas with special rifts. Taegwa asked, has Hiroseo Dojun been able to seal those kinds of locations? He's honestly more talented than I thought. He added, though the association's attention was already completely fixated on the situation involving Jizoma. I'm afraid this will only cause even bigger waves from now on. He recalled back when he was in England how much attention Hero Hyun received. Honestly, I'm thrilled that a hero from our own country is becoming the talk of the town because of what he's done. So, what's the current status of the rifts in our country? The assistant held up some papers and replied, we still haven't detected any abnormal signs similar to the ones in Brazil. I suspect this might just be an isolated, sudden incident that can be handled. Taegwa heard this and cautioned them not to jump to conclusions, and under no circumstances should they slack off on monitoring those rifts. Not even for a second. The assistant complied. Yes, sir. Taegwa then spoke up with concern. Say, I'm a bit worried about Hiroseo Dojun. The assistant asked, confused. What do you mean, sir? He explained that Chairman Daniel Lobbit of Brazil is famous for being incredibly stingy, and he'll surely find a way to squeeze every bit of value out of Hiroseo Dojun during his time in Brazil. The assistant countered, no way. Taegwa looked at him in surprise. What do you mean, no way? The assistant continued. I think it's more likely that Chairman Lobbit is going to get cleaned out of all his resources by Hiro Dojun instead. After hearing that, they both went silent for a few seconds before Taegwa suddenly burst out laughing. That sounds about right. So Dojun isn't some pushover. Scene change. Chairman Lobbit frowned, his face tense as he stared ahead, then said loudly, Hey, don't you think you're asking for too much? Dojun asked coolly. Asking for too much? Well, then I have nothing more to say. I'm leaving. The man in the gray suit saw him turning away and hurriedly stopped him. Wait, think about the safety of Brazil. Isn't that the responsibility of an S-rank hero? Dojun challenged him. Responsibility, you say? I've already closed 2 incredibly dangerous rifts all by myself. What other responsibility do you want from me? Go tell that to the Brazilian heroes who haven't fulfilled their duties. Don't misunderstand me. The safety of Brazil has nothing to do with me. On the contrary, if a rift in Korea were to mutate like the one here, would you be willing to dispatch your heroes to help us? The man in the gray suit looked flustered. The assistant saw his hesitation and tried to persuade him. Hiroseo Dojun, the current situation is extremely critical. All rift zones within a 500-kilometer radius of Santa are inaccessible. The man in the gray suit added, That's right. The areas where the incidents occurred are already beyond saving. If this kind of incident happens again, Brazil will face a catastrophe. Dojun frowned as he looked at him. Indu and Hyunju also glanced at each other. Hyunju spoke up, Mr. Chairman, if that's the case, the answer you're looking for just became simple. Please accept Dojun's request. Compared to the safety of the country of Brazil, that request isn't excessive at all. Chairman Lobbit thought silently for a moment before making a decision. I agree. From now on, for every rift successfully closed, I will pay you $50 million. Dojun replied, satisfied. If only you had done that sooner, wouldn't things have been easier? First, for the 2 rift sites already closed, transfer the $100 million in advance. Hyunju thought to herself that if this got out, he would definitely be criticized for being greedy. But the Brazilian Association had too much pride, so they wouldn't let it leak. She glanced at Dojun, who was looking at the man in the gray suit with a firm expression. Hyunju smiled to herself. He wasn't the type to care about such things anyway. It was a win-win for him. Indu saw her smiling and looked curious. Dojun stared straight ahead, then closed his eyes, thinking to himself, Dojun, this money is enough to buy the safest house you've always dreamed of. I've kept my promise. Are you satisfied now? Although the Brazilian government was flustered by Dojun's demands, They had no other options, so they eventually had to agree. At the same time, they asked Dojun to sign a non-disclosure agreement first. This way, Dojun's image wouldn't be negatively impacted in the eyes of the public. The scene changes to a muscular man drinking alcohol and another guy lying in the hospital, covered in injuries. A group of people are carrying coffins onto a plane. Their families are all weeping in grief. Among them are Dojun and his team. Dojun hung his head sadly at the hotel. Indu asked, "Are you coming with us to the next rift?" Dojun just ate in silence, not answering, which made her feel a bit awkward. "You don't seem very enthusiastic," she noted. Suddenly, Dojun spoke up. "I'm just considering what's more beneficial." Hearing this, she asked, "Beneficial?" He continued. "While I'm sealing one rift, your guild should move to the entrance of the next one." Indu wondered, "And then we'll close that rift together?" Dojun smiled in praise. "You're smart." Suddenly, someone else spoke up. "While we clean up the rift that was just closed together, Mr. Dojun will go seal another one." Dojun confirmed, "Exactly. Doing it this way, we can close up to 3 locations every day. I'll share my portion of the bonus from the rifts we work on together." Everyone cheered in excitement. Suddenly, Dojun whispered into the purple-haired girl's ear, "Before I get to that rift, don't overexert yourself. Just focus on protecting the guild members." "You can do that, right? Since you're an S rank," she replied, feeling shy. "Yes," everyone else whispered. What were they whispering about just now? They must be encouraging each other. "Look, Hero Hyun's face is all red. They must really be dating." Everyone laughed loudly. Dojun said, "Let's head out once we're done eating." Everyone complied clearly. Scene change. Under a clear blue sky, Dojun walked alone through a grassy field. Suddenly, he heard a strange noise, and a giant monster appeared before him. Dojun smiled at it. "It's a monster from the SSS-level line. All right, let's see." As soon as he finished, he ran quickly toward the monster, punched it hard in the face, and smiled. A solid hit time to make some pocket money. The sunlight shone down on the forest. In the peaceful scenery, a flock of birds suddenly took flight. It turned out Dojun had just physically assaulted the monster from the SSS-level line, making it stumble after his punch. It looked at Dojun with hateful eyes. Seeing it was still standing after his thunderous punch, he marveled. "It really is tough as iron. Let me test out my new skill." The monster let out a shriek and lunged at him. Seo Dojun dodged the attack with lightning speed, then kicked the beast square in the face. The impact shattered several of its teeth and sent dark blood splattering everywhere. But this thing was tough. Even after Dojun's kick, it stood its ground like it hadn't even felt a thing. Its eyes burned with hatred. Suddenly, black smoke began to pour from its body. Dojun spared it a glance, then conjured a pocket dimension. As the beast reached out to attack, it was instantly sucked into the void. It let out a pained howl, turns out. The punch it intended for Dojun had been reflected back by the dimension, striking it right in the head. Dojun thought to himself that while it was effective, the mana consumption for real-time combat was just too draining. Meanwhile, the rift in the southern part of the capital had finally been cleared. When word got out, everyone was stunned. The man in the suit muttered to himself. "Cleared a rift in just 8 hours?" He immediately ordered his assistant to pay them off. "Understood, sir," the assistant replied. He immediately transferred $50 million, his voice trembling with disbelief. "But at this rate, the budget will hit $1 billion in just a few days, Chairman." The man in the suit responded with a sinister tone. "There's no way I'm letting him get his hands on that much." The assistant caught the implication and turned to ask, "Are you suggesting we delay the payment?" The chairman barked, "Are you stupid? If Dojun gets annoyed and decides to quit, what then?" The assistant stammered, "Do you have another plan, sir?" The man in the suit commanded, "Call every S-rank international hunter currently at the resort. Form a special task force to compete with Seo Dojun. Offer a $10 million reward. Pour money and psychological pressure on them. Force them to close those rifts before Seo Dojun even gets the chance." The assistant nodded in obedience. The man in the suit smirked. "All right then. Let the competition begin. Between Seo Dojun and the International Heroes League, let's see who can clear more gates." Suddenly, Kang Do-bin received a text. He looked at his phone. "Chairman Lobit? So he finally decided on this plan, huh?" His assistant chimed in. "Rumors about the S-rank hunters meeting their demise are spreading everywhere, and it's causing chaos." Do-bin replied, "A $10 million cut isn't much per person," but he added that the rift loot would be better, so the deal was still solid. "Wait, we're all being crammed into one team? We're all going out at once?" The assistant replied that those were the orders from the top. Kang Do-bin gritted his teeth. Being on the same team as that hateful Seo Dojun is going to be so annoying. The assistant began reading the list, sounding surprised. Seo Dojun's name isn't on this list. Dubin was shocked. What? Let me see that. He checked. It's true. Even Hyunju and Cheonindu are gone from the list. What the hell is going on? Meanwhile, Dojun was checking his phone to confirm the transfer. Hyunju asked, "Did the association send the payment?" He answered coldly, "Yeah." She guessed that the reward money must have been too much for them, so they grouped all the foreign hunters together to cut costs. Dojun huffed. "The association isn't stupid. Why would they let me take all the prize money?" Hyunju nodded, but seeing her expression, he realized something was off. Is something wrong? Hyunju chimed in cheerfully. "You're too easygoing, Dojun. The association is clearly playing dirty behind your back." Dojun thought, "Honestly, I've already collected the amount I originally agreed on with Lobit. Now, money doesn't matter to me anymore. There's something much more urgent that needs to be done." Just as the association had calculated, the race between the two sides was already coming to an end. An operator in the control room was typing rapidly, updating the situation. 15. The rift in Area A-35 has been closed. Credit goes to Seo Dojun and his guild. 1710. The rift in Area C-12 is closed by the Heroes League. 1 S rank and 5 A ranks sustained minor injuries, but 2 A ranks are severely wounded. Call the medical team immediately. 2150. Rift. A-37 closed. The team in charge was Seo Dojun. He handled it all by himself. Dojun looked ahead with sharp eyes after taking down a monster. A few days passed by in a flash. Everyone in the control room looked exhausted from tracking the long, grueling competition. A man saw his colleague struggling, so he handed him a can of coffee and teased, "You've got dark circles all the way down to your chin." The colleague took it and replied, "I'm beat. I tried to nap earlier, but it didn't help at all." That was the reality of the situation. Places covered by dark, magical energy were being cleared at lightning speed. But on the flip side, normal rifts were being ignored. Those spots were being monitored 247 by sensors and agents. Since no one knew when a disaster might strike, they had to be ready for battle at any moment. The man in glasses sipped his coffee while continuing to monitor the rifts. Suddenly, a large red dot appeared on the screen. But then, the dot vanished, meaning the rift had been completely sealed. Both agents watching the screens widened their eyes in surprise. A loud shout erupted from a room in the building. Dojun and the other heroes have successfully closed all the gates. A joyful voice rang out. The rift in Area B41 is sealed. Everyone cheered and started to cry with relief. It's finally over. Someone ran toward a room. It was Lobit's assistant. He announced joyfully, "Chairman, we've cleared all the rifts within a 500-kilometer radius of Santengen." Lobit let out a sigh of relief. "So, we've finally handled the emergency?" The assistant confirmed. "Yes. Every rift containing dark mana has been sealed." Hearing this, Lobit finally felt at ease. "I see. You've all worked very hard." As the assistant turned to leave, the chairman called him back. "Wait, hold on. Even though a few minor rifts remain, taking a day off won't kill anyone." The assistant didn't quite get it and stammered. "What do you mean, sir?" Lobit replied, "I'm throwing a banquet to show our appreciation for the hunters' and agents' hard work." At the party, with delicious barbecue grilling over charcoal, Dojun was chatting with his colleagues. A band was playing on stage. Indu approached and said, "Chairman, we've come to say goodbye." Lobit asked in surprise, "Goodbye?" Indu smiled. "Our group is getting ready to head home." The chairman asked urgently, "Heading home? Why the rush?" Lobit looked toward Dojun. Instead of looking at him, he smiled and glanced elsewhere. Lobit tried to persuade him. "There are still plenty of areas with rifts left. Everyone needs to at least finish this current campaign before heading back, right?" Indu repeated the agreement between both sides. The initial deal was that our team would only handle the Santarang area, so we should be pulling out once that's done. Lobit hurriedly intervened. "Hold on, don't be so hasty. How about this? At the very least, could Hero Dojun stay a little longer?" Indu felt annoyed hearing that. "What do you mean, at the very least?" It was obvious the old man was only targeting Dojun. She turned to ask, "Dojun, what do you think?" Seeing Dojun silent, Lobit quickly spoke up. "Hey, this isn't a convenient place to talk. I want to have a private word with you." Watching the two walk away, Indu asked Hyunju, "Do you think Dojun will stay?" Hyunju replied anxiously, "He's already made enough money. Plus, he gathered a bunch of high-grade materials like the elite shark parts. He'll probably just leave." Indu teased, "You silly girl. You just can't bear to be apart from him, can you?" She shyly denied it. "No way. You're talking nonsense." The two of them secretly observed the conversation between Lobit and Dojun. Seeing Dojun turn to walk away, they continued to guess. Looks like he decided to leave. That's great, isn't it? I don't know. Suddenly, they exclaimed in surprise. Oh, is that B? Holly? Indu nudged Hyunju to go over and see what they were talking about. Hurry up, Hyunju refused. Why should we go over there? But Indu kept pushing, suggesting they go check if they were secretly dating. Hyunju dismissed it. Secretly dating? In a crowded place like this? Seeing how naive she was, Indu chided her. You're so dense. Standing in front of such a great beauty, do you think he has the presence of mind to notice anything else? If you don't want to get scooped, you'd better act now, she said, looking frustrated. Suddenly, she caught fragments of the conversation between Dojun and B. Holly. Please consider it carefully, as this is also a fantastic opportunity for you. Hyunju heard that and wondered, an opportunity? What did she just say? Could it be some indecent proposal, like living together or something? B. Holly suggested. I'll wait for your reply. Just contact me whenever you're ready. Dojun didn't refuse immediately but replied, I'll think about it more. Hyunju looked at B. Holly and secretly praised her. Admit it, she's gorgeous, but he's still so calm. Is he impotent? Wait, what am I thinking about? Suddenly, Dojun asked for a favor. Since we're meeting here, could I ask you for a favor? B. Holly agreed. Of course you can. Hyunju continued to eavesdrop on their conversation. Dojun asked, the upcoming Golden Market. I'd like to check it out. Could you get me an invitation? She thought to herself. The Golden Market? Is that the world-renowned prestige auction held annually in Las Vegas? Why would Dojun want to go there? B. Holly smiled and replied, of course I can. However, I have one condition. A week before the market opens, come to my house. Hearing B. Holly's request, Hyunju was so shocked her jaw dropped. Her mind kept flashing images of B. Holly's seductive charm. She looked at the two of them, anxiously thinking, what are you planning to do? Dojun. Hyunju glared at them with daggers in her eyes, while B. Holly looked at him with an expectant expression. Suddenly, she realized someone was staring at her. It turned out to be Takashi, who had been watching them talk for who knows how long. She spoke up, take your time to answer, but since I truly hope you will come, I'll give you a Golden Market ticket. This is much better than a one-time invitation, isn't it? Right after that, he checked his phone and had received a VIP Golden Market ticket. Dojun thanked her. Meanwhile, Hyunju was still confused, thinking, when did she even get Dojun's phone number? Suddenly, a voice rang out. This scene is quite a sight, isn't it? It was Kang Dobin, who walked over and mocked them. Two great beauties from Korea and America standing right next to each other. Wow. What a lovely view. Dojun, you're pretty good, huh? Holding two flowers in one hand. You must feel like you've got the whole world in your hands, right? Hyunju glanced at Kang Do-bin, who was looking at Dojun with a provocative expression. Hyunju felt uneasy inside. Kang Do-bin. He looks like he's about to start something. Suddenly, he laughed loudly, drawing everyone's attention. Kang Do-bin pretended to be high-minded. Seriously, don't be so tense. I don't intend to do anything. I just wanted to introduce a friend of mine to you. Oh, do you two already know each other? Dojun looked at the person approaching. B. Holly also looked at that person with a surprised expression. Hyunju thought in shock, Takashi. The person standing in front of them is Takashi. With one arm in a cast, Hyunju frowned, thinking, he's already been discharged? Chairman Lobet was also a bit panicked to see him appear here. Actually, I didn't invite Hiro Takashi precisely because I feared this might happen. Why did the two of them have to cross paths at this exact moment? Dojun looked at him with a blank expression, while Takashi looked at him with a furious face. Suddenly, Dojun asked, "It seems your body has completely recovered, right?" He replied politely. "Thanks to you, I had a truly memorable experience." Dojun replied, "As long as you're feeling okay, that's fine." Chairman Lobet saw the tension and stepped in to ask, "Hiro Takashi, your health has recovered quite a bit. I didn't invite you to this event for fear of you exhausting yourself, but seeing you like this, my worries are eased. Come, there's a very comfortable sofa over there. Feel free to rest and chat." Kang Do-bin saw the situation wasn't going as he hoped and cursed inwardly. Damn it, that old man. I can't let the opportunity I worked so hard to create be ruined like this. He immediately chimed in. "That's right, sir. You should rest. The wounds Dojun inflicted on you must still be aching, right? Oh, and I wonder if you've received an apology yet? After all, you were beaten up, so you deserve an apology. Isn't that right?" The more he spoke, the angrier Takashi became. He looked toward Dojun. Hyunju and B. Holly watched Takashi tensely. Dojun smiled and called out, "Hey Takashi, scum or trash, aren't they?" Everyone was shocked to hear Dojun ask so bluntly. Hyunju and B. Holly stood frozen for 5 seconds, thinking, what on earth? Takashi gritted his teeth and replied in a furious tone, "Is that really something you can say here right now?" But Dojun ignored everything he said and insisted, "Naturally, they are trash." Kang Do-bin looked like he couldn't believe it and stuttered, "What was that?" Dojun continued to ask, "They're just garbage that brings no benefit to society, right?" "Definitely. Just pure trash." Hyunju thought to herself, "Wait, I feel like I've seen this scene somewhere before." Kang Do-bin put a hand on Takashi's shoulder and whispered, "Takashi, what the hell are you doing right now?" Takashi didn't answer, instead turning back to look at him with a face so full of rage that Kang Do-bin immediately froze. Then, Takashi raised his phone and played back the recorded conversation. A voice echoed throughout the space. "Takashi, about that matter we discussed earlier. He needs to be taken care of quickly." "What are you talking about? Did you forget? There's someone in Brado who needs to be eliminated." "Ah, I've been too busy around here lately. What was his name again?" "Seo Do-jun." The listener was stunned, but the voice from the recording continued. "Taking him out inside a dungeon should be fine, right? Talking too much just tires me out. Is there anything else in Brado? If so, maybe a date with some girls? While I'm at it, I want to try hitting on Gloria Tai. Or maybe Hee-yeon. She doesn't seem to have a boyfriend yet. I'll see you in Brado then." Kang Do-bin stared at Takashi in utter disbelief. Dojun thought to himself with amusement, "I didn't expect Lin's eye to be this effective. Kang Do-bin, you've picked the wrong opponent. From this moment on, I'm going to make you suffer so much that you'll wish you were already dead." Right then, hundreds of eyes were fixed on Kang Do-bin, making him so embarrassed that cold sweat beaded on his forehead. He frowned so hard the veins on his temple bulged. Suddenly, Seo Do-jun burst out laughing. A voice rang out, "Damn it! That stupid Gaku guy ruined everything." Takashi stood face to face with Seo Do-jun. The tension between them was like a fire ready to ignite at any moment. The voice continued, "That's right. Even though he already caused all sorts of trouble," Dojun thought. "But if he keeps blabbering like this, something big is going to happen." And just as expected, Seo Do-jun raised his fist and landed a heavy blow on Takashi's face, making him gag and vomit blood. Takashi screamed in pain. Seeing him injured, Kang Do-bin quickly tried to flee, and the chairman of Lobit immediately ordered, "Hey, catch him." The bodyguards obeyed. "Yes, sir." They gave chase. Seeing this, Kang Do-bin urged, "Dojun, hurry and catch him." Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. Seeing that Dojun was still standing there, he thought, is he not going to chase him? In a situation like that, if it were Dojun, he could have easily stopped him. Dojun asked curiously, "Why didn't you stop him?" But Dojun just remained silent. That was a night that shook the world. The incident spread rapidly across the globe, and the shock that both South Korea and Japan had to endure was beyond imagination. Both governments and the Hero Association tried to dodge the public outcry. The media continuously exposed the past actions of Kang Do-bin and Takashi. Inside a room, where furniture was being smashed by someone, Hong Hee-ju cursed angrily. "Idiots, bastards, damn them all." Hong Hee-ju kept swinging a golf club to smash the furniture, seemingly taking her rage out on her belongings. Manager Lee stood outside, silently enduring her fury. Suddenly, she shouted, "Manager Lee, get in here." It made him jump. By now, the room was in shambles from Hong Hee-ju's rampage. She picked up a cigarette and asked about Kang Do-bin's current status. Manager Lee reported immediately, "I heard that Interpol and the World Hero Alliance are hunting him down frantically, but there is still no information on whether he has been captured." She cursed angrily. "That wretched bastard. I hope he resists and dies just to get out of my sight." "And what about the loose ends? Have they been taken care of?" Manager Lee replied, "Yes, I have implemented all necessary measures. From our accounts to our communication networks that were exposed, even the security cameras have been thoroughly handled." "Is there something worrying you, ma'am?" Hong Hee-ju didn't answer but threw her phone at him. Manager Lee caught it and asked with surprise, "Wait, is this the personal phone?" She shot back, "You've been looking at it and didn't realize that's the one I use for personal matters? You know this number is limited to family only, so read the new message." Manager Lee looked down at the phone and saw a threatening text. "Let's cooperate. Partner. If you refuse, I will release the evidence. I will contact you later." He asked suspiciously, "Could this be from Kang Do-bin? What kind of nonsense cooperation does he want from us?" Hong Hee-ju seemed to lose her composure and screamed, "Does that even matter? Just being linked to him is enough to cause massive trouble. You are all a bunch of useless incompetents. Get out of my sight, now. Saying that, she threw a vase at him. Manager Lee walked out, nervously thinking, if I keep getting involved in this, I'm going to be in danger myself. I have to find a way to save my own skin. Just as he reached the door, he bumped into Seo Kyung Choi. His piercing gaze was fixed on Manager Lee. Seo Kyung Choi was Hong Hee-ju's father-in-law, the head of the T Group. Manager Lee turned pale the moment he saw him, and quickly stammered, I'm sorry, Chairman. Upon seeing him, Hong Hee-ju was startled. She trembled and tried to explain, Father, I wanted to say that, but Seo Kyung Choi didn't let her finish and slapped her across the face. Hong Hee-ju clutched her face, trembling on the floor. He questioned her angrily. Do you think I'm just an old man who's past his prime? Hong Hee-ju asked shakily. What are you talking about, Father? Before she could regain her senses, Seo Kyung Choi slapped her again. He interrogated her. Did you think I wouldn't know you hired Kang Do-bin to kill Do-jun? My own blood is an S-rank hero. I must bring Do-jun home. Hong Hee-ju was shocked to hear this. Seo Kyung Choi continued. I've never liked that P-group bunch. Always acting arrogant just because they have Jang Sung-ho. The heavens are still looking out for me, Seo Kyung Choi. He then flashed a sinister smile. But first, I need to see how to clean up the mess you've made. Hong Hee-ju frowned, sweat beading on her face. While the situation surrounding Kang Do-bin was becoming chaotic, Do-jun's group returned to South Korea. Looking out the airplane window, Do-jun thought, this dungeon expedition was quite profitable. I collected enough materials and the money is also. Suddenly, Hyunju leaned over and asked him, I'm very curious about something. Can you answer me? Do-jun looked at her and asked back, about what? Hyunju continued, it's about Kang Do-bin. You intentionally let him escape, didn't you? Do-jun smiled and mischievously replied, that's the only way to move to the next step. In Seoul, South Korea, Eun was happily enjoying a hamburger. Do-jun smiled and asked the little girl, is it tasty? The girl answered contentedly, it's super delicious. He watched her eat with a happy expression, but his eyes seemed to hold something deeper. Do-jun was lost in thought, remembering everything that had happened. After returning home and reuniting with his family, he was absolutely devastated to see how much his grandmother's health had deteriorated. Worried sick, he rushed over to ask why she hadn't gone to the hospital, or even given him a call to let him know. Yoon-young whispered softly, Big brother, please don't scold grandmother, she said. She told me that since you had to risk your life to earn that money, she couldn't bring herself to spend it recklessly. Do-jun leaned in close to her ear and said, getting medical care when you're sick isn't a waste of money. He whispered to her, I've made a lot of money working abroad, so please don't worry about the cost and just focus on getting better. From now on, don't hold back anymore. Whatever you need to do, whatever you want to buy, just live comfortably. Hearing this, his grandmother was moved to tears. Do-jun immediately had her admitted to the best hospital in Korea, and it soon became a daily routine for him and Yoon-young to visit her and share a hamburger together. The two siblings sat there, happily enjoying their burgers together.